Uh, I decided to. I don't know if you see the shirt. Stand up so you can see the shirt. Back to the
Back
Future.
to the Future.
You
Okay.
know what I'm hitting at right there. And so, yeah. I mean, I figured that I would leave us a little bit of time to kind of just really go through and debate this. And I know the chat is going to have some fun shit to say. So I'll give them a minute to get
Hmm.
in here. How are we doing this week? I mean, because no, I
Oh,
mean, normally we talk more than we have. Than we have this week. Just a lot of shit going on. So and I'm still, whether people know it or not, I'm still trying to recover a little bit with the mouth. Um, the extraction points are straight, but I guess they scratch part of my jaw. That shit,
mm.
and like a scab kind of like it scabs, so it makes everything tight, and so anything that separates it kind of like reopens it over and over. That's what I have going on with my face, and so I don't know. They can't see it as well. I don't know. Let me pop it up big so you can see. This side is like really like puffed out and swollen, but
Yeah, I could see.
I'm uh I'm doing all right. Pretty nice and drugged up right now. So hopefully it's a lot of fun. I don't know what Choosy is putting something in the chats. Said that's the Venezuela thing. It's just a few minutes long. Well, let's see. I would have to let me try going into the chat this way because for some reason my laptop when you guys put stuff in the chat I'm not able to click on those links.
Yeah, it
So
only
let me.
allows us to. It only allows us to show it. It doesn't
Yeah, I
allow
mean,
us
yeah,
to
it only
copy.
allows us.
It's the most
So
annoying
let me.
thing ever, by the way.
I know. I would think that it would give us full power to do all this stuff, but it doesn't. Oh wait a minute. Guess I don't need that one too. Hold on. Extra set of headphones, or maybe I do need them just in case I need to play something. So let me hop into the chat real quick. Man, I don't know what we've been doing, but obviously we've been pissing people off because we keep going down in subscribers. So let's see. I got that link and I will send it to myself real quick. So yeah, just bear with me, Choosy. And I see signs out there. Hey signs, good to see you.
Signs, what's
Oh,
going on?
okay, boom, it's there. So yeah, we will go into that. Yeah, I
Choosy.
mean, I don't says sorry Marcus, that first link is surveillance of somebody supposedly running to and from Guidestone. So yeah, I got this one right here. Let me know if this is the correct one, Choosy, and I'll play this one. Um, you know. Oh yeah, that's right. I was in the middle of asking, telling you how things going with me, but how are things going with you, Chris?
Oh, I'm good, man. I can't complain. Just same old shit, work and ain't nothing else. I find it's Saturday, so I relaxed today. I ain't gotten the water today, so you know.
I see. I mean, is it your goal to get, you know, is it your goal to go about 4 or 5 shades darker? Because it seems like every week you started to remind me of what was it that Dutch woman who was just tanning herself so much and kept telling everybody she was actually black.
That's some funny shit. I mean, I just be out there, man. It's like perfect weather. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna make the most of it.
I tell people they don't understand that Florida sun. It's nothing to play with. I see
No, it's
Mr.
not.
Streets is in the house. Yeah,
Streets, what's
I
going
mean,
on?
one of these days I'll show you guys some pictures of me when I was in Florida, which I kind of hesitate because most of the pictures I still have left over is when I was still a little on the heavier side. So, I
Prince,
mean,
what's up?
since I got out of Navy, all I've done is go up and down and up and down in weight. So, I had my knee surgery, gained a whole bunch of weight, then I lost that weight, then I stopped smoking, and then I just gained all this weight back, and now I'm trying to lose it again. I see Skynet
Mm.
RoboCop. Common sense isn't common, especially the fools that think we have freedom. Oh, preach. You know what? I'm gonna put that. What is that? How do you star the comment? That one gets a star. I see Otris is in the building. One of these days, we gotta have Otris on here. I mean, we keep talking about doing it, but we never get him on here. So, got to do that. And everybody, just share a little love. Make sure you go check out Otris' channel. Please give him a subscribe. Us smaller content creators got to stick together. And especially, a lot of this stuff that's been going on with Latin America. One of these days, I want to get into, talking quite a bit about it. So that's something that we're going to have, to set up one of these days sometime soon. So, and let's see, Skynet. Oh, I see Misha. My brother Misha is in the building. Says, what's up, Marcus, Chris, everyone. Says, for your need to look up DMSO. Amanda Vollmer wrote a good book about it. Huh. I'm going to have to look into that. Yeah. I have full reconstructive surgery. So, I mean, I have issues with that, and then both knees are bad now, especially as I'm getting older. It says Florida people don't go out between 10 to 3. That's a damn lie. Boy, especially get down to that beach. Boy, they don't let. And Florida people get down to the beach like 6 in the morning.
That was probably the time I was out there today, from like maybe 10 to 4, something like that.
And I see Frankie Lee is in the building. How we doing, Frankie? Good to see you. So I guess we will go ahead and get this party started. I'll go ahead and throw the intro up, and then on the other side, we're going to do something a little bit different, everybody. Since there's so many subjects to talk about, and we don't always have the time to talk about all the subjects. Maybe it helps if I turn my mic towards me. Sound a little bit better? So what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start doing what I call news roundup. I was doing it like on my drive homes, but I started having really bad signals, so I stopped doing it on the other channel. But I'm going to do it at the start of these shows. So what I'll do is I'll run through a ton of different stories, briefly just hitting on them, not even really going all the way into them before we get in the story, just so that we can at least acknowledge some of these things and let you guys know that we are paying attention to all this different stuff. And just in case you guys didn't see it, just want to bring it up. So without further ado, let's go ahead and hop over and get the intro going, start the show.
You were here because you have a question. Really get down to understanding this political matrix.
Out there, the stunt double. He walked out. He's got an oximeter on his back. I'm like, you got to keep other. Marcus said on his other show. He was like, American politics is simply pro wrestling.
He became afraid of everyone because people were reporting on each other.
We're living out Minority Report too as well. And you know what? You know why we know that, boss? Because we've been reporting on it. Yeah, I know.
All the black people in this country be willing to take a reservation.
That's what the Nation of Islam was asking for.
Put a couple of clips together.
It's crazy to see how much Martin Luther King really began to look like, damn, man, Malcolm was fucking right.
I mean, what is the elite's end game?
There's this assumption that as a black commentator or black journalist that you're not informed.
Relationships, that's a skill we have to learn.
It's even more kind of mind-blowing because we're supposed to be the multicultural space.
Trying to drum up money to keep the war machine going so they can keep the donors happy.
Yeah. Do the Chinese own part of that?
Began a long time ago. Ukraine has had a neo-Nazi problem for decades.
Proof of sanction, am I right?
I don't know if domcopters will do it, but something's got to be able to save the world.
From the private industry here.
Like I say, people come on here, they can say stuff they don't normally say on their own shows, which is fine.
Oh, it's McDonald's. Whoop-de-doo.
Ooh.
And their cholesterol is going to go down. Yeah, good.
Look, we only exist because we have the biggest military, kid.
killing and silencing a person like Julian Assange, because it affects everybody. And today, last week, believe you me, because they know who you are. They watch. They got people that's going out there. They don't want you guys having the conversations that you're having on this show. So it affects the political matrix today.
All right, so we're back. I don't know, is that in my background? Somebody's alarm is going off. So sorry about that. Kelly is in the building. I see Yipper has just come in. Kelly says, Marcus, I don't think you're pissing off subscribers. Hubby keeps stats and everyone's shows are wonky. Maybe YouTube is purging all of these individuals with multiple accounts. Actually, give me a second. Let me make sure that that's not my car going off, whatever.
Yeah, that wasn't on my side. Not today, anyway. What's going on, Kelly? Yipper, Skynet. Yeah, let's hope Marcus just sat on the button and nobody's actually trying to like steal his car. But it's 2022. If you're trying to steal, if it's 2022, if you're stealing cars, you're down bad, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I hope not. Well, it turned out wasn't mine. I guess somebody's calmed it down. But I don't know, Kelly. I've been watching like some count. Well, it's weird. What I noticed is like for instance, last week, our views were down, and then the week before that, our views were like down dramatically. So I'm like, what's going on? And like, we probably lost maybe 4 or 5 subscribers over the last maybe couple of weeks. So I don't know what's going on. I don't care. We're going to still keep doing our content. It says, let me read that one. Shuzi says, Lucky Burrito revealed Twitter exchange with YouTube about how they do bounce your subscribers off subjectively, assuming that some people are bots. Luckily, we'll be happy to fill you in. Well, I look at it like this: as long as I have the people who do want to see this content, and I know you guys will, if they unsubscribe you or whatever, you guys will make sure to come in and resubscribe and hit the notifications and all that and be back. So as long as I got you guys listening, oh shit, let me make sure that my rock fin is up. I forgot to double check the rock fins. Chris, I blame it on you.
My bad. I was too busy laughing at Streets.
Streets is funny. So yeah, let me just double check it. And by the way, I do wanted to acknowledge that we're doing better. Rockfin has been growing pretty fast, so that's definitely a good thing. So let's see. It says show starting soon, and just go into this and this and that and that and this. Yeah, since I haven't actually officially started anything yet.
It was. Oh.
No, what were we gonna say?
What'd you end up doing today?
I didn't end up doing much of anything, just kind of just resting because your boy is just still trying to adjust, not really feeling, completely myself yet. Like I really need to get back to the gym. That's what I want to do. But that is a little easier said than done. I wanted to put out that I noticed on Rockfin, we have gotten up to 327 subscribers.
That's what's up. Thank you. Appreciate it, everybody.
Yeah, I appreciate them. So that's why I just want to make sure that I get it going over there. All right, it just popped up to saying 2 people are currently watching, even though it's not showing me anyone watching. Let's refresh that. Yeah. My apologies for everybody who's on the YouTube side or people who are watching through Periscope. But yeah, just want to make sure that we're all the way up.
All the way up. I'm about to place.
Yeah, so I don't. And oh yeah, I wanted to say that when we I don't know, for those of you guys who follow War Deer Entertainment or Extra Bulla, he put out a tweet, saying that he's going to step away for a moment. He's dealing with some things, and so hopefully everybody put your well wishes out there or prayers, that whatever Uncle Warren is going through, that it gets sorted out and we get him back soon. He was going to join us on tonight's show, but he wasn't feeling up to it. So whatever that is, no matter what it is, hopefully he's good. Man, it's being a bot. So I will just go on ahead and get the party started. It looks like it woke up. All right, your channel. Man. Okay, yeah, I don't have the time to play around with that. I don't want to hold you guys up any longer. So it will eventually get it'll get its act together. Odyssey BitChute, good too. Rumble got too much. Religious morons. Okay. One thing that I kind of like about Rockfin, well, one downside I've noticed is you got a lot of right wingers over there, and so you don't realize, because they'll hear me talk about Biden administration and Democrats and stuff like that, they assume that I'm just a Republican and I agree with them. And I'm like, no, I don't agree with you guys either. I'm not in that camp. So and they don't realize some of us don't like any of the above choices. This thing really gonna make me do like a whole new stream? I hope not. Well,
yeah, definitely. I wanted to say shout out to Warren. I sent him a message yesterday, whether or not he sees it or hears this, but just hold your head, man. You'll be all right. You'll make it through it eventually. It's tough to go through it, but you'll be all right. But again, I already reached out to him, so shout out to Warren.
oh Lord, boy, sometimes you got too many windows up and they scare the heck out of you because you don't know what it is about to pop up. And
that's speaking of Warren and what he spoke of, it does make you think, right? A lot of
oh no, go ahead, give me a moment.
A lot of what we talk about is negative, right? Just as what we're covering. So it is easy to fall into that negative feeling all the time, like, damn. But at the same time, you still have to enjoy the life you have and what you're doing. Find the joy in it. Find the beauty in the struggle. For me, that's being outside, doing certain things that I like to do. It's important that you always do that, because to constantly pay attention to this stuff as much as we do, uh, it can weigh on you in certain ways, especially psychologically. That's probably why they do it, right? Because to me, all of this shit is just one big sigh. They just checking to see how they can affect our minds at any given moment. But just try to fight against it a little bit. Unplug, do some shit, smile, laugh. Don't forget those things. It's not always all bad. I hope not, anyway. Marcus, you almost ready? We are holding Caulfield now. Everything's fake and phony for real. I don't know. We are 99% good people. I haven't read that book. Damn, when did I last read that book?
Yeah, I
think I
figure
read
while I'm getting this up, I could just leave. There we go. Go live. Come on. And it should be going live shortly. Good. Sorry again for all the delays. But yeah, it's looking like it should be finally kicked on. I had to play around with it on my phone. And I was gonna tell people, for those who don't do content creating and don't know what it's like to do content creating, when you're going through all of this news and stuff all the time and seeing this stuff, just like Chris was saying, it can put you into a funk. And I know I have moments where I have to just step away from things for a while and try to regather myself. I guess since my phone is doing some craziness, then well, not my phone, but since it's a little slow on the laptop, we do have the rock fan going now. And so I will be reviewing it from my phone. So if you guys see me always looking down, I'm not looking down at text messages and dividing my attention. I'm just trying to watch over there on the Rockfin side. So let's get into the news rundown. Sorry, I wasted quite a bit of time. And right about Morpheus about breaks. Yeah. I mean, I remember I had this one phase where you had the stuff that was going on with Israel. You had a couple of other issues going on. You had all of these boom, 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 all at the same time. And it literally started, kind of bearing on me, as far as the mental health side. So we have to keep that in mind. I see Sinead. Yes, I see you out there. But let's get into this. This is Chris looking fly with a haircut and a tan. Yeah, Florida living is good. So this will connect to one of the stories that we'll talk about later on. Nikki Haley calls out Biden for some of his Iran policy stuff, which I might come back to this article and bring it up and get to some of the points. That's one of the stories that I noticed. I'll leave all the Biden stuff for later on in the show. It says, warning sirens sounding Ukraine's capital as Russia starts upping the ante as far as some of their bombing campaigns. Russia's saying that, hey, we're about to start escalating. So be prepared to start hearing more news on that front. Man, I guess I got a lot of Biden stuff.
Yeah, well, that to speak on that quickly. It just allows more money to be laundered, because every provocation from Russia requires a deposit of funds into whatever account is supposed to be helping Ukraine, because
Well, I think there's some of that going on, but I do really believe that their goal and attempt is they really think that this is an effective strategy at trying to weaken Russia. Not realizing that it's kind of a kneel, it's not really weakening Russia. It's actually kind of weakening America more, and it's actually pushing Russia into alliances which are not in the best interest for America. So it's like, while you're trying to so-called harm them, you're kind of fucking yourself over more. I see Baba is in the building. Glad to see you, Baba. Atris says best wishes to Warren. It's hard out there for him. Whiny Zelensky said he needs $5 billion a month. Yeah, I mean, jeez Louise. I mean, this is a money pit over there, just throwing fucking money away. Mr. Street says scary but true. They got Putin in the corner, dangerous times. They don't really have Putin in the corner. They think they do. They're trying to, but we got to keep in mind Putin is just getting closer and closer with China. Well, not China, but the U.S. has already started sending money and weapons over to Taiwan. So we're about to start seeing the same situation, which we have with the Russia-Ukraine thing with Taiwan and China. they're going to start grouping together more and more. You'll also have Turkey, which is kind of like they're a little squirrely right now, so you don't really know what they're going to do. If you're a NATO backer or supporter, you should be very nervous of Turkey, and I would say France. I know that like with the Nord Stream 1, they've shut down production of that into Germany. So Germany is going to start, they're putting the screws to some of these countries. And I'm surprised they hadn't done it sooner. But many people predicted that they were going to wait till the winter. And they were going to wait till the winter and really start giving it to Germany around that time period to make it more difficult on them, because they're going to need it for heating when it starts getting cooler in those not cooler, colder in those temperatures. There are wildfires all over Europe right now going on. So you have wildfires going throughout the UK, you have wildfires going throughout France, you have wildfires going throughout Spain, with the heat waves that have been going on. I know not that long ago we talked about the heat waves that they were having in the Midwest, where it was, thousands of cows were dropping dead. We're starting to have droughts go all across the United States, and they're starting to have these issues also in Europe too. So that's just a couple of things that I think we need to focus on. I'll save this story for the end of my little rundown. Mexico captures infamous drug lord Rafael Caro Quintero. So for those who do not know who Mr. Quintero is, the DEA agent who was killed in Mexico years back, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but which led to the major crackdown. He was one of the people who was involved in that. Roughly about 10 years ago, he just kind of walked out of a prison and then went back to drug dealing. And so they just recently recaptured him. Let's see. Biden and Harris have gotten some, for them it should be upsetting, but who knows how they see things. It says over 90% of young people under 30 want someone other than Biden to run. Last I saw, it's like 94% of under 30 voters do not want Biden to run. And I'm pretty sure if you extrapolate that out to, up to 40s, 45, even 50, you're probably going to still see very, very high numbers of people who don't want him to run. Before, it was just some of the people who were on the left, some of the people who were maybe Republicans, independents. Now it's starting to be even a lot of the Democratic people who put him into power. So things are not looking good for Biden, and we haven't even hit the midterms yet. So I noticed that a lot of other content creators, a lot of other people, journalists, whoever, they're starting to get into campaign mode and focusing on that. We will not be following suit. What was that? Let's see. Florida has a new amusement park, right? Where apparently it takes you up really high.
Marcus, hold on. You just mentioned Biden, right? And the and the youth, right? This should be a TikTok video if it isn't already. Just watch him, man, right here. For those who
we're going to get into that later. Because we got a lot of Biden. Yeah, hold that, because we got a lot of Biden stuff. We got plenty of Biden news. And I got a couple of other stories I want to cover in there too. But yeah, Frankie Lee says Rafael Caro Quintero was subject of corridor. Wait a minute, where'd it go? Corrido. Yeah, 9 billion. Signs is saying 9 billion, not 5 billion is what he wants. I see Jimmy is out there. Hey Jimmy, if you want to hop on the show, let me know. And I will send you the link and you can hop in. I didn't know if you got my message or not. I'd invited you and Warren, but I hadn't got really a hold of Warren, and so invitation is still out there. I know it's short notice, but if you want to hop on, just let me know and I will send it to your I'll DM you. Let's see what else. Oh, I see Mad Marxist is in the building. Says the mouth is the portal of the mind. Not carefully guarded. It leaks into true intent. Feelings are the feet of the mind. If not carefully watched, they will take you onto all kinds of wayward paths. Well said, sir. Yeah, I'm almost done with my little rundown. I got a couple more in here. That we're going to bring up the the nuclear attack PSAs, which are airing in New York, California, and a couple other cities. Oh yeah, the amusement park ride. It takes you up over the city, and part of the objective is to aim at various targets all over the city. So it's getting a lot of heat right now. The Ukrainians are focusing more on using Starlink in Russia. And I think that was all that. Oh yeah, and trans woman Leah Thomas has been nominated for NAACP Woman of the Year. So that's the wrap up. What do you think of all of these stories, sir?
I mean,
ooh,
what can you say? I mean, it's all very funny.
Oh, hold on 1 second, Chris. Oh, sorry to hear that, Jimmy. Says, I didn't get your message. I'm watching you all from my grandmother's house for a funeral. My condolences to your family, first and foremost. And yes, you're definitely welcome. Just reach out to me whenever it's a good time. It seems like that's been, oh, man, it is a lot going on with people these days. And, sorry to hear that. But yeah, go on ahead, Chris.
No, I mean, the headlines, they're just funny. And they're sad, obviously. Well, no, more funny than sad, really.
Yeah.
Just tells us about our society at large. You can run down those headlines almost every day, and it would be some form of that, the same kind of bullshit going on. We would just be changing names and locations. Other than that, it's the same old shit. But the Biden stuff is interesting, and somebody put just politically speaking, we don't care, but in terms of just how it'll play out, someone mentioned DeSantis in 24. He should absolutely.
Of course, we'll cover it, a little bit, but we're not about to be having people on and you're running for the. No, we're not doing all that. Just letting y'all know. But sorry, Chris.
Yeah, but anyway, if you just look at Biden and you're just talking about young people earlier, right? If you look at Biden, you look at somebody like that, clearly there's an issue there for the Democrats. It's just going to be funny it's going to be funny to watch it whenever it comes around. I won't have regular TV. I'll try to watch from the internet as much as I can, but it's going to be funny to watch.
Yeah, I don't know. I know Signs will definitely remember this, and Kelly will probably remember this, but when the election was going on, I was literally watching every debate, covering every debate, doing breakdowns, prediction before the debate, and then breakdown after the debates. That is not happening this time around. Not wasting my time on that nonsense. Let's see. It's true. Let's see. Wait a minute. Says it's true. I was thinking earlier this week, this funeral is going to remind me of Trump family funeral. And then Ivana, yeah, she died. Strange things have been happening. I blame Cern. Funny you would mention Cern, because we're going to talk about Cern tonight and all the different possibilities that can be going on with Cern. I mean, I've just been telling people in general, and for many people out there, they know my faith. They know that I believe a lot of things are going to be happening, and I know definitely Mad Marxist knows, Streets knows where I'm coming from, and so I mean, you don't even have to have my theology or belief in the stuff, but shit's going to be just a lot of shit's going to be going on. I see the comment you saw, the DeSantis 24. Let's bring it back up. Where'd that go? I just saw it and then I just lost it. Crap, I don't know. I saw it and then I lost it. So, oh, DeSantis for the Elite 24. Yeah. So, I guess we can go on ahead and we can start with Joe Biden. For those who do not know, Joe Biden did his his tour to the Middle East. And so part of that was first stop was in Israel, where he had a couple of gaffes. We'll say that. So let's start off with this first gaffe here that Chris has. Oh, I just need to go and I guess you'll have to pull it up. Oh no, remove. But yeah, go on ahead and pull it up that gaffe that he had, because oh man, this poor man's brain is melting out of his head.
It's amazing. It's literally amazing. Watch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna probably talk about Leah Thomas pretty soon.
Thank you, President Herzog and President Biden.
Yo, look how he moves his hands.
Thank you, President
Let's go
Herzog
back
and
to
President
that.
Biden.
Yeah, you have to go back because we missed it.
תודה לנשיא המדינה.
No, we don't even need to. Yeah. All right, cool. You see his hand right there?
Wow. Oh man. Oh man. Who is it?
Hold on, I'm gonna rewind it now. Watch it again.
Hey, buddy. How are you doing? Oh my God, this dude is losing it, man. Well,
But Streets, if he was the drunk, Streets, real quick, hold on. If Streets, if he was the drunk uncle, that would make sense. You could say, "Oh, look, Uncle Joe had a little bit too much to drink tonight." Then we would laugh and say, all right, cool. Dude, he ain't have he ain't nothing to drink.
I mean, and Chris. Oh, sorry. Are you about to say something?
No.
Well, you talked about how the youth voters are not loving Joe Biden. Now, even if it wasn't for all these gaffes and stuff, so-called gaffes, I mean, his policies haven't been that great either. I mean, normally they'll do something to kind of pacify, the people a little bit, give them a little bit of hope. But he's like, no hope. I mean, I remember that clip where he said, like, the youth, he has no sympathy. You're getting to see that right now, the no sympathy at all, because he's not doing anything. And I believe that's because he's so far gone. Now the handlers are doing everything. Whereas before, the president would try to be like, well, I mean, I got to try to get this one policy through, and that's not happening at all. This is literally the handlers are controlling everything.
And the thing is, it's way more apparent now than it ever has been, right? Just because this was their choice, because they said, obviously the guy with the yellow hair and talks real funny, because he had to go. So they clearly just felt like, you know what, who gives a fuck? We'll put, Weekend at Bernie's dude in the White House, and we'll just operate like that, and the people will just go along with it. And we can see it. It's kind of like I can see the strings in the kung fu movies from back in the day. When they stunt, you could see it sometimes. Like they didn't want you to see it, but you did sometimes. That's what it's like. I don't know if y'all remember those movies.
Oh, I remember. Or you have like I was watching Breaking 2 earlier, just a little bit of it. It's hard to watch these movies now. It's painful. But like the first one, the scene where Turbo is supposed to be like sweeping up, and he's outside the market in the front, and he's doing that little scene where he's like doing that with the broom, and you can literally see the strings on the broom the whole damn time.
Exactly.
And like Sinead said, make sure you guys are tapping that thumbs up for us. Help us out with the algorithm. You don't necessarily need money, though we appreciate it. If you're on the Rock Fan and you guys want to give us a super ring, that's cool. But just give us the thumbs up at least, or drop a comment. Say, hey, you guys doing a good job. Hey, you guys doing a bad job. Just all of those different things help the algorithm. So it is definitely appreciated when you do it. I got a clip here too for you where Biden gets his. I mean, you know what Biden does. He puts his foot in his mouth all the time. And for those who didn't see it, I wanted to show this one to you all.
And
Holocaust, or the Holocaust. Honor those we lost.
In case you didn't hear it, let's back it up one more time.
To keep alive the truth and honor of the Holocaust, horror of the Holocaust. Honor those we lost.
So according to Biden, we need to honor the Holocaust. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yes, honor the Holocaust. I mean, look at this picture of him right here. This dude literally looks like, you know, that old man that got lost in Walmart, and like, you know, they get across the thing and they're like, "Excuse me, anyone who is here with a Joseph Biden? Anyone here with Joseph Biden? Appears he's gotten separated from his party." I mean,
you know,
that's
from
what
this
we're
angle,
dealing with here.
From this angle, he looks like John Voight playing Joe Biden in some kind of biopic, but he really looks like John Voight because he looks bad too, and he looks like Joe Biden. It's fucked up.
John Voight has it more together than he does, though. I mean, you know who he really reminds me of? You guys remember Poltergeist? Tell me you guys remember Poltergeist, right? He reminds me of Kane in the part 2, the old pastor. Now, I know we showed that deep fake not that long ago, so I ain't gonna show it again. But you guys
No,
haven't
it looks
seen
like
that
a
deep
piece
fake
of the
thing.
blob, like trying to form itself, and it put some glasses and ears, and you know.
Exactly. He has that very lost look, completely lost. Like he has no clue what's going on. Yes, exactly, Frankie. But it was a slip. No, it's not a slip. It's this dude can't read the teleprompters anymore. Yep. He looks just like that. And I'm telling you, Baba, if you have not seen it yet, you definitely need to go and check it out. I noticed, I see Misha has hopped in on the Rock Fan. We got 5 people over there watching. So just a heads up, if you guys wanted to check us out on the Rock Fan, if you don't know that we're on the Rock Fan, we're on Rock Fan also. And throughout the week, I will be content that was, you know, either on the political matrix or on the what we've been thinking. Throughout the week, occasionally I'll go and find a clip which we did, or maybe an interview I did, or maybe a short upload that I did, and I'm uploading them onto our Rock Fan so that if anything ever happens, for one, that content will be over there. But some of the stuff is, I know that it didn't get a lot of views, and some of it was some pretty good content, which I think, you know, is still relevant. So please go and check some of that stuff out. The one I just recently did was I just uploaded Reverend Wright, the stuff that was going on with Reverend Wright and Sean Hannity. So make sure to go and check that out. It was interesting. She was stuck in the TV. Jimmy says,
yeah, I was going to reference that too.
When Biden told MBS about Khashoggi in Saudi Arabia, MBS brought up Alke. I can't remember how to say that name. Was it Shireen?
The prison. Yeah. She meant to say the prison. What is Abu Ghraib?
Oh, Abu Ghraib. Oh, okay. No, she's talking about Shireen, the woman press shot in the head. I hate Saudi, but MBS mic drop.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Yes, that too. Sorry.
But yeah, they definitely brought up that also. But yeah, brought up the reporter Shireen that was shot in the head, and also brought up Abu Ghraib. So yes, you're right, and she's right. You guys, but yeah, both were brought up.
Ding. Sorry.
Oh yes. I mean, honestly, it's like he's out there doing his best, Leslie Nielsen impersonation every day. I mean, it's just nobody told him to stop. Yes, and you're welcome for the reminder. So yeah, make sure to check it out. Some of the stuff I'm gonna be doing premium that's gonna be on there. And most of the time, the stuff which I'm putting on there, even if you did see the original on the other channels, I'm going back and I'm fixing stuff that I saw on it. So maybe volume changes, maybe some extra clips. So it's not just, copy, paste, and upload. It says many a slip between a cup and a lip. Billy Bonney 100 years ago, Young Guns. Yes, William H. Bonney. But yeah, I could drop that one down. And what the story that I was talking about is Nikki Haley. I don't know if you guys remember her. It was a little bit of buzz that she might actually run for office, which I think that's why she's coming out saying some stuff now.
She's another
former governor. Yeah, a former governor of South Carolina. She came out and she had some words to say about Joseph Biden. Just bear with me as I find it. Says, as Biden finished his diplomatic trip to Middle East, Nikki Haley, former ambassador to the UN. Oh, that's right. Forgot Donald Trump made her ambassador also. Criticized his approach to Iran deal. And he also, was saying that they might have to do something to stop them from getting a nuke. So he didn't necessarily say exactly what that entailed, but he kind of alluded to the fact of possible military action that he would take against Iran to stop them from getting a nuke if they're not able to do it. I mean, right now Israel is literally assassinating people inside of Iran on a regular basis in their so-called efforts to stop, them from getting a nuke. So I'm like, well, what level are you talking about doing? What are you prepared to do at this point? Are you talking about a possible war or ground invasion into Iran? And so the Iranians, they've been not pleased either. And so they have been very vocal about the possibility that, hey, we're just not going to let you guys just keep, doing whatever you want and everything's going to slide. I'm wondering, did I get that clip? Yeah, I do got it. This is a demonstration that they just recently had. For those who remember the early 2000s with the whole Iraq war stuff, this is gonna kind of bring back some memories. So this is what is going on in that protest over there right now.
در واقع پاسخی بدن به سفر بایدن و این سفر رو کاملا محکوم کنن و بگن که نقشه های اونها نقشه براب خواهد شد و ایران اسلامی اجازه نخواهد داد که اونها نقشه های خودشون عملیاتی بکنن در منطقه و باید از منطقه ما خارج بشن.
کلا کلا آمریکا کلا کلا آمریکا
It sounds like hip hop beats.
Yeah, I saw that. It's like somebody threw a little hip hop beat in the background of that, but
like I hear it, see the influence travels far and wide.
Yeah, it's like they've updated it a little bit, but this is going back to them pushing back, and I think in light of this, I know what video I'm probably going to upload to the Rockfin this week, the video which I did going back to Soleimani when they assassinated him, because for those who remember that just because they, you know, they did a little attack back onto some American barracks, that was not the response. Please do not be fooled that was that, you know, because they strike back to a couple of barracks where nobody was basically at, that was their response. When you're dealing with the United States, what you do is you wait. And when you find that opportunity, they're going to take it. So Iran, and that's what I'm saying. Let's keep in mind all of these different fronts, because when people make certain statements, oh, well, this doesn't happen, well, that can't happen. Right now, we literally got the United States involved in a proxy war with Russia on one front. They're about to get into a proxy war with China with the whole Taiwan stuff. And now you got them in another proxy war, basically going after, you know, going after Iran. And that might not even be a proxy war. That might just be an actual war. Actually, Israel will be using the United States as a proxy in this case. So you got the United States being involved in 3 different fronts. And not to mention, you got, you know, Saudi Arabia, who's kind of like, you know, whatever. I mean, we kind of had a deal with you before, but you better learn to really start kissing our ass a little bit more, or we can tell you to just screw off. Because Saudi Arabia does not need the U.S. A lot of the European nations would be more than happy if they can get that deal, which the United States has. And so I hear some people saying, "Oh, well, Biden is he doesn't care about human rights because he's trying to mess with Saudi Arabia." No, he realizes that Saudi Arabia has more power in this arrangement than before. And I don't even want to say that than before. They just have leverage. And at a certain point, you have to realize, hey, we need this from you. Maybe we can shut up a little bit. And so Saudi Arabia, they're on the side of whoever's going to pay them and not disrespect them and allow them to do whatever they want to. I'm not saying that what they did to Khashoggi was cool at all. I'm not saying I agree with it, but you got to look at the business side of it. And that's the reason why Trump was like, maybe we might just, it's not cool, but maybe we just calm down just a little bit on how we respond on some of these things. Because they really do kind of have the United States in a corner on this different stuff. So I don't know, just my thoughts. What are some of your thoughts on all these different, you know, situations you see popping up, Chris?
As far as Saudi Arabia, I think it was Jimmy who put it, who mentioned it earlier. You know, Biden said that, you know, he popped off the meeting with, "Yo, you killed Khashoggi, you bad, you fucked up, etc." You know, of course, you know, Ben Salman gonna look at him like, "Nigga, please, like I know you ain't."
Well, they're like, I mean, well, remember not that long ago when China, they start trying to tell China about, oh, well, what you guys are doing over here with the Uyghur Muslims and how you guys are doing this and doing that. And China's like, yo, what about your country? What about all the shit you guys got going on? Like, go fix your shit over there first before you come at us. And I mean, in all honesty, that's how I see it with all these nations. China can't condemn U.S. for anything. U.S. sure as hell can't condemn China for any damn thing. None of these countries can talk about none of these countries because they're all doing something.
Yeah, none of them have a righteous position to.
Yeah, nobody has a moral high ground here. Nobody has moral high ground.
No, this is moral high ground. It's like a race to the bottom for them. Like, oh, if you could do it like this, I could do it worse.
Well, and I look at it like this. We don't live in most of these other countries. We don't live in Russia. That's just a fact. We don't live in China. That's a fact. We don't live in Iran. That's a fact. We don't live in Israel. That's a fact. So whatever's going on with their country, to a degree, as their internal politics, and unless we know entirely everything that's going on, especially I'm talking about from the governmental state, we don't need to be trying to double down on anything, especially when you're the U.S., when you're literally worse than all of these nations combined. I mean,
Yeah, you notice what they didn't go there and talk about to them about, right? You notice they didn't go there and start talking to them about like certain pronouns and they knew way better than to go that way. But here stateside, that's something that they advocate for. So I just want to make notice that they're quite okay with people who don't agree with how they feel politically. So don't get yourselves all worked up into thinking that these people are on your team because they talk shit.
Well, that's another thing. I guess put a quick sidebar. This should have been in the rundown. A lot of the trans issues that have been going on lately. I mean, you had, what was it, Macy Gray, who got in some heat for her comments, was saying that you can change your body parts that still don't make you a woman. And Bette Midler, what was it? Chris Everett and I can't remember the swimmer's name, but they all kind of was like, yo, on the sports thing, it's not as clear cut. This isn't just like, oh, well, people's feelings need to be, no, like for instance, when it comes to especially contact sports, does and this is one question which, I've wanted to ask people. If you were born a male and you transition to a female, what is the problem with somebody saying you're a trans woman? I mean, literally, you had to transition to be a woman. Is it the fact that you're embarrassed that you had to transition? Is that what's going on? Because I feel like, be comfortable with yourself, but why is it so important to drop the trans part and only be recognized as a woman? I mean, it's like, let's just act like you didn't have to transition at all. Is that what we're doing here? I mean, I don't know. If I'm wrong, please, guys, let me know in the chat. I mean, I just don't understand why, and it's perfectly fine. If you decide you want to transition, that's fine, but I don't know. I'll leave that subject for another day. I don't want to get us off track.
Correct. No, I was just making note that the Biden administration went there to talk about a lot of things. That's not something that they would even dare open their mouth about to those people, right? So they're quite okay, as I said, with people having an even hostile attitude towards that community. As long as they're doing business with them, they'll shut the fuck up. And that's what Biden really should have done. Biden really should have went there and said absolutely nothing about Khashoggi. He should have went there and just read what was on the teleprompter and just said, hey, what can you do about gas prices? And that's about it. Not that they could
I completely agree. I mean, don't go into Saudi Arabia and say jack. And none of these countries need to go into either of these countries and start trying to say, well, you're doing this or you're doing that. And just stop it. Yeah, I notice people get into, and I'll put it this way. I've said boomer plenty of times. I look at it like this. Everybody try not to get too upset about little terms. I think that's part of the problem we have going in society, that a lot of people, you can call somebody one little term and everybody gets so triggered so fast about everything. Everybody just take it down a couple of notches. Hello, Lady Alex. And here's another thing. Factually, is every single person who would be qualified as a boomer the problem in any of these things? No. And we all know that when somebody says boomer, they're literally not talking about every single boomer. I mean, but let's be honest. If you look at majority of the people who are in power right now, look at most of the people who run most of the corporations right now, look at most of the people who have most of the wealth right now, they would fall under the generation of a boomer. And so if, let's just throw a random number out there. Let's say if 80% of them are the problem, what are we going to say? The boomers, except for you 20%, and do we need to say that every single time? Of course, we're obviously not talking about every boomer. It's just like when I'll make some issues and I'll complain about white people, I'm literally not talking about every single white person. We have to keep that in mind and know that, you know, or else we're going to have to go into these long diatribes of putting gazillions of disclaimers in when we all know we're not talking about every single person here. So, let's see. Get caught back on some of these comments. Yipper says the Bank sisters did a great take on their trend stuff. Yeah, I do want to talk to them. We will be talking with the Bank sisters sometime soon, going into that issue. I mean, I feel like when I'm listening to some of these people have these conversations, they're throwing some straw men into their arguments sometimes, and it's just not, you know, it's just not a fair, you know, discussion. But we'll get into the trend stuff more than likely next week or week after. 80% are the poor ones. No, 80% of boomers are not poor. That's not true. But you know, let's not get too sidetracked. I look at it like this: when people say, "Yeah, a lot of young black kids in the hood get into problems," I don't get upset about that because a lot of them do. That doesn't mean all of them do. I grew up in the hood, but how many of my friends were out there doing shit you shouldn't be doing? A lot of them. So, off that subject, we all know that anytime we're talking about a boomer or this or that in this chat, in this discussion, we're not talking about anybody in here. So let's all remember we're on the same side here. So we're a community. So yeah, we're not trying to alienate anybody. But let's see. Let's get back to is Biden a boomer or is he silent generation? I'm trying to figure.
I have no idea. I just know that he is done. And you cannot look at him.
Let's look that up. Let's see. What is he? Is Biden a boomer?
He's probably like,
I think he would be probably the cusp.
What's the one before? What are they called?
The silent generation. Silent generation. That's the World War II generation.
The silent generation.
Yes. President. So he would not be. He would not be.
Yipper, I see you, Yipper.
So
I don't know what he is. I mean, it doesn't.
It says Biden is part of the silent generation. So I wonder,
he's about to be. Well, you know, that's fitting because he's about to be silent soon, and I don't mean dead. I just mean he's not going to be able. His brain is going to be mush.
I mean, his brain already is mush. I mean,
it's going to further deteriorate, rather, to the point of where he will be silent.
Somebody just need to put him in a corner and give him some applesauce and just let him sit over there. But we're gonna come back to Biden, but we're gonna stay in the family though. Let's not, because the Bidens kind of had a rough week. The Bidens have had a rough week. Can we all agree on that? Whether they are the silent, whether they are the boomer, or whether they are Gen X, because Hunter is a Gen X. And
there's more
Jill
videos
would definitely be a boomer.
there's more videos of dudes smoking crack, right?
Yeah, well, there's a new video that's been released, and so we're definitely gonna have to go into that. Gipper is part of the brand new generation.
I mean, I guess when you have everything, you have too much, right? Because crack surrounded me in my youth, right? And I never thought about smoking crack ever. It never crossed my mind, even though it was easily accessible, right? That could have been a real thing. With that being said, somebody like a Hunter Biden, again, you have everything you could ever want, at least financially speaking. You go on trips, unfortunately your mom died, but you got family still, you have support, etc., etc. And you smoking crack at 40 something years old?
Let me switch gears and find that one, because I was about to play the Jill, but let's play, since we're talking about Hunter, let's play the Hunter one. Where is it? Hold on. Yeah, this is a new video that's up from Hunter Biden. Yeah, it's somebody, I don't know who put this together, but this is freaking great. This is great.
And, I don't look, everybody makes fun of crackheads, right? It is what it is. It's part of what it comes with the territory. People do struggle with addiction. That's not to make fun of people who are struggling. However, at the same time, this was something that we were told was fake. It wasn't happening. All this stuff coming off the laptop during the election, it wasn't real. You're not supposed to talk about it. Don't look at it. Now it's resurfacing again because it just goes to show guys are hiding a major fuck up.
Well, I don't feel like the issue is so much that he's doing crack. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is when your father is the one who made such a harsh stance on this and wrote a lot of laws to affect tons and tons of people, and then there's a different standard set for you. That's the issue that's coming in. I see 3-chord grifter 420 is in the building. Ooh, that's harsh. Okay, I see. Oh, that's right. I remember. I'll make sure to I think you follow me. And I make sure to get back in and get caught up on following some of the people back who have followed me recently. But it's the issue of the hypocrisy. That's the issue. I mean, like even the Clinton thing, when Clinton got caught, with Lewinsky. It wasn't even about that he was doing what he was doing. If his wife don't have a problem with it, that's their business. But it's the fact that he perjured himself. That's the technicality he got on. I mean, it's kind of crazy, like the hypocrisy of it, because at the same time, the person who brought this out was the Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich was literally cheating on his wife at the same time while his wife is in the hospital with cancer. And so he's out cheating on his wife, bringing up the president cheating on his wife. I'm like, which, I don't know, just my own personal beliefs. I don't believe it was actually cheating. I believe that she probably knew every bit about that and didn't have a problem with it. She probably just pissed off he got caught.
Since we're on the weird shit of Joe Biden and crack smoking, I just want to touch on this little side note, which is also weird. Have you seen the news about Ricky Martin?
Oh, well, we'll hold that one. We'll get into that one in a minute. Ooh, it looks ugly though, but it does look ugly. Yeah, here's because it's short. The clip is short, so go on and play this one real quick, and then we'll talk about it.
An automatic 5 years in jail for any person caught with a rock of crack cocaine, a piece of crack cocaine.
Ooh, try no mess with Esse. Don't you know who my daddy is?
That Hunter Biden was trading on his father's office to make $50,000 a month from the Ukrainians. In October, he admitted it. The fact
that you were the son of the. Of course, yeah. No, what role do you think that played?
I think that it is impossible for me to be on any of the boards that I just mentioned without saying that I'm the son of the Vice President of the United States.
Son of Joe Biden, and boy, it's tough. I put the crack in the pipe and smoke it up. I like every day I'm tweaking, laptop leaking, pictures of me on a cocaine bender. Quick Pro Joe got me working in the Ukraine gas company directing. The only thing I know about gas, you can huff it. Now I got 50K a month in my pocket. For the director's charisma, I'm smashing my dead brother's widow, impregnate a stripper. But nothing is better than crack cocaine when you're rich and famous in the Ukraine. Cocaine in the Ukraine. Cocaine in Ukraine. Cocaine in the Ukraine. Cocaine straight to the brain. Cocaine in the Ukraine. Cocaine in Ukraine. Cocaine in the Ukraine. Cocaine straight to the brain.
Yeah.
You know that.
I don't know if you had saw that yet.
No, I didn't. That's my first time seeing it. That's funny as shit. But you know, the irony is that was reality TV. What they try to pass off as reality TV is clearly the total opposite. And that's what they tried to keep from the public. So it's just it's something worth noting, that's all.
Yeah, more and more stuff is starting to come out about this laptop. And honestly, I don't even know if this is a crime, but honestly, somebody should be brought up on charges behind this. The fact that these social media companies pretended that this was fake, there was nothing to see here, and you know that the reason why they did this literally could have affected the election. I wonder how many people would have felt like, no, Joe Biden needs to step down behind this shit.
He needs to go. He needs to go watch his kid. Get your badass kid.
You need to go home and deal with Hunter. It
was the New York Post. And remember, it was the New York Post that they're the ones they shut down. They said, "Nah, player, you ain't running with this."
Well, the first one that they really shut down, it would have been RT, because RT was on it. Caleb Maupin dropped a lot of this stuff way before them. I see Ruby is in the building. Hello, Ruby.
Ruby. Good evening.
And Jira Brown. Hello.
What's going on,
okay, it's going to be. Oh goodness, y'all behave. Stop fighting each other.
What are you talking about? I don't see no fighting. I see laughter.
I see, it's 2 against 1. And I'm like, what is going on here? So I know occasionally y'all get into y'all little spats out there. So let's behave. We're all on the same team. If their forefathers brought that shit to our community, screw them. I don't give up. Back my ass off. We're not gonna go. I mean, we could go deep on a lot of that, streets, but man, I just look at it like. And think about it. If you would have literally went through all the rocks that he's had, how much time would he have gotten under his own father's, under his own father's laws? How much time would he have gotten? And not only does he not get in trouble, this dude got a $500,000 job. Oh man.
Yo, you said how many rocks?
Hey, I'm pretty sure his nickname was probably Rocky Balboa, because this he had him. I mean, who says, you know what? I'm gonna dim the lights down. No, don't dim the lights. Switch it to the green. Switch the green light on. I'm gonna go set my camera over here, get naked, and I'm gonna film myself in the bathtub smoking crack rocks. What? What is going on? This dude, honestly, I'll put it this way. If I could be around him,
that is some good. That must be some good shit. I mean, think about that.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that he was getting, the highest quality of the rocks. I mean, I'm pretty sure Tyrone Biggums is probably trying to attack him right now, trying to find out, his supply. Remember, Tyrone was like, "Hey kids, you got drugs all around you. See, just take this." Remember what he was like? You just sneak into your kid. He said, "What did he say? Sneak into your mama's purse and just take $20, and you're gonna go down to 18th Avenue, and you're gonna look for this man named Julio." I'm like,
Yeah, that shit is.
Oh,
funny.
Yipper. You said, I bet that stuff is pure and no fentanyl. Oh, no fentanyl at all. Speaking of that, what was it, like 150,000 fentanyl pills? One of the largest fentanyl busts just happened recently. So I'm like, I don't even know if y'all know about that. Oh, I can do my little Tyrone every now and then. Come on, y'all. I got a sour cough. I can't be laughing too hard. Say, you need that Red Balls. Red Balls gives you wings. So we had that going on with the hunters. Oh, so yeah, going ahead with Ricky. For those who don't know what's going on with Ricky Martin.
Oh yeah. Yo, he's like messing with his nephew, like his brother's son.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Puerto Rico looked down. Yeah, allegedly, and Puerto Rico looked down on that shit. But
yeah, that's some stuff. That's some stuff that's not that you have family members that will kill you over that stuff in PR. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. This is crazy.
But again, like we always do, I mean, I'll just say this and I'll get off of it. This is not just something that started, when he was 21.
Yeah, make sure to get off of it because he might want you to get on it.
Nah, we're not going to do that. Pause. No, we're not going to do that.
Or maybe you're too old.
Nah. But, but yeah, that's he's, it's not good news for Mr. Menudo.
Yeah, he was trying to tell us he was living La Vida Loca, so we should have listened.
Yeah, hey, look, I was thinking the same thing. You beat me to it.
I'd be living like I imagine all YouTube trust fund babies do, no consequences. The world is different. Honestly, now, be careful how I say this. Actually, you know what? It's just better. It's jokes, so y'all gonna have to toughen up if it hurts your feelings on this one. I can imagine Vouch. You can like substitute that in and probably some really broke down prostitutes instead. I mean, probably like missing an eye and a whole bunch of teeth missing. You could swap that scenario out, and that's probably what Vouch's weekend is like. I mean, actually, another one is probably Hassan Piker. That's probably what his weekends are like. Although instead of all female prostitutes, throw a couple of dudes in there. That's what I would imagine. But yeah, back to the Bidens. I don't know if you guys.
What did Mama Bear say?
Oh, you don't know about what Jill had to say. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be nice and fresh. I'm gonna enjoy your reaction. Somebody needs to correct her also. How to say certain words. Like the word is Chris Rock. Dave Chappelle said it the best in Half Baked. Bodega.
It's the bodega. No, go to the bodega. Go give me a bag of chips. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen to what she had to say.
Raul helped build this organization with the understanding that the diversity of this community, as distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
Did you hear that?
Y'all have a good night. I'm out of here. I'm out. Bye.
Wow, she really said breakfast tacos. Well, I mean, she really. Wow, she basically summed up the Latino community to bodegas,
She said.
roses,
She said
and breakfast
it
tacos.
sounded like. Hold on. It's bodegas. She said Bogota. She said the Bogotas in the Bronx, and then she said the Blossoms in Miami. Is there something I'm missing?
I didn't get that correlation either. I didn't know what she was talking about there.
I'm in South Florida. I've I've been around. I've never heard Blossom Miami, so I just want to know if is that some kind of code for something. If anybody in the chat knows, please let me know. That'd be interesting to learn what a Blossom is. But other than that, I mean, and then what was the last thing she said? She called them tacos.
She called them breakfast tacos.
Yeah, she's
for one. I don't even know anybody. It's normally breakfast burritos people have, and so I never even heard of breakfast tacos till now. That's some new shit, I guess. But I guess she referred to people basically across the Southwest. I'm assuming she's loosely alluding to Mexicans saying breakfast tacos, which, if you think about it, breakfast burritos is more of an Americanized, co-opted kind of thing. Anyway, I mean, the statement's problematic so many different ways. But when you start comparing the Latino community to damn food,
I'm gonna tell.
And another thing for especially Latinos in the New York area, to basically sum them down to bodegas. For those who don't know what a bodega is like a small corner store. That's what she's
Straight too stupid.
Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Colombians, Cubanos, most, I would say, more Caribbean Latinos. You sum them up to corner stores in New York.
Well, she limited to the people in the Bronx. That was it. So she only offended the Bronx.
Yeah, like there's that's right. I guess there's apparently no bodegas anywhere else in New York.
No, you're saying it wrong. There's no bodegas anywhere else than in her version of the Bronx.
I mean, are they not any in Brooklyn? Because I'm pretty sure they're in Brooklyn too.
There's none in Queens. There's none in Brooklyn. There's none uptown.
None in Harlem.
Nowhere. Yeah,
no.
Uptown.
None in Yonkers, right?
Nope.
I'm like, wow.
No.
All right, wait a minute. And I'm pretty sure there's bodegas in Philly too, right?
But there's bodegas everywhere. Bodegas? No. Bodegas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. It's only a handful of bodegas. Like, geez Louise, this woman. Wow. Wow.
They should both stay away from public speaking.
Yeah, exactly. She's fucking cooked too. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they just got some special shit. Like, maybe Hunter Biden, the shit he's smoking on is so powerful. Everybody in the house is getting high. And like all the smoking that Hunter's done is literally frying Joe Biden's brain. I mean, that's the only thing I can deduce at this point.
Joe Biden gonna die from secondhand crack smoke. Imagine that headline.
Secondhand crack smoke. That's a good one. Breakfast tacos is bougie. Exactly, Misha. Yes, exactly. A person like Jill needs to keep the word bodega out of her mouth. You did it perfectly. Mouth with the F. Jeez Louise. I mean, and here's something. This is one thing which I noticed, which is kind of sad about the Black community. if you say some stuff like that in the Latino community, that's gonna get your ass in some trouble. Well, and rightfully so. It's getting her in trouble. Would you go to an event for Asian Americans and be like, show up with, I don't know, like one of those big like Sub-Zero type? I mean, not Sub-Zero, but you know, yeah, I mean, Lord Raiden hats. And would you show up saying, "Hey, everybody got their chopsticks and soy sauce"? You're gonna show up and be like, "Yo, this is," and some of the people are like fortune cookies. I mean, is that what you're really gonna do? You really gonna show up there and do that? Say, you know what? Make sure I got, or say aloha to everybody. I mean, you really gonna play these games and come up with every Asian stereotype? No, because you'll get your ass in trouble for that. You're gonna walk in to everybody, and before you get off the stage, bow and say sayonara? No, you're not gonna do that. But you'll try that with the Latino community. I mean, would you think it would be a good idea to, you go to speak to the natives and you go and dye your hair black, Jill Biden, and then put, two long braids and then wear a headdress? Do you think that would be a good idea too? And it's like, you would never do that. I mean, oh yeah, back to the Asian example, and then put a red dot in your forehead too. You think that would be a good idea?
No, that wouldn't have to be.
Boy, you're gonna get in trouble one of these days. But you wouldn't do that. Just like, but here's the thing: you can go to the black neighborhood, go put on some hip hop, and let's say, hey, let's have a barbecue, and then, hey, I got some hot sauce in my purse. You can do all that kind of stuff.
Purse, like they make sure they get it on camera, pulling that shit out. Like, yeah, they could be ignorant there, though. You know what I'm saying? It's not a problem there.
Yep, the black community is the only ones who tolerate this dumbass shit.
Correct.
Hey, well, let's make sure that we have a whole bunch of pastors there too, because the black community is like has an affinity for the Bible and Christianity and all that. You'll do all this stuff, and I'm like, why come you just can't come and talk about building bridges or improving the schools or any of that stuff like you do for every other community? You got to do this shucking and jiving shit. But what this tells me, how we always look at the Republicans for the dog whistles. This right here literally exposes that whoever wrote that for her, or her too, obviously you got some internal racism that you don't even realize you have. But I mean, like, I played football with this one white guy, older white guy, and he didn't. I never at all thought anything at all. Never thought that he had even a racist bone in his body. So one day, he thought that it was a good idea to say something to me. He said, me and my brother, we were out playing flag football, and he was like, "Boy, you were moving so fast, Dave. You were running like you had some niggers in your legs." Just came right out. He didn't even feel like it was a problem with that statement at all. So I don't know. It just reminded me of that. It's like when I was driving armored truck. It's one older guy. I mean, when he said it, I didn't even know how to react to it. Like, I partially laughed because it was I'd never heard anybody compound some shit like that before, and shock at the same time. And now this is an old white man in the South. You can't be surprised if you find out one of them is racist on occasion. This dude was driving. Black lady cuts him off. He says, "You goddamn nigger bitch." I was like, "Nigger bitch." I've never heard that shit before.
Yeah, your neck is snap at that point.
Wow. And this guy is driving with me, and we're both carrying guns. I feel so safe. Yeah, but and then people will tell me we don't live in a racist country. Like I heard somebody talking about what was his name? Tariq Tariq Nasheed, and he was trying to compare him to a white supremacist. And it's like we live in a country with systemic racism where stuff does happen. You don't have to do the stuff yourself. You can feel like, well, nobody around me ever says anything racist. None of us are racist. That doesn't mean that it's not, the system is not doing what it's doing, that things are not happening where they're happening. You can't just erase that. It's like that one politician. I don't know if you heard him, the one from Virginia, where he was like, it's not that we're against CRT, you know. We're going to teach that, and we're going to teach slavery, you know. That was a, what do you say? That was a black spot in our country's history. I'm like, you didn't think about that was probably not the best wording for you to use. But that's what I call Diet Coke racism, you know. They're not the type who want to go and string you up or necessarily think that they think of you less than, but you resort back to the stereotypes you think of us a lot of times. So, I mean, I don't know. I talked for a little bit. I'm sorry for getting on my soapbox. I mean, what's your thoughts, Chris?
I mean, you covered a lot of the same things I was going to say about this very same topic. So, I mean, we can just keep it pushing. You mean when Congress will set? Yeah, correct. It's
Not
another
only that.
example.
Wait a minute. I think I got something for you. Hold on a second. You mean when they did this? You mean when they did this right here? When they did this right here? You guys remember that? And then still afterwards, they still don't even get the they still don't even get the George Floyd bill done. And then you still have stuff like the Jalen Walker situation happen. Shoot, there was another situation that was going on, which shout out to Sabby Sab. She for her doing the work on it. I didn't even see about this. Over the 4th of July weekend, this dude, he gets taken in. He's in the back of one of those cop cars, whatever, and he's cuffed behind his back, and there's no seatbelts in those paddy wagons. Cop slams on the brakes. Oh boy falls over, and he's like, I can't move. And they completely mock him. Don't take any of it serious. They're mocking him the whole way. Come to find out, he's partially paralyzed now.
So then they treat him with no care, and they essentially just make sure he dies.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Just like when Biden said this, you know, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. All right. And I'm like, so Joe Biden is the authority on who's black. A white man who, you know, who his mentor was literally a white supremacist, a segregationist, is the person who's now deciding what it is to be black. Oh yeah, or that too, Misha. That's a good point. Yeah, I've had white people say a lot of racist stuff in my face. That's where I grew up. I mean, I remember when I was 14, 15, I think. We had a basketball game, and for those you know, I grew up in KC. We were out in western Kansas, and they were literally throwing. Well, you can hear them from the crowd during the game saying, "You better not let those niggers beat you." I mean, I've been called nigger a bunch, so from white people. So it's not something that's shocking or new to me. And people think like, oh well, that's something that must be gone away. That ain't gone away, not at all. I miss sushi. I don't eat sushi anymore, but I do miss it. Nader Reed 2024. That would be a good one. So, what do you guys think of CRT? I think that it definitely should still. There's still a place for it. I mean, on the collegiate level, I definitely feel it should be taught, and it should be left as an elective to teach on the high school level because I feel, and this is somebody who went into education for secondary education to teach history to high school kids. The curriculum does not go into a lot of stuff, and it skims and skips over a lot of information. I mean, there's high school kids now, which I see, who literally don't know anything about slavery or know bare minimum. And a lot of these conservatives prefer it that way. They think that if we don't talk about it, then it helps things get better somehow. But the problem is, what happens when you have somebody who does study on their own and they know about this stuff and it's in the back of their head? Or actually, let's scratch that. What about the white people who are not taught any of that stuff? And so you're not taught about segregation, or you're not taught about slavery, you're not taught about segregation, you're not taught about redlining, you're not taught about, all the different laws they had about owning property. You're not taught about all of these things, 40 acres and a mule. You're not taught about none of this stuff, the trillions of dollars which this nation made off of slavery. When you don't do that, or when you don't talk about how natives' land was stolen, you don't talk about that kind of stuff. What that does to the white population is it gives them this mentality that, well, obviously these people are just lazy. These people don't want to do anything for themselves. Or it makes you think either, well, that means that this whole group of people, they're all just stupid, or it's something wrong with them. And so that breeds a different kind of hatred, I believe, or disgust. Look at them. They're taking my tax dollars, these lazy people, when you're not factoring in any of the things that got to the way they are. They'll talk about black on black crime or brown on brown crime, when in reality, most crime is done to you by the people who you live near. So if you live in a mostly white neighborhood, you're going to have white on white crime. If you're in a mostly Asian neighborhood, you're going to have Asian on Asian crime. Crime is normally done to you by the people who you live around. And since most of our societies and communities are still very segregated, that's the people who do the crimes. But the one thing that's never ever talked about is it's talked about the whole, the crabs in a bucket mentality, or how black people pull each other down, brown people pull each other down. That stuff's talked about, but it's never talked about how they got in the fucking bucket in the first place and who put them in that bucket. And when you avoid teaching critical race theory, you set up a society where you look at the people who are at the bottom of society as it's their fault for the conditions that they're in. So that's my thoughts on CRT. Ruby asked, what do you guys think of CRT? What do you think of it, Chris?
The attention on it is overblown on both sides, right? You don't even have to call it CRT. Just start teaching the accurate fucking history. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have a carve out that is CRT. You can just tell the story of the United States and just give real life examples and prove your point. So just even the fact that you felt the need to even have to carve it out, make it a political football for people to argue about in the culture wars, it's real dumb. But one side talking about, oh my God, CRT, the conservatives, for instance, right? Them complaining about it is stupid because they're not even going to tell the full story, right? They're only going to tell portions of history. They're only going to relate it. They're only going to trace it back to when you got on the boat and came over here. They're not going to take it back any further than that.
Well, they don't even trace it to when we actually got on the boats. They trace it to, in fact, a lot of people don't know that the Portuguese first started taking people out of West Africa in 1441. It's Prince Albert with the Portuguese. They don't know that history. They don't know Christopher Columbus was already taking slaves out of West Africa before he started taking slaves. The first 500 slaves, the Tainos, out of what would be what will be modern day Puerto Rico. Most people don't know that.
Marcus, I want to acknowledge. Hey, Jack, what's up? I want to acknowledge Yipper's comment. He said, "Libs love
Jack
CRT."
is in the building. What's up, Jack?
Yeah. He says, Yipper says, "Libs love CRT until you talk about European Jews." That's a fact. The moment you start bringing that up in their circles, things get real quiet. You're not able to function properly, and you just need to get off of it.
Well, my thing is, we wouldn't need CRT if history was taught. If it was taught properly, we wouldn't even need it. Like, for instance, I'm wondering how many people in the chat know that once they made it illegal for them to continue to bring over slaves, they started creating breeding farms. That's where the whole term motherfucker comes from, because they used to blindfold them and literally make them fuck their own mothers. Did we hear that in school? No, we don't. And they're not going to bring up those kind of things. They're not going to bring up that slavery with the British and Irish descendants in America was very brutal. But slavery, which the French had in the area that later became the Louisiana Purchase and part of America, that they literally would send some of their slaves off to France to be formally educated. That slaves literally had like side jobs and businesses allowed to make money, and some of them literally married white women. But you don't learn any of that stuff. That's the reason why people decided to come up with CRT, because they know they're not learning anything. People don't realize that a lot of the science for gynecology happened because of their experimenting on pregnant black women. That they literally cut the babies out and would stomp them on the ground. People don't know that. And that's why they say, well, we'll teach them about slavery. Well, what are you going to teach? Are you going to teach them every nation that was involved? Like, some people will say, well, my family didn't have anything to do with slavery. We didn't get here till 100 years ago. We came from Denmark. Well, you do realize that the Dutch were rounding up a lot of the slaves and transporting them, whether they stayed in America or not. You realize that maybe this town over here were the ones who were building the ships for the slavery. This town over here were building the iron for the chains. These people over here were the banks, which it was traded for. These people over here were running the textiles where they were getting the cotton. None of that stuff's talked about. Dude, how many people know that they were still taking slaves out of the Americas, Native Americans, and taking them to all kind of parts all over Europe and into Africa for slaves?
If they would make it.
Much. Yeah, I mean, well, after they figured out the first part, they eventually start finding ways to get them more and more over safely, alive. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
But
because a lot of them weren't built for that trip.
I mean, does people know that, like, for instance, I'll hear people who are Native and kind of have almost a little bit of a side eye towards Latinos because they feel like, well, you didn't keep your Native customs. Well, you might have been able to, your ancestors might have been able to stay on reservations and live separate, whereas their tribe might have gotten taken over and they were forced into boarding schools, or they were forced to Europe as slaves and had to go through basically reprogramming, forcing them into being Catholics. And then they brought them back to the States after their history of self was completely stripped away. There's so much that's not taught about slavery. That's the reason why people come up with stuff like critical race theory. I mean, how many people out there know about gator bait? That they literally used to take slave babies and throw them out in the Everglades to catch alligators. I guarantee you a lot of people don't know that stuff. And that's the stuff that these people who think, oh, well, we're going to teach the history. No, you're not, because you guys have never been teaching the history. See, Ruby says here, slavery, segregation, and all of it must be taught in history class. It's a must. When I was in school, they show videos of people being sprayed with fire hoses, attacked by dogs. That's important. If you don't teach this stuff, it doesn't teach compassion for other people to understand why people are in the straits they're in. And if you don't have that compassion, you turn into people who are like these Republican mentalities on, well, they're fine. They don't need assistance. They don't need help. They don't need programs for their schools. They don't need this. They don't need that, because you don't understand why they're in the circumstances they're in. See, Dems are branded as a big tent party. They pander to every group, but serve none except for corporate donors. I mean, just like I was trying to tell somebody I work with, I have more problem with Democrats than Republicans, because Republicans tell me right off the bat, I'm not doing shit for you. While Democrats pretend they're going to do shit for you and then don't do anything for you. Libs love CRT until you talk about, oh yeah, oh sorry, I'm just getting caught up on the comments. The whites are disillusioned about blacks and brown culture. And if it was truly taught, our relationships would be completely different. Exactly. That's the whole point. Baba, you got it completely. If the history was taught properly, then you can repair the wounds. If you go to Germany, Germany tells you about Adolf Hitler and they talk about the history. That's how you're able to get past it. But America never wants to acknowledge anything wrong that they do, whether it's all the way back to slavery, whether it's the over 400 contracts which they broke with the Native Americans. Over 400. They said, okay, this is your land, perfectly fine, we're not going to mess with it. And then literally ran in and then killed those people anyway, and then took the land after they made a treaty. There are things about CRT I like, and things about it I find questionable if what I hear is true. Well, I mean, I'm just going into overall just history, what is being taught. CRT itself, it all depends on how it's being taught and how they're using it. You know, if you're using it to literally say, my goal is just to make you feel embarrassed, that's not useful or fruitful. He was Jewish, Mad Marxist. That's what I would say. He's Jewish. He was Jewish. That's the reason why he knew this land. And, you know, you start going in the second address. Yeah, but, you know, I'll leave that alone for those who don't understand what I'm talking about. Spanish and French territories also had different slave laws. Yes, all the European nations had different slave laws. The French were more, they were more lenient in the States, but on like the island of Haiti, they were far more brutal. St. Croix, they were far more brutal. So it all depends on where you are at. A lot of people don't talk about how a lot of the pirates ships were freed slaves or runaway slaves. Some of these ships were literally like 60%, you know, runaway slaves. That's not talked about. You just get to think about, you know, Johnny Depp as the pirates. Dutch East India Company.
No, it was good. And that was the only problem.
And I'm sorry, trying to get caught up with all the comments here. Black Earth Rising was a good series. Granted, it's Netflix. I have to check that out. Oh yeah, if you guys have any suggestions on any shows that I probably should watch on Netflix or whatever, let me know. I'm trying to find something new to watch so I can get my mind away from all this studying. Ruby Krill says, oh my goodness, Marcus, where do you find out about them feeding babies together? This is insane. There's photos of it.
There's postcards with it on there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just giving you like a little bit. I could even go deeper. There's so much that they don't teach. Baba says, fucking pale faces had a huge head start, and that's infuriating to me. You push people down, then point fingers at them too. Fuck out of here. That's the problem with the society we're dealing with. I mean, if you happen to be from the people who had a head start, okay, it is what it is. You can't go back and undo whatever your forefathers did. But if we can't acknowledge it, we can't deal with anything. And that's the problem. People feel like if they acknowledge it, then they're damned for acknowledging it. No, we just try. I mean, yeah, from a secular term, if you're secularly trying to fix things, you gotta identify the problem first. Identify the whole problem. You can't just put your head in the sand. Yeah, Standing Bear. That's a good one to look up. Oh yeah, but America was doing it for democracy. Truth Stream has a good video. Jack, you gotta remind me that what I'm gonna start doing, Jack. I'm just gonna literally just start sending you the links regardless, and just ahead of time, whether I ask you or not, I'm just gonna put it there so you can come in whenever you like. Representatives have no shame, so you think they'd be okay with keeping CRT? Well, what it is they only want to use CRT if they can use it for an advantage. Like a lot of these people who were talking about, I'm just trying to make sure that there's not CRT in the schools or whatever. I'm like, for one, they're mostly only teaching this on a collegiate level. So it's not even the issue that a lot of these Republicans are trying to make it out to be. It's just they know that they can get some of these white parents up in arms and scared, so they use it. Rustler Rhapsody is too funny. I'll check that out. I keep seeing Exterminate the Brutes on there, but I just haven't watched it yet. So I'm definitely gonna have to check it out since you mentioned it. Yeah. All right, so good. I'm caught up with all the comments. Yeah, because I love to have Jack in here. Jack is so knowledgeable on so many different things. Actually, Jack, we're about to talk about CERN. Do you want to hop in? Let me know, and I'll send it to you. Because, oh man, I would love to hear Jack's thoughts on some of this CERN stuff. Because I think let's see, we went into Hunter Biden, the crack smoking. We went into, Jill. Okay, we talked about. I think it was. Let me see. Let me check my stories. See if there's any of them that I wanted to. Because some of these stories I skipped over because they had to do with the Biden. My rundown. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I got to show this video. I gotta show this one. This I feel like. So yeah, yep. Come on, do what you need to do. Come on. You're playing with me. But this was just funny to me because I've been talking to people about this for I don't know how long now, and then when I mention, and now when the stuff's coming up, everybody's kind of like, oh yeah, but of course that's kind of obvious at this point. And I'm like, but if you've been dealing with the political matrix, we've been talking about this for a while. Even when my co-hosts were like, nah, Marcus, you're bugging. You were tripping. Actually, dang, that's not the right one. Hold on, let me find it. Let's find it. But I don't know if you guys have seen it yet about that PSA in New York and California. Chris, how long have I been talking about this?
Quite some time.
I've been talking about this for what, a year now? Year and a half? Long before Russia was making threats, long before China had the supersonic missile. How's my jaw doing? It's doing better. I still got a lot of swelling on this side. The extraction points feel fine. It's the cut on the inside of my jaw. So yeah, actually, you know what, Jack, I'm gonna go ahead and send it to you anyway while I pull up this clip, because I would love to have you in here for this Cern portion. And I mean, I've always kind of been fascinated and studied it and didn't quite entirely understand everything about it, but I feel like I have a better grasp of it and have some theories, some interesting theories that I could bring up regarding it.
So there's been a nuclear attack. Don't ask me how or why, just know that the big one has hit, okay? So what do?
There's no specific threat. There's no overarching reason why this is the time we sent this out. It's just one tool in the toolbox to be prepared in the 21st century for emergencies. This is a scenario that people do not feel very confident or prepared for. And so, you know, we wanted to meet that need.
Step 1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows.
The world is not getting less complicated. I don't know if there's ever the perfect moment to talk about nuclear preparedness, but this is not directly tied to anything happening in Russia or any other part of the world. You know, TV, the movies can take a lot of liberties, and you know, we don't know. First of all, again, we don't expect this to happen, but you know, we don't know what anything would look like, and so you know, people need those tools. I think for some people, you know, it's scary, and we understand that, but you know, other people have thanked us that we are broaching this topic that really you never want to have to talk or think about.
I mean,
What
again,
happened to the volume? What did I do? Somehow. Oh, that's right. I'm looking at Rockfin. I just noticed that look, I know black people got Dave Chappelle, but let's stop sharing that real quick. But I just realized I've been slack on Rockfin, so let me hop over there and give a little love. I see Denver Attaway has hopped in here, says, hey Marcus, hey Cy, Ashy Larry.
Hold on, guys.
Says
Larry, what up?
Day, and it says it kind of suggests that these people are as out sorry, getting a little tongue tied there. These people are as out of touch racists have ever been, thinly veiled with a smile and false enthusiasm. Yes, exactly. And he put exactly side. Oh, gave us a super ray. Thank you, sir. Says Cern, as it is related to chemtrails and cloud seeding. I'm gonna have to pull this up. Thank you, Denver Attaway. And so I'm just giving a second to give me 1 second. I am sending the link to Jack. All right, cool. It is there, Jack. And let me click on this one and bring this up. So yeah, I want to start with Denver. Just sent me something, so I'm gonna go into it. Oh, say boop 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 boop. Let me get back on some of these comments. Says oh, I guess I can put my cam back on. Oh, let me change that. Actually, let me change that to something that's more fitting. I use this for this background on Hebrew apologetics when I was talking about something. So feel this is fitting. Fitting background to talk about.
That's right, the Trez.
So what do you say? Oh, I said, be well, Sinead. Did Sinead leave? Oh, sorry. I guess I didn't notice Sinead leave. There, brother is. What's up, Jack?
Jack, what's going on, man?
Man, skip too far ahead, but when we get to Cern, I've got something to add on the what they're doing with Shiva because it's just gross.
Don't tell them about Shiva yet. Don't get to it. I know you would know this. I'm like, this is definitely all up in Jack's wheelhouse. Matt Marxist says calling on full shutdown of Cern. If France, Switzerland fail to comply, the area will be nuked. It won't happen. I'm gonna tell you why that will not happen. Because this is something that is definitely elite, controlled, and motivated, and we'll go into it a little bit more. But yeah, I will keep that in mind and come back to that comment. Remember the revival.
I mean, it just reminds me of this is like the 21st. It's like the 21st century version of having like our parents' generation crawl under desks during the height of the
duck and cover
Russia scare.
This is duck and cover. That's what it was called.
Yeah, nailed it, dude.
Well, they tried to say, like, the lady's trying to say, oh, well, this is just like, it's not random. No, this is according to protocol. You guys always have to try to, lower the threshold. Don't nobody worry. This isn't nowhere. This is just coming, but because we decided to do it. No. In my 40
and the guy with the nuclear bomb behind him.
I've never heard. Yeah, exactly. I've never heard anybody do a PSA about nukes. Never.
Exactly.
And I worked in a weapons field. I used to, and in fact, even after getting out of the military, being in the weapons field, I still would study up on the weapons that are going on. And when they went into the 4G weapons and the 5G, now they're talking about the 6G, which I'm talking about generation. I'm talking about 5th generation, 6th generation.
Yeah.
And if you guys have seen, was it Top Gun Maverick, the newest one? They show some of those capabilities with the 5G plane, which they use in there, which pretty badass scene. I'll just leave it at that. But
I mean, the thing is though, and like Marcus' thing with that, and you probably know more than this than I do, is that like, and I always try to make this point to people, is they're like, well, look at all the money that the United States spends on technology. And it's like, yeah, but think of how much of that is just laundered and being just gone to slush funds. And look at Iran Contra, and I'm not going to go into too much detail on that. But what I'm getting at is that, and again, this is, I don't have the actual specs on this, but what Russia would do is they would send in either a fast low flying jet or a jet with scrambling technology, like just something to scramble our shit, because our shit is. I don't know if you guys heard this. There's a scandal where the Pentagon apparently bought and equipped jets with counterfeit Chinese parts that have defects. And my mind immediately goes to, okay, they had defects. First off, Marcus, and you probably know more than I do, but for those parts to get installed, that's a lot of shit that got bypassed when it comes to control, all that shit. But the fact that they're on there and that they've got to now retrofit because they found a capability for disablement of those chips, it's just insane. Like the amount of electronic war. Yeah.
There's literally a term called fraud, waste, and abuse for a reason, because there's a lot of that going on. When they do these government contracts, it's normally who's connected, who gets the contract. So that doesn't mean that we're getting the best technology company. And it doesn't mean, so like, for instance, if they decide, okay, we're doing this, Raytheon's getting the deal on this. You don't say, well, Boeing has this, Boeing actually has a similar version of this, and Boeing's is far better. That's not, once you have the government contract, they only use that. And so you only get the capabilities of whichever company you do the business with. So if, perfect example, because this has probably been the most brazen, you go back to the Bush era with Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney literally was a Halliburton. Halliburton.
He was on the board of KBR. Yep.
Yes.
And then the
Kellogg Brown and Rowe.
The one and also like the $100 6 packs of Coke or some shit. And like $50 toilet paper, like just like they were just running out all the money they could. There's a great documentary. Actually, Kyle Kulinski mentioned it once, but it was Iraq.
Back when he used to do good work.
Yeah.
I remember
it's a great documentary. Yeah.
But this is what happens, and so since there's so much corruption. I mean, think about it. It's the same thing what you see in the pharmaceutical industry. When somebody is like, oh, for insulin, they need to charge this crazy amount. It's the same thing going on also. They sell stuff all the time to the military, and all of it doesn't even work properly. I mean, if you guys want to see a perfect example of that, look up the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. That took decades for them to get that shit straightened out to now. And so those people will be thinking, oh, well, America just has they're the best and they just have the best weaponry.
How many test pilots died in that? Like, if I recall, isn't that an insanely large number where they normally shut down programs?
I want to say it was close to, what was it? I think it was around like 50 or 60.
Yeah, I was going to say it was absurdly high.
And they normally, if they have maybe 2, 3, that's kind of like, ooh, that's kind of high. They had like 50 die, with this plane. And there was just so many problems that they were having with this thing. It was supposed to have vertical takeoff. That ended up getting scrapped. And so because of the cronyism that's happened within the weapons industry, there's so much cronyism that you're not getting the best technology anyway. And so do we have a lot of old stuff that work pretty well? Yeah. But what's happening is a lot of these other militaries have started catching up because they're working for what is the best, most effective thing, not
and because
just
their budgets are less. So their
budgets are less because they're not inflated like ours.
Exactly. And that's kind of the point is that, the Russian military budget is what, 40 to 50 billion, and ours is like insane. It's essentially like the aid package we sent to Ukraine, which not even go to Ukraine. It was literally a slush fund. Go read Shadow Banned Refugees, amazing article on that, because he uncovers the entire legislative arts that went into that. But it's just absolutely absurd, because you're right, Mark. It's like it's almost like what's that saying that necessity is the mother
of all inventions.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I'm getting at, is that like we have all of the F-35, any of these jets, right? If you have an electronic capability to disable a device remotely from miles away, which from what I've been reading, the Russian military does, they just need to send a few jets to jam.
Well, people don't know that Russia, one of their strongest capability would be their remote I'm getting tongue-tied. EMPs. For those who don't know what that is, that's electromagnetic pulse. And so you put that out, it shuts down weapons. It shuts down power grids, period. Once it shuts down the power grid, you can't use circuit. Exactly.
Yeah, so anything that is and I've heard conflicting things about things even being powered off, that somehow it can, jump and, like different things like that. What I do know for sure, what I know from, just going off that information, because it's key. People don't understand, like an EMP goes off, an EMP blast above your city. That's everything. Your cell phone, dead. Anything that has an active power, I can almost guarantee you will be disabled during that. Yeah, and that's terrifying to think of.
I mean, literally everything. I mean, the lights are going off. I mean, all of your lights are going off. A lot of people don't realize their cars are going to shut off.
All the transformers and power poles that are carrying circuit, all those will probably pop. I don't know if they'll pop or just.
Well, they won't pop. They won't pop. They'll just power all the way down.
Oh, sorry. Not 100%. The secondary effects would be that if you had disparate power sources going over high voltage lines, that they would there would be some popping on the areas that didn't get hit as much, because they wouldn't be able to regulate the power effectively, right?
Well, yeah, it all depends on also how well your power grid is. So, like for instance, perfect example, like if it happened in Puerto Rico where there's problems with the power grid, you would have a lot of those overloads and popping issues. And
anywhere you have a single point of failure, yeah,
exactly, and that's what they do. As that shutdown starts to go throughout the whole entire grid, those things start getting found out. It's the same thing as if you were troubleshooting and you're trying to figure out why you're having a problem, and you find and trace it back to, oh, this fuse right here. Once I separate this fuse out, replace the fuse, and the whole thing is working again. But like somebody said in here, if a nuke hits honestly, I tell you this. I'm walking outside. I'm just going to walk outside. You want to know why? Because you're going to probably prefer to be dead.
I was just gonna say the people. There was a saying and I forgot it, but it was like the people that get taken by the initial blast are the more fortunate. There's
They're the
a
lucky
saying or a
ones.
proverb. Yeah,
Because what
they're not dealing
happens
with
is,
fallout and food and radiation and destruction.
well, yeah, you if you do survive it, if you don't have enough food supplies whatever bunker you're living down in, then you eventually could die of starvation. More than likely, if you're there with groups of people, more than likely, people's natural instinct for greed and fear, all that stuff's going to come in. So you're going to have people probably killing each other for the remaining supplies. Then you have the issue of, let's say that you survived the blast, but you were infected by the radiation. Now you're going to die of all kinds of different cancers in a very rapid pace.
And Marcus, isn't it true that even if you would and no one do this without doing the research, always do your own research, but if I recall, potassium iodine in particular, like if there's a blast, I think it's what, like 70.
But the problem with potassium iodide is you have to take it literally within an hour after being exposed. Yeah. And so the probability that you're just going to be walking around with it in your pocket and then going to take it right at that point in time. The problem is that's if you were working at like a nuclear reactor and there was some kind of a breach and
Those would be in, like,
you took it to
the
prevent
active
yourself.
containment kit.
Yeah, as a containment kit. In a situation like this, where your whole entire environment is completely, oversaturated in radiation, there's nowhere for you to go where you're going to be like, oh, well, if we just get over here and we're away from the radiation. No, it's going to be everywhere. And these nuclear bombs that the power that they are now, they literally would take out, like, say, for instance, it hit the West Coast. Let's say it hits roughly around, say, Idaho. It's that blast is literally going to be felt all the way across. And
I was going to say,
you're going to have burning all the way over into easily the other side of the central time zone, almost to the whole East Coast.
And that's the thing, even like the Smoky Mountains, the Rocky Mountains, the buffer around Colorado, even that is probably not going to be enough because you're talking atmospheric and essentially the effects of the mushroom cloud. Like, you got to realize mushroom cloud.
You're talking about acid rain.
Way high. Yeah, well, and even worse. But that's the thing, is that you hit on something key, and that's that it's going to fuck up the water tables even more than fracking and even more than all this other shit. So even if you do survive, your chances of not getting, and first off, your chances of always having the amount of potassium iodide to prevent overload of, your own like system, so that the radiation doesn't get in and, to do that, you're not going to be able to have that. And second off, the food's going to be contaminated right away.
Yep.
And then the fallout and secondary and tertiary effects are going to be insane.
And I like how they try to make it like,
it's going to be, you're looking at the Walking Dead or I Am Legend. That's what it's going to look like.
Yeah, you're literally looking at I Am Legend, Book of Eli type scenarios.
Yeah,
Mad Max, and that would be if you were able to survive for a couple of years,
long enough, correct,
to let the so that's literally like living in bunkers for like 4 years until you're able to come up and even I'm talking about, you would still have to be walking around with full suits on after that 4 years.
I was going to say that was my only beef with the Mad Max Thunderdome, was the fact that like when they were out in the wastelands, they didn't have hazmat suits or like any kind of protection, right?
Oh, yeah.
But again, maybe that was years after the effect. So
I mean, think about it like this: the people who were trying to dig, like with Chernobyl, the people who were trying to dig out, the areas around Chernobyl, they weren't even at the exact site. Those people died, like 2 years later, 3 years later, from all the radioactive material, and died horrible deaths. And so
well,
we're
and that
talking
and
about
the gamma
fast.
burst, like immediately, the gamma, like for people understand, and Sparky knows, there's others that have talked on this way better than I can, but gamma radiation, the pain about that, or the biggest thing that is a concern is that it penetrates everything. So skin, clothes, buildings, all of that. But that blast, that initial gamma blast, that's going to be your first effect. But what we're talking about here is also the secondary effects, which, this is the thing, is I always feel like tell people the facts and then let them make an informed decision without the kind of fear porn, like Myrtle the Turtle, duck and cover bullshit. But that's the thing, is the fact is the fallout.
Well, that's the reason why this is so dangerous.
All we have to
these
do,
people are talking about.
And although it may not have been nuclear in nature, but just look what they did to Laos, in the 60s. I mean, and to Cambodia.
From Laos and Cambodia,
in Thailand. Just look at the results. Just look what they did with the chemicals. Just look at the population there. They have a high rate of, deformities, et cetera, et cetera. So we know what would happen in the event.
Well, you can look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There's still people who have deformities from that up until now. I mean,
Absolutely, and that's the tragedy of it. And also we've spoken on this before, but like, not only was it not justified to do that, but the firebombing campaign alone was already fucking insane. The amount of death and destruction that was bringing on civilians, by the way. Like this is like the whole thing that kind of floors me, is that of course, if you read the Empire Education, it goes, it was justified because otherwise we would have lost all these soldiers. No, you really think that they would have just stopped the firebombing campaign, the reign of the terror that they were already bringing? No, they just keep doing that. It'd just be a different kind of death. So, but not only that, it's also, you hear the justification. Well, the primary target was a torpedo factory, but because of the cloud obscured the bomber view, and I'm like, you motherfuckers put a secondary target. Yeah. So, well, and that's the thing. It like detonated near, technically in an area, I think it was the Mitsubishi thing, sub plant. I could be wrong, but that's the thing. It's an atomic bomb. It's taking out the whole fucking city.
Yeah.
And that's why tactical nuke is the biggest oxymoron on the fucking planet.
There's no such thing as a tactical nuke.
Correct.
That's
right?
a ridiculous
Not
statement.
at all.
That's the reason why when I'm listening to these reporters, I'm like, either you guys, I look at it, you guys are the most dangerous.
I guess
they're
I guess the reason why they would, I guess the distinction to me, the one I made up for myself, is that maybe the blast radius is less.
Yeah, but even if the blast radius is less, you still have the fallout.
No, of course.
Not even that,
but
but
I'm
the
just saying
second
that's
that goes
why
off.
As to why they said it. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's whether it's a tactical nuke or a regular one, it's still gonna.
My fear is that. Oh, 100%, Chris, and you hit on something too, and that it reminded me of this, and that's that, my biggest concern are, go watch Dr. Strangelove when they talk about the Doomsday device, because everyone knows that not everyone knows, but it should be more well known that Stanley Kubrick directly worked with the military on a lot of these projects. I think Space Odyssey, he was working with NASA or some shit, but what they laid out in there was kind of key, because we need to look at that as there's likely an AI dead man trigger, and the second one nuke goes off the region.
Remind me off cam. I do want to talk to you more about that Stanley Kubrick stuff. I got a question for you here from Science. He says, "Have you read or watched The Mouse That Roared?" I haven't. Have you read it? I'll have to make sure to look into that, Science. But trying to get caught up on some of these comments in there, because we throw a whole lot at them very, very fast on that subject. Yes, they will set up an EMP first to decapitate everything military, and then 20 minutes later nuke. Exactly. That is what Russia is planning on doing. That's why they keep telling you, like, hey, y'all better chill the fuck out, or else. In the U.S., it's still just, man, whatever. Y'all ain't gonna.
And then
do
the media
shit.
goes
Y'all ain't
along.
gonna do shit.
Yeah,
well,
and that's the thing. Yeah,
because the media literally has it in their head that the United States is untouchable. And this is the danger of when you have not been a war on your soil. You don't at all ever think anything could actually happen to you. You don't think things can get bad. I mean, I guarantee you, in all these countries where they've had violent revolutions, they never thought shit can happen until it happened. And I mean, when you talk reckless like this, you are opening yourself up to the dangers of these possibilities. I mean, that's the reason why. I don't know. Do you see it with General Milley? When General Milley was like, you normally don't see generals get scared. He was scared when China literally, their supersonic missile literally went all the way around the world and hit a target back in China, which means that if they want to hit LA, they want to hit Chicago, they want to hit New York, they can hit any point of the US. They have the capability to do that now. That's the reason why when people start saying, well, you know, China's or they make a comment like the elites, because here's the one thing, and me and Chris, we talked about this before. We're gonna have to do a thing and kind of explain out the politics of the elites, because everybody has this impression that the elites are always on board together with everything, and it's not so. They think all of this WEF and Davos and Bilderberg stuff, they're all on the same page.
That's the overt face of what the agendas are.
Well, what it is as far as the West is all on the same page, but everybody is not the West. And I get it. We live in the West, so we view it from that vantage point. I mean, it's hard for people to understand. Like for instance, if you in sports, give a perfect example. There was a time when, you know, the Patriots were dominant over everybody else. You think all the other teams like being under the thumb of the Patriots? No. And
course
it's the same thing with it's the same thing with these other nations. They don't want to continue to be under thumb of the West. They're not getting, it's not like they're getting an equal say and they're being equally compensated and everything's working out smoothly. It's not. They're having to be subservient. And nobody would want to continuously be subservient. And if they see their opportunity, i.e. the United States getting weaker and weaker and weaker and losing more partnerships, and even the allies of the U.S. are getting weaker. See, we focus on the U.S. is dropping. We don't focus on all the Western powers are getting weaker right now, while all the Eastern powers are getting stronger. I mean, had you thought of it that way before, Jack?
I mean, it fascinates me to this day that, you know, we've kind of like as a society, the really like a lot of this stuff, if you have a mindset of spirituality or a mindset of God consciousness, or it just that kind of thing that you can draw power from. And hey, look, you know, I'm former atheist, so I understand if people like if that. It's not so much that you have to be.
That's why they think that way.
Yeah, it's literally, it's how does it make you a better person with what you do with your practice? That's the way I look at it. And if it makes you a better person, then I'd say keep doing it. But it's almost like in not kind of really holding that up to the level that it should be. We see what you're talking about, and that's that we've now in a situation to where we're actively looking at a potentiality for a massive world-ending event, and our media will probably be laughing all the way until the shit detonates. And that's
they are going to be. They are going to be that movie. And I honestly advise people to watch that movie just for context and just substitute out asteroid coming for the world with nuclear attack coming. That's how, I mean, and not even to the whole world.
Or the Montechusans in Fifth Element.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's pull this up, Jack. Oh, and I gotta remember, Choosy, remind me. I didn't forget about that story that you sent me. I do have it pulled up, so just remind me to bring it up after we get into this.
Yeah, and that's actually so. We actually were able to tie in a Cern reference in the article that Shadow and I wrote. So yeah, that's why I was able to source that real quick.
Let's see, what is it doing there? Shush. Yes.
There you go. That thing took. I don't know what we're gonna call him, but.
Well,
I mean, the weeds going on, man.
I feel like hold on a second before we get into this. Let's explain everything out for everyone.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, let's give them some context so they can, because one thing the media has done a really good job at doing is not explaining anything about any of this. And we're just like, yeah, Cern, that's that thing over there. Yeah, whatever. Let me pull this up real quick so I can give you guys just a little bit of background info, because the background info is important also. There's so much that needs to be talked about that's not talked about. And so I figured, you know, there's a lot of different media stuff going on, but none of it is since CERN is actually in the news right now, it's pertinent actually for us to go all the way in on it. CERN is where is it at? There it is. Conseil Européen pour la Recherche Nucléaire, which that translates to Council European Research Nuclear. So this is a nuclear research facility. Okay, got that part right. That's so when we're talking about CERN, CERN is actually the organization. What everybody thinks CERN is what we showed right here on the screen. This Hadron Collider. Everybody thinks that's CERN. No, this is what CERN is operating. This is the research that's coming from CERN. CERN is an organizational body which is formed out of between France and was it Switzerland? Yes. Now, let's think of another thing. Let's put all this context in mind. I want everybody to think about all these things. What else is significant about Switzerland? Does everybody know? Does anybody know? Anybody got any clues? What else is significant about Switzerland? There's two big things.
Switzerland?
It's
you can keep all your
country.
Sorry, both of you guys said it at the same time. What'd you say? What'd you say, Chris?
You were asking about
what's significant about Switzerland?
Oh, because they can hide every fucking thing that they want. All the transactions, all the quote unquote donations they receive for all that shit.
That's one part.
It all gets
yes.
It all gets hidden there, so you never know. So you never know anything.
That's one part. And Jack, I think you were saying the other part.
Oh, what else, they have the appearance of being a neutral arbiter nation, so to speak. Like
that's two strong ones.
Even though when you look at it and you realize that it's kind of like the no man's land for espionage, spycraft, money laundering. Every white collar crime under the sun takes place in Switzerland.
Exactly.
Which also deals with why they have stringent data privacy laws.
Here's another one.
Correct.
Ties with the Vatican. Exactly, Atris. Exactly. But yes, and that's a fun fact. Also, Switzerland, effing expensive to travel because they don't want you going there. That's part of it. The chocolate. That's another thing. So another thing. You guys all brought up great points. We were just talking about this not too long ago with Franco. You guys remember? What else is there? Come on, you guys know it.
Davos.
And this is also where a lot of the Bilderberg stuff was first started out from. You guys starting to see where I'm going with all this stuff? A lot of the people who make a lot of the major moves that go on in the world are operating out of this area. For those also who don't know, on this project, as far as CERN, you literally have scientists from every single part of the world. Now, this is where some people think, oh, well, you know, see, that's proof that these countries are all in it together. These scientists are about themselves. They don't really give a shit about what their government is doing. When you're so big on a science project that it basically almost becomes a religion for you, you don't really care about sovereignty and all that stuff. So that's the first point. I want people to detach that thinking from, because they see this, that, you know, oh, well, this means they're all on board. No, they're all on board for something else. And what they're all on board for is for this nuclear program that they are working on. Keep in mind, this is a nuclear program. I know they talk about the God particle, and they start talking about possibility of opening
I think
portals.
that shit's a red herring. Or not the portal part, though.
I believe that they gotta give you
a narrative.
They gotta give you a narrative. And so what they're doing is, so they don't have to explain what their proposed narrative is, they throw out multiple narratives.
And that way they get people debating about which one's true and which one's really going on. It's the classic divide and conquer, controlled opposition type shit.
Exactly. Give you a controlled narrative. Let you guys argue about these controlled narratives, so you never focused on what the actual narrative is. There you go, Mr. Streets. There you go. The same founders of Cern created the World Wide Web. A lot of people don't know that. Yes, the internet was created out of the same people who created Cern. Now, a little history about Cern. When did Cern get together?
Is it 85?
It have to be like, I'd say like World War II.
Exactly, Chris.
Oh,
CERN formed up after World War II. And first started getting into operation, I believe it was like 1952. Let me give you exact.
That was
54.
That was a great reset.
54 is when they actually came together.
Yeah, so basically, not too long after the end of the war.
There's another thing about Switzerland that I think we all probably missed. You remember a while back when there was that another controlled op type release of supposedly the story goes, then all the media reported on it that this guy had Hunter Biden laptop shit, and that he sent it to Dropboxes internationally around the world, secure Dropboxes, just like WikiLeaks, groups like that were using. And what happened was the Switzerland one was the only one where it remained up essentially online. That they essentially it wasn't taken down. So that's why that guy apparently went there. But I honestly think it's more towards they're steering the narrative there. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, it was more like now someone's thinking that, and they, in all honesty, they may have a little bit more of a chance if they went through Switzerland, specifically because of the data privacy we talked about earlier. But you come to think about that doesn't count into the effect of if one of these major groups wants something, do you think they're not going to get it in Switzerland? I mean, it may be a no man's land and be frowned on, but think of that scene in John Wick, like where you have the hotel and someone violates the rules. That's how I figured. That's probably like Switzerland.
And I believe they literally call it Switzerland too. No,
I think you're right, dude.
I think they do refer to it as Switzerland. Like somebody referred to a nickname as Switzerland.
You're right. No, you're right. Like it cracked me up because I didn't even put that together.
And this is why. It's a place that's set up for, and that's the reason why it's so expensive also. Because they don't want you to be able to come there freely. They don't want you feeling comfortable hanging out in Switzerland. And it's like if you try to go to, and I noticed Reality Revolution has popped in the building. Glad to see you here. Yes, it is a place for international criminals. Matt Marks says Bank of International Settlements, often referred to as the central bank of central banks, is in Switzerland. Yes. People always focus on
the bank. Look, and plus, Marcus, and they choose Switzerland because they want to stay close to their money.
Yes. Well, because boarding a plane to Turks and Caicos is a little pricey, but it's still probably equally expensive. But at the same time, like they have to at least pay lip service to the people who live on that island. And I'm just saying, like some of these elites are a little racist.
Oh, a little? Well, that's where a lot of this stuff,
I was being diplomatic.
That's where a lot of this stuff formulates from. That's where a lot of these racist policies come from. That's the reason why there's such a narrative having to do with so much racism, because these people are pushing it, and they have been pushing it. I'm trying to remember the Rothschilds when his sons created the banks. Do you remember the cities that they were in?
Oh, I used to know. Wasn't one in the Middle East and then another in Europe and then England?
They were all pretty much in Europe. I'm trying to look it up so I have it for an exact. I know one was in I believe one was right next to the Vatican, I believe, like Milan, which that's not very far. Oh, wait a minute. Frankfurt, what was it? One in Italy, one in Germany, one in the UK.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could have sworn not necessarily England, but the British area, because you've got the Bank of London.
I'm trying to pull it up. Yes, Bank of London was one. I'm trying to pull it up so I can. There we go. Sons only established Paris, Vienna, Naples, Sicily, and Frankfurt. Now, Paris and Vienna. I'm just think about it. The location to where these are. How far would you say Switzerland is?
666 miles. I'm gonna just drop on the floor.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked that up. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. But look, I'll leave for somebody else out there to do the research and look that up. But the banking and stuff like that has been moved into those types of areas for that kind of safekeeping. Yeah, Al Gore, LOL. Yeah, Al Gore says he created. What Al Gore actually did was he just happened to be the errand boy for, for getting it into what would that be? Into DARPA. So he's just a government contact who had a hand on it, but he didn't create anything.
Yeah, so he may have been part of the legislative process, but again, like Shadow and I covered, this shit's all bullshit and just laundering of the narrative anyway. But most of the, again, I'm not sure who all knows this, but the internet was originally called ARPANET. It was a inter-university link of high-speed lines for the time between all these data centers, because they needed essentially to get things talking to each other. Like we have home networks now, but that was like a novel thing back then, and it was created essentially funded through that. Marcus, our generation, or probably like around like ours, probably is like I would call like the AOL generation, because we all know what dial-up sounds like. We all know like if you were on the line and then a sibling was, they couldn't use the phone and shit. Like so like when we see people complain about problems like with the internet today, it's like, oh, this page won't load. Motherfucker, pages used to load in segments. Like you would get a top line, another line, and then if your connection went down, you got to refresh that shit. That could take a few minutes.
But this was Streets here says the interesting thing is how Switzerland will handle the new digital currency coming out. You can't hide your money.
Oh,
that's part of it, and that's going to go into everything being on.
Yeah, Street. You could bet they're gonna hide that shit because they're gonna be the one controlling the ledger.
And
that's what I was going to, Chris. I was just going to say that. So technically, it's not that they control. It's not that they would technically control what can go on the ledger, but what they will do is they'll use the projects they villainize, like Monero and like things that have privacy. You can go on. You can see different cash flows and what you can measure on exchanges to look at the fact that like when people talk about money laundering, it cracks me up because like most of that shit is white collar. To the extreme.
All of it is white collar.
Yeah, and again, like I think that's the better way to phrase it, because it really is the truth. Like when you look at so if anyone's seen Armstrong Economics, we've talked about it on this before, but he created a program. That's all he did. Dead ass, all he did was he looked at cash flows going in and out of countries before geopolitical events, and it matched. Like his systems were coming back saying that there'd be an overthrow of some government in 8 days. 8 days later, that happens. Now, this is the thing though, is that he thought that the shit was wrong, and that was the first sign that I was like, okay, maybe this guy's a little legit on what he's saying, for sure. Because what he made the point was that he started slowly realizing by the questions he was being asked by nation states, like the heads of these like areas and wealthy investors, is that there was foreknowledge on these events. So his machine, all it was doing was it was exposing the foreknowledge plans that were already going in place. Because it makes sense. Think about it. If someone's about to bomb a nation, their funds, why would the banks there, they can't get the money. Like they have to get all of the cash flow, all of the resources, and then all the hard assets, which takes months and has lead times. Like look at like the opposite of what they do is what you would see in Afghanistan, where the whole thing was fucked up. But like that's what I'm saying. They plan that shit out. So it's fascinating. Like it really is. Like if you just kind of look at it a little bit, like how insane all of this is when it really involves currency. It's really about currency.
I want to throw a shout out over on Rockfan to Copeland Morris, who has joined us as Switzerland global patent leader. That's another thing to keep in mind. Let me share this comment too from Denver. It says, and Cern will be somehow connected to the functionality of the blockchain. I don't know how yet, but seeing Cern's history in setting speed records and how it amounts to the huge use of global available bandwidth, there's something there in my opinion. Well, yeah, Denver. Jack will break it down for you. He knows how.
So this is just a speculation of mine, but I think that analysis is 100% spot on, because when you look at, so there's already technology, like people are talking about quantum resistant ledgers. Now there's a coin called QRL, quantum resistant ledger. Not to go too much into it, but once quantum computers become more mainstream, it's going to break elliptic curve encryption, just meaning like when you go to your bank website, that connection is using this technology that's going to be broken by quantum computers. So they're already looking at blockchains that they're going to supposedly have quantum resistant. Now, if you need something quantum resistant, what do you need? You need to study the actual nature of quantum particles. Now, what does CERN do?
Mm-hmm. It studies quantum particles. And
like
suppose
it's colliding them, which is even more insane to me.
Well, they say so. Now we've gotten caught up with the framing. You know, the things we want you guys to keep in mind when we're talking about CERN. CERN just popped back online, and pretty much almost every scientist that you will talk to with CERN will tell you that they're an atheist. I'm willing to basically, I would put 1,000 down that every single scientist in there you talk to, they are going to say they're an atheist. Now, I know Choozy's thinking it's all about Jesuits. Well, you're focusing on a small portion. Jesuits they do have their infiltration, but a lot of this isn't having to do with the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church is a minion to the families. The families are the ones you got to focus on, not so much the Jesuit order. They're just another part of the tools. Just like Masons are a part of the tools, CEOs, the stuff at Davos, all of these are tools which these elite families are running. And they're the ones who have, they have the technology, the money, all of this stuff all concentrated through Switzerland. And there's a couple of theories. This is what they say that they're doing. They say that they are. Oh, that's right. Let me put Jack's. Let me put that up on the screen, Jack. Where was it? Oh, that's right. I already have it pulled up. Let me just switch to. Where's that? So they say what they're doing is they're trying to look for God particle, which that should already, by their own wording, be something of concern. That they're literally trying to basically, on a so-called small scale, recreate the Big Bang. This is the thinking, or this is what they're telling the media, and this is what people are accepting. Okay. This is what they say that they're trying to do. But for one, the Big Bang is literally a theory. So for any of those people who are like, oh, well, religion is BS, I don't believe in that. Big Bang is a theory also. All of these are all theories. Another thing you have to think of is if anything ever goes wrong with it, they're literally dealing with nuclear equipment. Now, did we just talk about Chernobyl before this? Did we not talk about nuclear explosions? My theory, possibility that these guys literally think that they can create, because I don't believe that they're trying to open portals. Although, if you talk to people in the Christian faith, because I know you guys are not into this this network, they literally believe that these people are trying to open a gateway for the Antichrist to come through. Now, do I believe that's what they're doing? No. Do I believe in their whole understanding of the Antichrist and all that? No. I think it's a little bit bugged out. What I do believe that they're doing is these people might believe that they can create, well, this is one theory that I would say. Like I got the Back to the Future t-shirt on today. These people might be trying to create time travel or something like that. They might believe that that's possible. That's one possibility. Two, they are trying to make a massive weapon. Massive weapon for what? I'll let everybody else speculate. But that's what I believe. They are basically creating a weapon, whether it's for time travel, whether it's for that. They're making a weapon. I wonder, Chris, I'll toss it over to you. What are your thoughts? What do you think that they're trying to do with CERN? Because obviously we've already tied in that it's the elites, the wealthiest, they have all this stuff going on. So what do you, or it could just be some kind of massive surveillance system to be that they're preparing to be able to keep everybody under thumb. So I don't know. What are your thoughts, sir?
Or it could just be like something fake altogether, right? like they just playing around. No, I mean, I'm just being sarcastic. I'm just being sarcastic when I say that, but no, they've dumped a lot of money into this project.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of money into this.
Yeah, the United States is, I think, the biggest contributor to it, but
and there's 23 countries, by the way, who are involved in this,
and they've collected, I mean, billions and billions, not like just 10 billion or 20 billion, like way more than that. You know, knowing these people, well, one thing we can rule out is that they're not building anything to extend life, make life better, or improve the general overall quality of people's lives. So we can rule that out because they don't do that shit.
No,
all right.
Never.
So, so either it's a weapon or they just spinning something around real. They spinning. I don't know. Maybe they're spinning their crack, Hunter Biden's crack around it to see, you know,
man, that shit's
if they
super
can replicate it. Yeah. See what happens.
They're creating some crack where he can only smoke it one time and just stay high on crack forever.
They put the coca leaf in one end and the baking soda in the other, and they collide it.
The never come down crack.
Ever.
That's that multi-dimensional crack.
Yeah, Jack, your thoughts. What are they trying to do with this?
So first off, I think just, and again, I need to go back through the studies, but so this is funny. Like I used to be an actual, like CERN used to be a geeky thing for me to where I was like geeked out on it because I was like, oh, we're going to learn about the quantum nature of everything and blah, blah, blah. And then that was when I was an atheist though. And so like, I wouldn't even like, it didn't even occur to me to look into like, what is CERN the organization? And then finding those videos with those ceremonies, which gets into, and again, let me know if we need to get there yet, but Shiva, right?
After you talk about that, I'll bring some of that stuff up so they can see where.
Oh, awesome. So the ceremony that they did in front of Shiva, which everyone, you know, that's the goddess of destruction, renewal. rebirth, renewal, like kind of like a fire burning through wood, right? It's a change of state, right? So not only would what they did from my outside viewpoint, just having some experience in like Hindu practices and faith, which someone's feel free to correct me on this, but was extremely fucking disrespectful and fucking insane. Like what they're doing and the way that that is not even close to what a ceremony or puja looks like in front of like an actual statue of Shiva. Like it is disrespectful beyond belief to me, and I'm an outsider to that faith from the standpoint that I just had a lot of experience with it growing up. And so having seen that, that was my first clue, like really showed me the level of depravity of who we're dealing with on a spiritual level and on a fucking godlessness level. Like it's just insane to me. Like that's my take is that
you're talking about the major one with the rail opening or the other one, the night one?
The more recent one, the mock sacrifice.
Oh, okay, that one.
First
Okay.
off, so
let me pull that up.
Your traditional worship ceremony, right? The day you go worship, you'd bring like some milk, flowers, like very earthy things that connect you, because the offering you're making it. You're not like people misunderstand this part. It's not idol worship. It's not a Hindu belief that they're actually looking at the god. No, it's a respectful kind of understanding that maybe the projection comes from like the lens of God, and that these are personalities or expressions of God. So different families have different gods that they would like. Some may prefer Ganesh. Shiva would be another one. But that's the thing. It's like it's a very complex thing. And so they're fucking with shit that really bothers me because I've seen the level of care that is put into ceremony around different statues of different gods and goddesses in the Hindu faith. And to see something like that just really kind of got to the core of me understanding that like this is so dark and like disturbing that what they're actually doing there is probably just the same. Like if that's the public narrative viewpoint, then what they're doing's got to be on a whole level that we don't even fucking understand,
Exactly.
Yes.
That's basically that's what it is. They'll never let us in there. They'll never let an honest report, come out of there to truly tell us what is going on, because it's not in our interest to know. It's in their interest to keep it a secret.
Here's one of them. Here's the one that Jack is talking about.
Es ist vermutlich nur ein übler Scherz, doch dieser hat jetzt böse Folgen. Ein Amateurvideo vom renommierten Genfer Forschungszentrum Cern sorgt im Netz für Aufruhr. Die Aufnahmen zeigen die vermeintliche Hinrichtung einer Frau direkt vor der Shiva-Statue am Zentrum. Der Mann hinter der Kamera scheint nicht zu ahnen, was gleich.
Let me see if I can.
Oh, hey Bob, did you see what they were doing at the office today? What was that? Oh, they were doing a mock ceremony in front of the goddess Shiva, mocking that while doing a mock ceremony to, because meta, which they invert. They just invert everything, man. Like, could you imagine working there? Like, if you're working there, you're complicit in that shit. That's all I'm saying. Like, look, that's outside of your office fucking building. Jesus.
So I guess I can't. I guess this one's not in English. I thought I had one that was. But this will probably help us not get copyrighted anyway. And plus, I think it's short enough where it is. But what they're doing. This is the Shiva statue, which you see right here.
But look at the shadow projection. You actually paused it at the perfect time. See the projection? That's key.
Yeah.
That's a gear.
Yes, there's a gear going around it. And for those who don't know who Shiva is, actually, here I'll play the rest of this, and then Jack going to explain who Shiva is.
Gleich passieren wird. Die mit Kutten vermummte Gruppe marschiert auf den Platz. Einer Frau wird das Gewand abgenommen, sie legt sich auf den Boden, dann sieht es danach aus, als würde sie mit einem Messer erstochen. Die Szenerie wirkt bedrohlich, fast wie ein Opferritual. Doch eine Hinrichtung scheint es in Wirklichkeit nicht gegeben zu haben. Auch wirkt das Ganze stark inszeniert. Trotzdem empört das Video das Netz sowie das Forschungszentrum selbst. Die Aufnahmen seien ohne deren Wissen auf dem Cern-Gelände entstanden. Nun soll es eine interne Untersuchung gegen die Beteiligten geben. Die Einrichtung fürchtet auch um ihren renommierten Ruf. Sicherheitsbedenken soll es aber nicht gegeben haben. Alle Beteiligten hätten eine Zugangsberechtigung gehabt.
I guess they cut it off on that version, but on that clip, she is stabbed, and they say that it is a mock ceremony, that it was all fake, it was a hoax. They didn't do any of this, like complete hoax, a fake sacrifice. So that's one of them.
Well, mock, and this goes into Shiva, yeah, because like, so they're doing a mock ceremony, but it's important to understand the Shiva. So everyone knows that Shiva is the destroyer. They would understand that. It's put in the American context, most famously by Manhattan Project, and what was said by the architect Robert Oppenheimer, where he said, "Behold, I have become." I'm going to forget the quote, but he's quoting Shiva. So when the atomic bomb goes off, right? But the important things to understand about Shiva is that, like, it's not just, that's not what that actually would mean when you look at the context and of who this goddess represents, because Shiva is part of essentially like the Hindu Trinity. So it'd be like Vishnu, Brahma, and again, Brahma being everything is a spark from Brahma, which is kind of like source in many aspects. But it's not just that it's like, she's not supposed to be portrayed as like fearsome or used in any kind of like demonic capacity at all. Like that's the opposite of what like Shiva is. Like
well, even though, but isn't she technically called the destroyer?
Yes, but it's more in regards to what is she destroying, right? So the way that I look at it is like Shiva would destroy your ignorance, right? She would destroy your inability to do good things or help others, right? It's more of renewal. It's about like, if there's if there's not controlled burns in certain areas, right? You could have a forest fire goes out of control. She's like a spiritual firefighter. Like, it's not just that she's a destroyer, but that's the thing, is that, so it's an aspects, right? So it's not really dualistic, the way that Shiva is in my eyes, right? So, but you're right. So the connotation though is more important of what the symbology is of using a goddess like Shiva, right? They didn't use Vishnu, they didn't use Brahma, right? They specifically chose Shiva, which that's a sign to the world. So regardless of the context of who Shiva is and how that worship is actually done, it is important for me just because of drawing the fact that they're doing a mock sacrifice in front of a deity, but they're using the symbology to twist it and invert it. And it's so disgusting.
Yeah, that's the reason why I brought that up, because this is the context in which they use it here. Let me show you this one here.
Oh, sorry. So
it's all about
her other
context.
name's important. Yes, yeah, exactly. Because her other name is the auspicious one, right? So you have multiple names, like, obviously, but yes.
Okay, yeah. So I got like 2 more clips. I want to show you.
These videos are nuts too. I just noticed that shadow, man. Like, you paused it at the exact right time.
I've seen some stuff in these where I'm just like, what the fuck? But here, let me pull this video.
Yona, what's up, man?
I see Yona's in the building. What's up, Yona?
Oh, and then so someone can correct me, but I believe in the Bhagavad Gita that there's the aspects of Shiva essentially of, it's not really just like the fierce aspects. It's like literally slaying demons, right? That kind of shit. And so it's more about like renewal in and of itself, cycles. So when you see that gear, that's very specific because Shiva is a cycle. So what they're showing there is a ending or a beginning of a cycle. And it just connected to me when the fact that the part that is cast in the wall behind it is a gear. It's obviously a gear. and that
like you
relates to
said,
the
the
nature of Shiva.
ending, the beginning and ending of a cycle. So
Yes,
it's interesting.
and so that's key. Like that I didn't even think of it that way, Marcus.
And we
like,
all have been
it really
talking
blew my
about
mind.
end of days and stuff. So that's what I'm saying. They're showing
That's
the
next
way
level.
that they're using this.
Yeah.
In my mind, they're kind of hinting at it, even though they're saying no. That's the reason why they're keeping it so vague to what the purpose of this is. But here I'm gonna show you one more. Well, I got two more clips. They're both kind of short, but equally both creepy and disturbing, I would say, in my mind. Let me mute the music just so it doesn't hit us with copyright or anything. We don't really need this creepy ass music, but just know it repeats like this.
Thank you.
That's what they're trying to find right now. Unsuccessfully. It might even be more creepy like this without the music.
I'm gonna say this is like there's so much symbols in this that Jesus. They need
Yeah.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So I would. They did the seven deadly. I didn't see gluttony though.
Mm-hmm. No, but this
I saw
is
wrath.
like, yeah. I was like, what?
And that was lust.
The heck?
Greed was earlier.
Yep. And these are people who all say that they're atheists.
So why are they using God symbology? Like that's.
Well,
that
why are
just-
they using any
yeah.
kind of symbology of any religions?
It's almost like that's part
It's
of
their way of
trust.
to me.
Corrupted.
To me,
so
it seems that's their way of poking fun at people.
Exactly, Chris. Like that. Exactly.
Well, we hope that they're just
It's like spiritual gaslighting.
Well, I think
Yes.
when they say that they're atheists, that's the gaslighting. Actually,
Yeah.
that's I believe that these people do have a belief, and they know exactly what that belief is. They are just trying to be deceptive in that belief. Crap, where did dang it? I had it. Hold on 1 second. Just gotta figure which one of these thousands of links I have it up under.
Actually, I think it's the theory that was proposed by. That's going to be Atres with the finding the Earth's G spot, or he didn't say Earth, but they better not be trying to penetrate the Earth. That's all I got to say. That's
Well, some people believe they're doing it. I honestly believe that, I
think
put
they
it
could be
this
trying
way.
to take control of the human resonances. Is
I put it this
actually
way.
dead ass what I believe now.
Everybody, give me if you, a why if you want me to give what I truly believe this is, and
Yes.
if I see like 2 or 3 whys in the chat, then I'll go into it. But if not, you guys just want to see the video, then I'll just keep the video playing. See, I knew Jack would say yes, but I'll leave it out. In the mouth. What they say, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let the truth be known.
Wherever 3 are gathered. Yep.
Yeah, I see a second. Yeah. Oh, well, there's 3 right there. Scripture says that they will open up the gates of hell. Well, here's the thing. It's all to your understanding. In Revelations, it literally says, "Bring it out." Okay, so it literally says hell and death will be thrown into the lake of fire if you're going into Revelation. So I have to tell you that hell is obviously not what people think it is. Hell actually is a condition. It's a state that you're in. Plenty of us are living in hell right now. That's what we have to understand. Hell can also be, because if you translate it in the Hebrew, it comes up to Sheol. Sheol means the grave. So even when you talk about Jonah being in the mouth of a fish, Jonah says that he was in hell for 3 days. Was he actually dead in a fiery pit? No, he's in the mouth of a fish. So he's not. Hell is not what people necessarily think it is. But I'll play this clip because it will add to my what I believe. I think it'll give more credence. You guys will see some interesting stuff. Well, back to the statement which I was saying before, that I do not believe that these people do not have some kind of spiritual beliefs.
We know they do.
Mm-hmm.
NPC zombies for real?
They look like it.
They're doing some weird shit here. I don't believe the talking snakes. No, I don't. I believe that's referencing something else, which a lot of people don't understand.
I think that was stripping man of his beliefs. This is like the cult brainwashing cycle. Yeah, this is perfectly normal, you guys. Nothing to see here. We're shirtless opening portals and shit.
Yeah.
And murking weasels.
A lot of weird shit.
It progressively gets weirder.
Yes, it does.
What the fuck? Baphomet?
Yes.
Oh, fucking. The revealing of the Antichrist or lifting of the veil, I think.
Was that Mark Zuckerberg? Look at the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the
Also,
birth of the Antichrist. Yeah, birth of the Antichrist, dude.
awesome.
Was that the guy January 6th?
Mm-hmm.
There's the gears again.
Yep.
They're literally trying to break all the shit. Is it Boris Johnson, Obama? I can't. Who are those?
That's their. I believe that's a homage to their leaders. I mean, not like leader. I'm talking about the original people who were like the project founders.
Oh, the founders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, the clock's time.
Bowing to time. So yes.
This made the Shiva video even more terrifying because again, like you're talking about Shiva, dude, like the God attributed to meditation, like yoga, inspiration, artwork, like artists like dig Shiva.
Else. I got something else for you. I don't know if you knew this. Let me double check over Rockfin, see if anybody said anything real quick. Where'd it go? Rockfin. Yeah, it's a holy shit. Actually, yeah. Please link this video. I'll put in a link for you on Denver. Hold on one
Kelly,
second.
who is paying for this shit? I want to know. Like, is this Switzerland taxpayer money that's going to this? Like,
it is. Fucking, it absolutely is. That is a fact.
Mm.
Oh, I wonder if someone brings the silver cross to Cern if it just melts, like on the flight before you even get there, because it just knows your intent.
Now, one more thing.
Can we get some Exorcist to Cern? Like yesterday before the weasel died?
Cernunos. Celtic for horned one. In Celtic religion, an archaic and powerful deity, widely worshipped as the Lord of Wild Things. Cernunnos may have had a variety of names in different parts of the Celtic world, but his attributes were generally consistent. Yeah, let's click on some images for
Can you
you.
control time?
Well, I think that they're worried about an appointed time. See these images here?
2030.
They're worried about, well, oh, that's right. I said that I'll give my understanding, right? So,
Yeah. This is blowing my brain, man. All this symbology is related.
It's a lot of symbology. Let me find that video so I can put it over there in the Rockfin chat for my friends over there. Oh, that's right here. Oh, no, wrong one.
Hey, Chris, are you sufficiently creeped out as I am?
Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Minimize this and share. And so let me put that over on Rockfin real quick. And paste.
Oh, thanks,
Cool.
Yipper.
So, what I believe they're doing is anybody who's read anything about the Bible knows that a Messiah is coming. For those who do believe in the Messiah, knows that Messiah is coming back. Yeah, I know. I'm almost finished. I know my boy is about done over there. But the Messiah, when he's to return, I believe that these people in power know that the Messiah is coming specifically for them. And good things are not going to happen when the Messiah returns. And they are preparing a weapon to try to fight back against said Messiah. So that would be my quickest way to throw that out there. I can go into different scriptures and all that, but I'll leave it at that.
And just adding to that, yeah, that's what's going on, dude.
They're preparing a massive weapon.
Whoa. So and again, thanks, Yipper, for reminding me. I forgot. I mentioned the cyclical nature of Shiva, but not the aspect of time as well. So that's why I was curious if
they're worried about that time, and they're worried about creating their own destroyer to talking rapture. No, I don't believe in the rapture. You gotta remember reality. So you understand my faith. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I am not my beliefs. I believe that Christians, their understanding of end times do not match up with my understanding of end times. I don't believe that there's a rapture. I don't believe in hell is in some fiery pit. I do believe in a lake of fire that is going to come. And that lake of fire, people are already walking around in the place that's going to be the lake of fire. They just don't. When it starts talking about the arrows that are going to be shot to the end of the earth and Mystery Babylon, the great whore being burned, if you don't know who Mystery Babylon, if you don't know who or what Mystery Babylon is, and you don't understand, yes, Jesus, so-called Jesus, Messiah. I call him by the Paleo Hebrew name, so I don't call him Jesus.
Marcus.
Jesus goes into Jesus and going into Greek mythology and stuff like that. And that's when the Bible was taken. And once the Bible was taken into Europe, a lot of paganism was mixed into it. Pagan beliefs were mixed into it. Like, for instance, that whole belief that some antichrist is going to come and take over the world. What does anti mean? Against, right? Anyone who is against Christ would be an antichrist. It doesn't have to be some figure. Yeah, so there's not one particular person that's coming. Anybody who would be against Christ would be antichrist. So, I mean, if you guys want to go more into my beliefs and stuff like that, make sure to come check out Hebrew Apologetics. And we're changing the name again. So, right, it will be Hebrew Apologetics with Marcus and Jose. So make sure to check that out, and we go into more of that. Tomorrow I have a interview with Grammy nominated musical artist Tones. For those who watch the show, gosh, I'm blanking on the show right now. Was it Justified? He made the theme song for that show on FX.
Oh, sweet.
And so I'll have him on tomorrow. We're going to talk about a bunch of different things.
Where's he from, Marcus?
Are you talking about the city? Where city? Yes, Jose is Fuzz. Fuzz is gonna drop the name. He's gonna no longer go by Fuzz anymore. So no more effing liar Jesus birthdays. Well, I don't celebrate birthdays.
I can't
I
wait
don't
to
even
see it.
celebrate my own birthday. I don't celebrate birthdays, period. So I don't celebrate.
You don't celebrate the day that you were given your government name?
No,
How
I
dare
don't.
you?
Well, part of it is if you read in the Old Testament, Job, his kids all celebrated birthdays.
I'm trying to make you laugh, Chris.
He tried to do sacrifices because he knew that they had kind of sinned greatly, and all of his kids died. So basically, the Bible tells you to not even think about it. Christ didn't even celebrate his own birthday. So
Trez is funny.
I know that's why we got to have his funny ass on
Yeah.
here. Summers turns on and Fuzz changes his name. Yep, a lot of interesting shit going on. No, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. We actually.
I can't wait to watch that
read
show
the Bible.
because Jose is amazing, and I've got so much love for that individual. Like
Jose's gotten a lot better. He's gotten a lot more knowledgeable. In fact, believe it or not, I actually have to kind of slow him up because he wants to teach way above levels which people understand. I mean, and like right now,
his knowledge is just, whew. Dude, it blows me away, man. Like and again, like this isn't anything like super confidential. Like it's just like we'll like the exchanges we've had, like, you know, just so people understand. It's like when you can talk in poetry to someone, that's the next level of communication, man. And that's what I really dig about you, Jose, amongst other things. So congrats, man. I can't wait to watch the show.
And right now, what we're doing is this video is somebody saying debunking Black Hebrew Israelites. For one, most of the like One West camp, which is the majority of Hebrew Israelites, literally believe that it's Black Latinos and Native Americans for the most part, but that Hebrew Israelites are spread to the four corners of the earth. And so the whole parable of wheats and tares and the sheep and goats, you're going to have Israelites of all different nations and complexions and phenotypes. So that whole misnomer of black, I honestly think it comes from a racist place. But I mean, I'll deal with that on another note. I don't want to drag my boy too much longer. But
yeah. I'm just not trying to embarrass him.
I mean, I have debates. I have debates all the time with people and go back and forth. And I put it this way, like, I didn't just all of a sudden or especially when I'm dealing with Christians, I'm like, do you realize I grew up in the Christian church my whole life? I grew up all the stuff which you're telling me that is, oh no, this is how it is. I grew up with pastors not being able to give me answers. And it wasn't like, I don't know who I am. I need to go take somebody's identity. That's not what it is at all. In fact, I used to argue with Hebrew Israelites mostly. And then when I start getting to a point where this person is proving things to me with the Bible and with secular history, I was like, all right. In fact, Thomas, I would love for you to sit down. I mean, and have a discussion with some of the people who, because some of the people, they get more into they have more knowledge as far as getting into certain other areas, and I would like for you to be able to just talk to them instead of and have an open mind. Trust me, this is not like there has to be a reason why some people believe certain things, and I just feel people should try to probably go more into asking why they believe things instead of assuming just whatever they believe is wrong. Mr. True says, what's a Black Hebrew light? His people are favored, and his people didn't know. He was not understanding what is really going on. Not sure what that means, but yeah, I don't want to keep keep my boy too much. Well, actually, I can answer some more questions, but yeah, Yeah, we gotta let my boy Chris
Kelly,
go. Though.
Yeah,
Kelly,
Chris.
behave.
Let him get some
I'm gonna
rest.
take your spot. Get some rest, man.
All right.
Like a low
Got it.
calorie. All right, bro.
Yeah.
I'll call you tomorrow. But
All
yeah,
right,
you
guys, I'm out of here. Have a good one, man.
already, brother.
All right, brother.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
good
if
night.
you guys want me to answer some questions, I can answer. I can answer a few more questions. Yeah, but like I don't believe in Farrakhan. No, that's Islam. I
Not
don't.
even that. It's corrupted. It's fucking
well,
like,
yeah.
isn't that dude involved in trafficking and some shit?
Well, see, my thing with Farrakhan is it's not even my issues more with Farrakhan or stuff that outside of this secular stuff, like some of the stuff
Ooh.
that like with Malcolm X.
Yes, Reverend Annie talks about it.
What went down with Malcolm X's death and stuff like that. I have some questions and
So
some
his
stuff
role
that
with
don't
the
add up.
his role with NOI.
His role within his rise and his role in Malcolm X's death.
That's a great point, man.
I also worry about Khalid Muhammad. If he had anything to do with Khalid Muhammad's death. So if I already suspect you of possibly killing off or having something to do with the deaths of people within your own organization, I feel really weird about listening too much to it. It was known that the Nation of Islam was infiltrated, and I know if Matt Marxist is in here, he definitely can go into because I believe Matt Marxist is a Muslim.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's even a line inside of a Immortal Technique song.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's another thing. Many which a lot of people don't realize. You know what Quran means?
I thought it just meant. I used to know this.
Quran
Holy?
means
Like
it means to recite.
Oh, that's
you know
right.
It means to recite, and what they're reciting is the Torah. That's what they're reciting. I don't. Mr. Street says, I was trying to say is Abraham's seed does not have any color. The world has been exchanged. Well, people have color, so of course his seed would have to have a color. But it's not necessarily about color. It's about nation. Night, Baba. Good to have you in here. Yeah, it's not necessarily about focusing on the color. Like I put it this way. When the Israelites went into Egypt at the time, there were 70 of them. The Egyptians, there was literally 1 million to 2 million people in Egypt at that time. So wouldn't it make sense that after a few generations that they would have their phenotypes would have changed from some of the intermixing with the Egyptians?
Yeah, well, and not only the I was just looking at chat. The thing about Gaddafi that is almost never talked about. That was a dead ass just segue off of that. But the thing that always comes to my mind is the fact that you look at like everything we're talking about tonight is all related. Like everything about manipulation of history, the changing of time, places, events. We're just able to see it in real time now because we have digital means to have conversations like this. You know, that's like the only difference that I could see is that like now people are like kind of waking up to like, hey, what's going on at Cern? Like, just watch the videos and then make up your mind for yourself. That's it. Like,
thank you, Kelly.
To me, it's just
and you
insane.
have a good night also. Archer says, do Israelis call themselves Israelites? No, they do not. In fact, in the Jewish Almanac, I believe, it literally says it's actually improper to call an Israeli an Israelite or a Hebrew. Now, do people still hold to the information that's in that? No. How many people hold to that information? I can't say. But that was like a prominent book that was written in the late 80s.
Well, and like something that you probably already know, but so in the faith, which I was, I was raised that and a few other religions. Like I had I was brought up in many different faiths, but there's actually a status that's kind of assigned to you. It's not spiritual. It's just it's like a religious hierarchy that if you've gone and visited Israel, you're somehow better or more informed or a better attendant to the faith than anyone else. And so like, that's a good point because they don't technically call themselves that. But what they do is it has a status associated with it. And so like people that are like still stuck in Zionism and shit, their mindset is that Israel can do no wrong, which is the first tenet, and then all other tenets can't violate the first one. That's it.
It says NYPD guy in his deathbed admitted that they were involved in X's death had they not arrested several of his bodyguards and doormen right beforehand. Exactly.
Wow.
Well said, Marcus. It's about understanding why people have certain assumptions. And here, I mean, I try to, in fact, one thing that I found different between most Hebrew Israelites is they're going to actually, because the Bible literally tells you to defend the faith, defend the gospel. And so if you believe in it, stand up and defend your beliefs. See, the ceremony features altar states, orgiastic energy, occult rites, and preparing the ground for some kind of sacrificial ritual. And this is really elaborate and weird. I found it pretty unsettling the first time I saw it. Where's the modesty before the gods that the Greek pioneers of science had? Well, see, that's the difference. When you start getting into, especially Celtic gods, and you start getting into a lot of the Celtic beliefs, and not only Celtics,
bring that Celtic god back up.
And, you talking about the Cherninos?
Yeah, I just want people to see this again. If you're able to pull that up again, like this is fascinating to me because
I still got it up.
It's parodied with not just Shiva, but like what they're saying is like it's so true. It's like it's not just spiritual gaslighting, but it's twisting of like the very nature of what reality is. And a lot of these different faiths, they always focus on this inverted like fuckery. And even like look at the statue. Like that statue up there looks very close to the one that we saw. Like see the one that you can buy on Amazon? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then actually look at the one on the far right. That's almost
right here.
See the wheel around it?
It reminds me of like
those are the moon cycles. That's
Shiva.
a lunar cycle.
Yeah. Oh, it sure is a lunar cycle. You're right.
That's a lunar cyclical calendar with the horn god obviously controlling time of some sort and balanced in what is like a gear of the cosmos type. Yeah, that looks like it's kind of like a Stargate looking type thing. It's fucking insane.
Oh yeah, I saw something I wanted to respond to. Reality, you said not even Semites. What do you mean by not even Semites? Because like that's one phrase I push back on a lot when I hear people say anti-Semitism, and they refer that to only Jewish people. Well, Jewish people were not the only Semites. Semite just means you're a descendant of Shem, and so if you go back to Noah, when they talk about and this is going wrong if you believe in the Bible. If you don't believe in the Bible, discard everything I'm going to say right here. Or if you're just arguing from a Bible standpoint, you had Noah and his three sons. His three sons are Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Three sons. That means by proximity, a third of the people in the world would probably classify as Shemites, just like a third would be Hamites, a third would be third Hamites, third Japhites, third Shemites. So when you say only the small nation of people are the only Shemites, it's a completely bad understanding of what a Shemite actually even is.
Well, and it goes back into what we're talking about inversions. Like, so they just didn't invert a term, right? Because that's the thing. Like, people have to understand.
And they knew that they were using that term improperly, on purpose.
That's the insane part of it all, man. Beyond a lot of other shit.
It's extremely deceptive, because especially you can talk to a rabbi and he'll say anti-Semitic, and then when you say, well, what about the other people that are Semitic? Oh, well, I mean, but that has to do with when you're talking about Jewish people in Europe. And the fact that you already have a prepared answer, then that tells me you already know you're using that word wrongly. And so if you know your intention, if you're using this word wrongly on purpose, you're being deceptive.
Well, and so you kind of hit on something that's also, I think, kind of key to like we're not arguing that you like everyone here go to church tomorrow. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not like, this isn't like a conversation on that. We're just sharing like our spiritual background so that you guys can understand where we're coming from, you know?
Yeah.
Like, because really, like, they hit on a key point, and that's that, like, know, like when you can't question someone on something, especially if you're supposedly in a religion, like because Marcus, like you got into like fights with your with your pastors. I get into fights with my rabbis. There's maybe one rabbi that I would literally dead ass answer in any question I would ask, but that was like rare.
Did you see this? This ties in with what you brought up when you're looking at that Shiva. The Lucius Trust has their monthly full moon seance bullshit things. And I think a few months ago, they were discussing fire across the lands as an act of love or some creepy shit. Ironically,
Jesus, I hope that's not why the shit was going down in Brazil. That's all I'm saying. Like, I hope
well,
that was,
I wonder. Well, I mean, not only that, the story I reported at the beginning of the show that they're literally having wildfires right now in the UK, Spain, and France.
Wow.
And I'm like, I don't know, that could be a coincidence, but I'm just saying, it's interesting. It's just interesting. We are not setting ourselves up for any apocalyptic digital currency meltdown, and we don't give a fuck about the blockchain. Too complicated. It's just too fucking complicated. The point of all this stuff is
it's complicated on design.
It's complicated if you don't understand how it's connected. If you can understand what's going on, then everything else starts to click and make sense. What I tell people is,
that's the sad part, Marcus, is though, like every YouTube personality that I've seen is like they're just salespeople. That's all they are. Like they're there to sell you on some bullshit, and like it's you shouldn't have to like read a manual to learn how money works if it's going to be a convenient like medium of exchange. You know what I'm saying? Like anyone can use cash. What's wrong with you know what I'm saying? Like best thing is like I'm not condoning. I'm not saying fiat's. Because one's bad doesn't mean the other is good. That's a logical fallacy. Just because, I'll give an example in modern context. Just because Putin's bad and there's also fucking Azov Nazis that he happens to be, responsible for, taking out, that doesn't make him good by any proximity. Even if whatever narrative you want to believe on who's good or bad, like one being bad doesn't make the other good. That doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I want to answer a couple of these. I said, the Eris. I'm not familiar with the Eris, Mr. Street. Says I know you didn't see it,
what's that?
But I've been. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I have to look up what Eris is. Unless you're. Only thing I can think of goddess Isis, but I don't know. Ruling class. Every time I see a goat in a ritual, I think human sacrifice. I blame Hollywood. Well, Thomas, I don't think you're so far off. I think Hollywood does it for that purpose, and I also believe that some of this occultic type stuff is in conjunction with Hollywood intentionally. I don't think it's an accident that you're seeing this, Thomas.
I mean, is this a coincidence or what? Like, I'll just lay out some facts for everyone. The writer of the psychological operations manual that was used by the military, I think 90s, 2000s, was written by Michael Giacchino. If anyone knows, Michael Aquino is a notorious Satanist. Like, and I'm not saying that to slander him or saying it in any kind of like term or context. I'm just telling you what he would self-describe himself as. That's why, like when I've written about him, we like wrote the fact that that's literally what he would refer to himself as. There's photos out there of him in like dressed up and his shit and whatever. It's so the guy that wrote a manual about manipulating people's reactions that he thought would only be used against like enemy nation states comes home, and like the irony of that, if it wasn't so disgusting, right?
Let's see. Denver over on Rockfin says, when people think of Abrahamic religions, they're usually thinking Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Lots of overlay. Who wrote all those texts, translated those texts over years? What's the Schofield Bible? What's I believe that's Judeo mean? Judaism breaks into a couple of different forms. You have, for instance, within Judaism, you have people who are Torah only. Torah only would be the first five books. You have people who are.
The stream's breaking up. Maybe you should be the one to explain. I'm kidding.
You have people who believe in the Torah and Tanakh. The difference with most Judaism, you have people who believe in Kabbalah. You have people who more focus, or maybe the Torah and
well, not even actual Kabbalah. It's a Hollywood version, like a
Yeah.
detached Buddhist, like a Hollywood Buddhist would be like, you know, very like, oh, I'm so Zen, but like they're literally like doing some horrendous ass shit.
And
You know what I'm
you
saying?
know
Like
the other one.
it's all a
I'm
front.
blanking. I'm blanking on the other one right now. Goodness, I can't remember.
Oh,
Talmud.
shit.
And then you have even the Talmud. You have at least two different types of Talmud. You have what they call the Israel Talmud.
Well, honestly,
and you
when
have
they
the
broke with the
Babylonian
oral
Talmud.
tradition,
Mhm.
and again, like I could be wrong on this, and someone can correct me, but I believe when they broke with oral tradition, which is what that was supposed to be, that it was kind of null and void, and just in different explanations that
Well,
I've
and another
heard of.
thing is the Romans in 70 AD literally burned everything. So anything that they say that came down, that's held back from,
But
the
you got to
ancient
wonder
days.
what was changed, man. Like you got to wonder like what was modified, like just from a pragmatic standpoint. Not saying that there's some conspiracy to like change shit, though there could very well
Well,
be. What I'm getting at,
there was, and so when they
well,
talk
I
about
was trying
yeah.
to be more diplomatic on that.
No, I'll just call it what it is.
Right on.
Judaism, it breaks into these couple of handfuls. Christianity literally breaks into thousands of different versions. Islam, the same thing. But basically, the core principle is all of them do believe in the children of Israel. All of them do believe in the same creator to an extent. I know a lot of people, they start putting Muhammad in there, and Muhammad is supposedly looked at as a prophet, even though I don't know what he supposedly prophesies. But the Muslims also believe in the Bible. That's what a lot of people in Christianity and Judaism don't.
When there's
realize.
references to what are called people of the book, which refers to, and again, to speak with
It's
some
talking about the
respect
Israelites.
Judaism,
They're talking about the Israelites. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, actually, I didn't think of it like that. But, well, and so the reference that was taught to me and then was that was speaking to that what was so-called the older religions are still to be upheld, like so to speak, right?
Well, see, what Islam believes is that the Quran is reciting everything. It's saying that they affirm and believe everything that was in the Bible, Old Testament, all the Old and New Testament, but the difference is they believe that Prophet Muhammad was given some kind of divine visions that are extra onto the Bible. And so that they believe that they have the final copy, and Christians and they believe people in Judaism have only a portion. As far as the text, what we go to is any of the stuff which we can find ancient manuscripts. Even though a lot of the stuff in actual Israel was destroyed 70 AD, they were forced to do translations in Greece before that, and so a lot of that stuff is not known about because a lot of Christians don't read the Apocrypha, which in the 1600s they took out the 14 books of the Apocrypha. Now I know people say, "Oh, there's 4 more books in that." Well, these are the books where there was actual ancient manuscripts to confirm them.
Just on a different tangent, real quick. What's on you see the hands of this god, the Cernus?
Yeah.
What's in the hands of the god? Are those horns? What is that shit?
On which?
It looks like a ring. That one right there.
A snake. Yeah. There's a snake.
Holy shit, dude! That's just straight
and
up
a
saying
ring.
We're gonna do some deceptive shit. You see down there.
And
there's
you look
the
at this.
Three
See
Trinities.
this on the belt.
Yeah, and Shiva is one of the Trinity gods, Vishnu and Brahma. So
and
all this is related.
Well, and that's the reason. That's where the Trinity comes in with the Bible, because a lot of them already had this understanding of a Trinity, a version of a Trinity, because the Trinity goes back way before the Bible. But as they took the Bible and tried to convert people to this religion, because they knew about their 3 forms of gods, that's when they put the Trinity into it. But, I mean, there's literally parts, in order for you to believe in the Trinity, I'm talking to Christians out there, yes, I'm talking to you. If you believe in the Trinity, then you believe that your God is schizophrenic. And I didn't stutter. You believe that your God is literally talking to himself, asking himself for permission, crying to himself, creating himself to kill himself.
Marcus, is that a collar in his left hand?
I
What the
don't
fuck
know
is that?
what that is.
It's like a ring. Is that an earring? Like I can't fucking see.
Dude, that
That
almost
makes
reminds me of like a nose ring or something.
it reminds me of like have you ever seen those like grotesque instruments that they would put on like humans? They put on fucking human beings. Those collars. That's what
Yeah,
that shit reminds because of the thorns,
it
right?
it
See the thorns
might
around the
be.
kneecaps.
It literally might
So a
be.
snake to deceive and a thorn to dominate. It's fucking
Or
disturbing.
they look at it as some kind of a crown or something. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
Reality, under my understanding, I would disagree. And I always differentiate when I'm saying Jews and Jewish, and I'll explain that another time. But I do believe that Jewish people are Semitic. Because, like I said, there are a bunch of people who are Semites, bunch of people. I know some people believe that Jewish people, no, they're actually Europeans, and so technically,
That's the nose ring for a bowl.
well,
Or the
people believe that Europeans originate in Europe and or talking about modern day Europeans, and that they would therefore fall under Japhet, so they would be Japhetic. I don't hold that understanding because if I look back into history and you look at the Minoans and the I'm trying to remember the other name, Minoans and the oh shoot, what were they called?
The
drawing a
Manchu
blank
ones?
on- No. I'm talking about that
Hey guys,
were
you can get your
in
Cern
Italy.
statues on Etsy if you want to, summon the underworld.
You know what I'm talking about in Italy. That one of the oldest areas in Italy. It became Tuscany, I believe. Why come I can't remember their names?
I know
The
the one you're
people
talking
that was
about, and it's on the tip of my tongue.
there. Man, because
Oh man,
these were
I forgot it
the
too.
oldest
I forgot
people
at the
who were
same
there.
time.
Etruscans.
There you go.
That's who it was. So you had the Minoans and you had the Etruscans, and then eventually after the Minoans, you had the Mycenaeans come in. If you look back to even any of their older artwork, they were all melanated people. They also had like tattoos and stuff on them, and it's believed, and well, the Bible literally talks about these people being pushed out of their area. And if you even look into migration, migration patterns in archaeology, it shows that the modern day, the Greeks were like under what is his name, Alexander. When Alexander came in, Alexander was actually a what were the people that were
Hey
writing?
Marcus, it's called Marcus.
Macedonian.
So
Macedonian.
So in his left hand, he holds the torque of power, TORC of power. So that's like an arcing device electrically. The other hand is a snake of power. That's insane, dude. I would have never. So that is a device related to like electrical, like power and shit. It's fucking nuts, dude. But you're right. So like also got Celtic armbands and shit. So they've literally all of this has like symbology, the entire symbol.
Exactly.
It's nuts, dude.
But here's like Thomas, you're correct for the most part. In modern racial ethnic terms, Semitic is Middle Eastern. Yes, but we also do got to remember there were migrations for a lot of people. There was a time period where people that would be considered Hamitic actually lived in parts of Greece, and there were people who were Shemitic who were actually living in parts in Hamitic lands. So that can get a little confusing. And then you have migration patterns and all the different wars and stuff. So technically you would be correct. Like Middle Eastern would typically be Shemitic, but you also have to go into which people were in which places and where they got moved around. Because if you think about it, Shemitic lands, there were certain parts where they were literally bordered with Hamitic lands. Perfect example, Egypt. Egypt was a Hamitic land right next to Israel, which was Shemitic. Both of those would technically be considered, at that time, before there was such thing as Middle East, they were both considered Northeast Africa. So technically, that would be a Shemitic people in a Hamitic land. Hopefully that makes sense and it's not confusing for everybody. But yes,
Yeah, I'm just missing.
overall.
I literally like my whole perspective on CERN is completely shifted tonight.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
that's
gonna.
the reason why I was like, I need
It's
to
not
really
necessarily
go
got
in and
better.
cover this.
This is like nuts to me that like so he's got a power transformation device and then a
Yes.
serpent, so a symbol of deception, deceiving, lying. Like just so it's what is this, a powerful liar, and then the Trinity. It's just fucking nuts, dude.
Yes, signs.
And the antlers. I mean, obviously the
signs is
antlers.
correct. Wasn't it something like religion that forced us
Yeah,
into
the
12
Julian and Gregorian, right?
Well, yes, because according to the Bible, they didn't have names of. There were 12. There were 12 calendar days, but they didn't have names to them. When you had the different calendars before the Julian calendar, you had all these mixes around, and then when they start naming them and then giving them numbers to the days to try to work out the calendars, everything would always get wishy-washy. You had some weeks that were like 8 days, 11 days, 12 days in 1 week, and then it would switch around. And then, then you eventually had the Julian calendar came up and it got switched around more. And then you had the Gregorian calendar, which we're still in today. And so that's the reason why things are all mixed around. So that's the reason why people argue about the Sabbath. The Israelites didn't go by, okay, this is Sunday, so this is the Sabbath, or this is Saturday. They went by the moon cycles. And so by following the moon, that's how you knew when the Sabbath was. Let's see, sense. And another fact, but he was either. I disagree with that. Mr. Street says they don't know for a fact, but he was either white or albino. That actually comes from that understanding of Noah being white or albino comes from the Book of Enoch, which I do not hold to that.
I never even heard that.
I don't. The Book of Enoch.
First time I heard that.
The Book of Enoch talks about like angels, coming down the earth and having sex with human women and creating the giants and Nephilims, and starts talking about like
fucking nuts
centaurs and like mermaids, and it goes into some.
That sounds like some Babylonian shit, dude.
Well, they were able to trace back the Book of Enoch was like literally written in like 1930 or something like that.
So it was like fan fiction.
Yeah, I mean, if this thing, if they don't have ancient manuscripts for me to go back to, I don't really mess with it.
Yeah, why would you waste your time? Yeah,
and granted, it might not be considered ancient for some people, because some people are like, they're looking back to societies that like the first major society which they can like really show that writing, all these things like that goes back to the Sumerians, which some people can say was 10,000 years. Some people can say it was 100,000 years. It all depends on how people want to read archaeology, how long or what period they say it happened. But they recognize the Sumerians as being literally one of the oldest. Now, biblically, a lot of people who I know of, they look at the Sumerians would have been the actual ancient Babylonians, which goes to the Tower of Babel.
Pulp scripture.
That's
a good one.
Let's see. We got to go. It's been fun. All right, good to have you, Streets. Yeah, I'm just having a little bit of fun while we got people here, having a little bit of fun, just answering some questions. I don't mind talking the Bible all night long. I do
I was
agree.
gonna say, we could have this conversation until we both drop y'all. So
yeah, I do agree. Jews wrote the Bible. I will be honest. I just disagree. And I'm not saying every single one is or is not. I just disagree on who the world recognizes as the Jews. Are some of them? Yes. But I believe the bulk would not be the same as the ancient Israelites. So that gets into that gets into a controversial.
That's a whole
issue.
other rabbit hole. Yeah,
That's
it's not really complicated, but like you just have to approach it with nuance and just
yeah, you gotta because like for instance, did the Israelites go into some European places And could you, marry and then have children, and marry and have children, and eventually phenotype starts changing over time? Of course.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. It's really about who controls the history, and then from there on,
To know who did what. And then you do have some people who literally did just flat out convert. And then so since you have some people who literally converted, and there's a history of them converting, and then if you even go back to some of the people in Israel, the actual descendants of Edom were in the land of Israel when the Israelites went into captivity, and then under the time of I can't remember his name right now. He literally forced anybody who was living in the land, whether they were Edomites, Moabites, or Ammonites, he forced them to adopt the religion, even though they weren't ethnically Israelites. So John Hyrcanus II, that's who it would be. So that's when you got to really dig and do your research.
We will enter Marcus in to fight people with Bible knowledge for freaking charity.
Yes, Misha, they removed the Apocrypha in 1620s. Bringing up my question about when you say believe in the Bible, I think your point might get lost on evangelical. Might say they believe in the Bible. My point is people might get confused. Well, I'm talking about, believe in the Bible, meaning that you believe that at least majority of it's real. Now, you might not believe it. You might believe that this thing is wrong, that thing is wrong. But I'm talking about as far as there being a creator, that he literally gave his story to people and he spoke through the prophets for them to write down a message. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't believe in Christianity. Yes, that is true. Jews worship Baal or Morphodite. Yeah, but that's part of why they got in trouble over and over and over for literally going against the creator and worshiping other people. I was curious as to where they never women at the Wailing Wall. Yeah, I don't go into the Wailing Wall stuff. I believe that what they're doing is wrong. In the Bible, it literally tells you shouldn't pray out in the open. I mean, it literally tells you should call no man father or call no man master, which rabbi means master. So any religion which gets the obvious things wrong. I mean, in Israel, they believe that you're a Jew.
You can also be
by your
interpreted as teacher, but yeah, I mean, it really depends on context.
Well, they believe you're a Jew by your mother, when the Bible clearly says you're a Jew by your father. I mean, there's so many things which you can just easily read in the Torah that they get massively wrong.
It's like in our religions. I mean, when you look at the amount of look at Joel Holstein, you know what I'm saying, and then look at like an actual Christian church that's like
prosperity doctrine on steroids.
Yeah, so take prosperity gospel versus like you have someone who's actually providing a community for people to have a place to go and find a spiritual connection. Like the difference in parity between the actual like Christians that are followers of Jesus versus the inversion of it, right? It's like all the religions are like that.
Yeah, I'm glad I answered that. I'm trying to see if I make sure I got all get caught up to everybody's questions. Okay, I got caught up on here for the most part. Perhaps the fundamental flaw with the Bible is it doesn't reflect Jesus' fundamental belief in reincarnation and making the earth as more. But it does actually. What it is Christianity doesn't understand that concept though. They don't. There's much that they don't understand the Bible because they read the Bible and think that it's simple. When the Bible literally tells you it's written in parables, allegories, and dark sayings. All of it's not simply just lay it all out.
Well, and there's codes in it too.
The whole book is written in code. It does talk about regeneration in the Bible, but if you talk to any pastor,
like astrology and like star move or like movements of bodies and planets and shit.
It literally tells you that one of the tribes of Israel that their gift was literally to be able to discern the stars and read messages directly from God. It literally tells you that. So I mean, and that tribe was the tribe of Issachar. That was literally their gift. That they were like, They will read the stars and know if they were to go into battle or not.
Well,
Yes,
this thing is like
Misha,
this
they
to
do
show
need to
the
see
inversion.
this.
Oh,
The natives of
what's that?
Chaco Canyon had an unbelievable understanding of the moon
Oh,
/ sun
thanks, Misha.
cycles. Check out the Mystery of Chaco Canyon documentary. And thank you for sending that to me again. I
Yeah,
mean,
thanks for sending
it's,
that. That sounds dope. Thanks for sharing that.
I mean, it goes into a lot. I mean, there's just so many gifts that it talks about. It talks about the tribe of Gad, that they were warriors and experts with the bow and arrow. Some of the stuff even literally talks about the tribe of Gad like scalping people. That's in the Bible. But, you know, if you get a Christianity understanding, evangelical understanding of the Bible, you're never going to understand any of this stuff. This is an example of what I mean.
Absolutely.
You talked about hell. I think people who may not consider themselves to believe in the Bible would agree with how you describe
Well,
well, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, and that's the thing,
Christianity,
Marcus.
I feel, I would say that they have a poor understanding of the Bible, and so that
I mean, hell sells.
That makes people disbelieve. That makes people say everything you're saying there, that's completely nonsense. That's BS. As a Hebrew Israelite, you're not going to find any Hebrew Israelite that believes.
Well, your
the virgin
interpretation
birth.
of hell is actually, well, that's the thing, is your interpretation though of the afterlife is dead up what I was raised with, like from the standpoint of like what I was actually taught, not the weird inverted version, you know, the doctrination. The actual version I was taught was that there's not really that there's a hell. It's different levels of heaven essentially
in
in the
Hebrew
afterlife.
it comes down to Sheol. The Schofield Bible is a study Bible. If Denver's still there, I'm sorry I didn't finish the rest of your question. It's a study Bible, but I would not use it. The reason why is it tells you what they
Bible
believe
Talk with
stuff
Marcus.
is, but they don't get everything correct. Aries, yeah.
That's gotta be
Maybe they were
annoying when you
saying
read it,
Aries,
man.
the god of war. Aries actually translates into Mars also, which translates into my name Marcus. That's where Marcus comes from. Going back to God of War. So it makes sense that I had a desire for weapons and military, probably. You're wise beyond your years, Marcus. Thank you, Denver. Thank you. I just try to do my best, and I study as much as I can. And I try to be as humble as possible and just pray for understanding and discernment that I can be a tool for the Heavenly Father, for Abba. Understanding both the Quran and the Bible only lends more meaning to each other. It gives you a better understanding. And what I learned is it helps confirm more things in the Bible. So it looks like a collar, snake people. Yeah, that goes into some of the stuff which people believe in the book of Enoch. Cern, nice. You can't speak about these people openly without guarded dialogue. Kind of sounds like what I hear privatized as white privilege. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like, some stuff I probably shouldn't say, but as I've gotten more studied, I'm able to prove certain things a little bit better. And plus I talk about it on my other channel much more openly. That's the reason why I say the Bible literally talks about the wheats and the tares. And it talks, and so I tell people, well, if there's wheats and tares, then there's tares in the wheats also. And what that means is, for the people that you believe are not the people, there's going to be a group of people that are the people within them. You get what I'm saying? Make sense?
Yeah.
And so,
well,
it's
all interesting because like it really all does tie back to like a mass, like what mass formations are. And then when you look at like religion and
not
cults,
only mass formation, a mass deception. What it is if you have a group of people at the top that know for a fact that they are not the good people. They are not the people. They are literally a tool of.
It's almost like they got to sacrifice us to save their souls.
Well, what it is in the Bible, it literally says Satan knows he only has a short time. And so if you have been told, like Satan has decided, you know what, I'm going to pick these people to do my will in the earth. And you're going to get all this wealth, power, all that. You're going to control the earth. But you know, there's a time limit, and that's going to end. You're going to do whatever you can to try to extend that time period as much as possible. Please read speech, guys. It's
that explains the obsession with time,
like punching me in the gut. Please read speech. I'm gonna have to look up speech, Yeah, I always try to study as much as possible. Hey, if they are trying anything else, we'll get them where the reverse time conjugal scholar, right? Choosy, yeah. What I say is these people use all of these different things at their disposal. Why Satan? Why Satan symbology? Well, the symbology is to try to scare you, to use them as a boogeyman. Satan
Yes, because that leads into the fear aspect.
Is a negative energy. I mean, so those people who believe in energies, positive or negative, you know, if you have a creator, he's going to have these two different forces which he uses in the earth. It's just like in the Bible, he literally says, "I kill." So anybody's like, "Oh, well, no, the devil's doing it." No, God gave the power to Satan to do these things. God kills.
Well, and Marcus, that goes to why, like, when people ask me, like, prove the existence of God, I always like laugh because I'm just like, okay, free will.
Yeah,
like you can't account for free will. Like, first
Well,
off, that should be the first thing we all understand.
I stand corrected. Ali says no, but they actually do see sacrificing us as an act of love. Yeah, and that's right. It did say that in the Lucha Strauss.
Wow, in the UN meditation room? That is so the New Age movement, I forgot the girl's name,
That's
but
what I'm
like someone
saying.
did a great expose showing that the New Age movement was co-opted for essentially Lucifer worship.
Well, no, that's what Ali was showing with the whole Alice Bailey stuff.
Yeah.
This all goes
Thank you.
into
Yes,
that.
Alice Bailey. Yes, that was the name I was looking for. Alice Bailey. Check out Ali's article on that. That's huge because that shows where a lot of the misunderstanding of like when I started into Buddhism, like it wasn't because I'm a Buddhist. It's because it was a misunderstanding of what I was taught. So like I had to like forget everything that I learned and start from a place of knowing that I do not know. And that led me down to a whole bunch of other spiritual paths. But long story short, like that's why I think it's fascinating. Like there are so many like crossovers between just with things that are universally true. When you just listen to like anyone, like what is your spiritual understanding, right? Because what you're talking about, Marcus, like not to use, like I was just going to preface this with this is not Alice Bailey type speech, but lower vibrational people, like lower vibration stuff.
And that's what I'm saying.
What
Different people have different ways that they understand it, interpret
of understanding it. Exactly.
Like when Choosy was talking about how they basically try to erase reincarnation. Well, I actually don't say reincarnation because like I don't believe like you just come back as a cat or a dog or okay now you're a 6'5" man and the next time you come back as a 5'3" woman. I believe in regeneration. We come back over and over in repeated cycles. And so how it says is in the Bible, it literally says your judgment is on the earth. So the stuff that you do when you come back in that next life, some of the negatives and things that are happening to you, you're paying for what you did before.
And so for the other side of the audience that doesn't have as firm as a grasp on like the knowledge of the Bible, understanding of it, that's like essentially that's your karmic, like that is what karma is. Like that's your karmic record when you're on this earth. Like and that's essentially what I believe in too, is that every action has a reaction, every force has a counter force, right? So that's just the second law of thermodynamics. Like, you know, it's to me, there's very few universal truths, but that's one of them. To me, it's the law of cause and effect.
Misha Key, the Anasis, I hope I'm saying that right. Study the moon and sun cycles to keep track of the seasons for the best time to grow crops, travel, trade, and hunt. Well, that correlation, Thomas, in the Bible, one of the tribes, that was one of their abilities and gifts. That was one of their abilities and gifts, that they were able to know which herbs in the ground which they can use for healing, how to properly grow things. That
explains why they go after dandelion.
It was a lot of things which it talked about that tribe. That's the reason why people who have understanding of that stuff in the Bible are like, wait a minute, we know that these people completely disappeared after their captivity. And these people have a lot of things that we see that are similar. Now, maybe it's not going to be exactly, but we see a lot of similarities. And it's like literally can't find anybody else in the world who fits these different things that it says about these different people here. And
yeah,
so
it's almost like labels. It's like
Well,
it's just like the application. Yeah, it's nuts.
and well, when you
Welcome
start
to the apocalypse, everyone.
well, when it talks about that said tribe, though, well, not tribes, the 7 northern tribes, it literally talking about them crossing into a new land which nobody else ever lived in before.
Yep.
And so
Does that get into the Canaanites, or is that later on, or is that
well,
before?
no, the Canaanites. This would have been before, because Canaanites were always fight. I mean, they literally lived in the same land. Like Israelites took over the land of the Canaanites, and so it just pushed the Canaanites.
Yeah,
to
that
the
part
west.
talked about. Yeah.
And so they continued living next door to them, constantly, kind of like
That's
fighting.
so it's kind of like an occupation almost. I mean, like, or more like, is it more like an apartheid plus system, like an even worse than
kind of like they just lived in the lands adjacent to them.
Wow, and think of the parallels to what we see today.
Mm-hmm. In which
it's nuts, man.
Remember, I was talking about how Edom, they moved into the Israelites' land after their what was it? After the Persian captivity? I think it was It was goodness, I'm drawing blank. Yeah, I think it was the Persian captivity. They moved into their lands.
Persian, or was it Ottoman? Was it before 1900?
Oh, this is way before this.
Okay, yeah.
And so that's when they moved into that land. Once they moved
even
into
the history of like Samaria and like that land area is just like Mesopotamia. Absolutely.
That's another thing. When you start talking about the Sumerians, once the Sumerians were taken down, or the Babylonians, then you had the Assyrians, which rose up, which subjugated the Babylonians, pushed a lot of them out of that area, and then not only took their land, but they took over into the original Babylonian areas. And then after that happened, then you had the Medo-Persian Empire, which came over and took over that same part. Then you had the Babylonian Empire rise up again and retake.
So those were the OG Great Resets.
Yes, over and over and over. And then what you had after that was, after the Medians went down, the Persians became strong. And then after the Persian Empire, they were taken out by Alexander the Great and the Greeks. The Greeks, as they start, after he died, they split into 4 different regions, and then eventually start getting taken over by certain areas by the Romans. That's when you had the Greco-Roman era. And then eventually, once the Greek Empire completely collapsed, the Romans took over that area. And then after they took over that area, they started resubjugating all of those like lands like Egypt and Israel and
weren't they burning actual Christians under the reign of Nero? Like, isn't that before they did the massive switch with Constantinople? Or sorry, who was it, Mark?
The original Christians, which they were talking to, were Israelites. That's who they were burning. Christian, it was used as a very derogatory term. And so those so-called Christians didn't call themselves Christians.
Because they were essentially seen as outsiders.
People
would,
It's just like
all these cycles repeat, man. It's fascinating.
Even the name Hebrew meant the people from the other side. It meant like stranger. And so it was them calling them strangers, even. So
and language is interesting, man, because it's so interesting that we live in a world of symbology and symbols and essentially intuition, a lot of it. And like, when you go and do the research on a lot of this stuff, like I challenge everyone to go and look up Schumann resonances. You find that these patterns, these waves that circle the earth every single day that we don't know about it, like 7.83 hertz, is matched to like alpha, beta, data wave, theta, are different brain waves mapped to each different Schumann resonance band. And these resonances are powered by lightning. Like, the fact that we don't talk about shit like that is fucking absurd to me, because like that's what Tesla was into.
Well, I want to give you a little food for thought. You think of human beings. Do you know that if you look into each human being, we literally have the same minerals and stuff which you see in the ground, and you add water and then electricity, and that's a human being, basically. Now, I'm talking about very simplistically laying it out that way, but
And I don't recommend it, but a little urine and some distilled water, like you can fertilize plants with that. I'm just saying, a little bit. Like go research, but because like people are talking about uric acid shortages. Like we're gonna if we start getting into survival gardening, I highly recommend everyone look up and figure out how to garden or find some way because we're gonna have community. Like shit's gonna like Vargas has got a nuclear detonation behind him. Very like this is this is a heads up. Like shit is when people at Cern in Switzerland with the data privacy they have are fucking around with the dude that looks like this on screen. We need to all have a cause for concern. That's all I'm saying.
We'll see. Reality Revolution says, what the hell kind of God would create evil empires? It's not that he created the empires evil.
I think it's free will manipulated by these groups.
Well, yeah. Now having my understanding, I don't even believe that it's necessarily free will. It was, well, yes and no. To us, in a sense, it is interpreted as free will because, like, for instance, I feel like I just did that all of a sudden. I feel like I completely did that. But the creator has already known, according to the Bible, has already said that it's all been pre-planned from the foundation of the earth. So he already knows what we're going to do. We're just acting it all out. And so are people going to do certain things? Yes and no. And also, for everything that's done, there is a recompense for it. There's good or bad. So it goes back to like those karmic principles. If you put good into the earth, you will get back good. If you put evil into the earth, you'll get back evil. Now, understanding the good empires versus bad empires goes back to the two central characters that you have to focus on in the Bible. You have to understand the whole blessings and curse and the difference between Jacob and Esau and what that relationship, what that has to do with the whole balance of the earth. Christianity ignores all of that as if none of it exists.
That's the fascinating stuff to me right there. Like that's the stuff like I would have liked Bible study when I was doing it. Like if we were talking about stuff like that, not like going through and
any of it. It literally talks about that he's giving a dominion to one brother, and then he gives rules for if you do this, I'm gonna take care of you. If you don't do this, this is what's gonna happen. And the rules aren't complicated. But
and that deals back with cause and effect. And again, like this is just things that just are like the way I see it. It's fascinating though. The history is like
it's easy for me and you, Jack, to maybe say, you know what? If they say, hey, steal, don't kill, make sure you water the plants. That might be easy for us. But when you expand for people, everybody's not going to do what they're supposed to, and then that's how things get to the way that they get.
And that also deals with mass formations because mass formations actually require free will. Like you can't this just occurred to me. Like you can't have even per Matthias Desmet's guidelines that I highly recommend everyone go look up and in the article. You can't have that without free will because the only way a mass formation works is it's a kind of like a perverse inversion of solidarity, right? It's the worst kind of union.
But think of it this way, Jack. If I give you two options. Let's say three options. I give you three options, but all three of these options are the options which I want you to do, and I force you in a pathway which guides you to one of the three options which I've already decided for you.
You still control the outcome.
I'm still controlling the outcome.
That's a great allegory or metaphor for what we're in. Like that's
exactly.
Oh man.
But a lot
my
of
brain's blown, everyone.
a lot of people, it's hard for them to fathom the fact that they're not controlling their journey or pathway. And if you think about it, even if you take away a spiritual or a religious focus, our government feeds us information and hides certain information to push us, for the most part, into certain camps and thinkings, correct?
And a lot of that's with the culture wars. Like that's what that's about, is to get people fighting so that nothing actually gets solved for an actual person.
Are you going to have outliers and people who kind of break out of that system? That's like literally breaking out of the matrix. Yes.
It's like how many Neos? I was just going to say, how many Neos do you have? You're in my head.
Fall into that trap. Exactly.
You're right. And that's where you get into the like hero worship and cult of personality. Oh my God, man.
Well, because think about it this way. even just looking at like agriculture, how many sheep are there compared to sheep herders?
I have no idea, but this is fascinating.
Well, because you're going to have a certain amount of people who are leading, and you're going to have a majority of people.
Oh, even if you use dogs in that metaphor, like you don't have as many
You
dogs
have
as
a
you've had
pack
sheep.
leader. You always have a pack leader.
Yeah.
In a pride of lions, you have one lion who's in charge, right? You always have a leader, and then you have a bunch of followers. Now, say in a kingdom, you might have a king, you might have dukes, you might have all of these other people who have certain positions of authorities, so you can delegate out that responsibility to get everything done. But you only have a certain amount of people who are really controlling or doing anything. And even these dukes or earls or whatever, they might not even make that many decisions, because it's all going back to the king, and you might have decisions on how you fulfill what the king wants done, but ultimately there's still one leader.
Dude, and this all relates to like how everything's compartmentalized, you know?
I don't know. Do you believe reality? Do you believe I'm a narcissist? I hope not. I don't
agree with that assessment.
Ali says the answers are right in front of us with the symbolism, as with the language and ceremonies and traditions. They look the same to all
They
of us.
really don't. Yeah, they don't hide it.
As about, like, I'll give a perfect example. You guys know Allah? Allah just means like power. Do you know that it now Germanic form of God? Here, I'll just drop this real quick. Germanic form of God. Well, I mean, God is Germanic. If you go into Hebrew, do you know what it actually means? What it actually states? A power. It translates to power. So God is your power. You know how you're always talking about energy, positive and negative? It's a power.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's about there's only one God. Are there really only one power in the earth? There's one great power.
Yeah, so the way that Muhammad Ali explained it is, I think, is the most fascinating meaning. He said there's it's kind of like the heavens and rain, and like it's all flows down into different streams that form into like there's lakes as well. Like he's essentially, the analogy is like the water downflow is like the religions. They're all leading to a source. They're all leading to a unifying body. Yeah.
Well, it's just like in the Bible, it literally says like to the Israelites, ye are gods. And a king, ye are a power. You're a power. Okay, you're a small power, just like the king above you, he's a power.
And that gets into like divine rule of kings and all that stuff.
In this system, a president is a power, correct? But if you translate it into, Christianity thinking, that would make you say, oh, you're God. That's the reason why it says put no other God before me, meaning put no other power before me.
Wow. And see, like that also gets into like perception as well too. Like, how do we perceive things?
It's just a matter of understanding the language and the translations. If you go on the English understanding of things, it gets all twisted around. It's just like worship. In Greek, there's multiple words for worship, and they have different definitions.
Yep.
It's the same thing.
That's what terrifies me with them changing language in like the dictionary. It's like, okay, this is like next, like thought crime, next pre-crime, all kinds of shit. But more so, it's like Fahrenheit 451. Like it's absolutely absurd what we're saying.
Remember when I was telling you about the difference with the word in the Bible, world. There's even a part where it literally says, and God made the worlds, plural. Oh, wait a minute. If you think there's only one world, then what is the other worlds that he's talking about?
I think he knew about multi-dimensions, man, and that gets back to Cern.
I'll explain what it means. I'll explain, which that's possible. I'm not ruling that out, but in the Greek, the word world translates into three different worlds. I mean, three different words: eon, oikomene, and cosmos. Now, the word world translating into eon means an age, means a time period.
I think it's all three.
World translating into oikomene is the whole planet. Eon being, world being translated into cosmos means a harmonious arrangement and or a government. So a government can be considered a world in the Bible.
This is blowing my mind. Yeah, I was just thinking like that's like some NWO shit after that, man.
Why do you think that I had to teach whole classes on this and like break this down?
Right? Because
it's a
that's
lot.
the thing is, yeah, you gotta like when you like that, like I almost like sometimes I'm tempted to ask you, how do you approach someone about this? Because it's got to be hard to like be able to guide them through. Like there's so much.
It's hard to know where to, and it's hard to know what to try to debunk first. People are
right. They have the same problem. Yeah.
If you come to them the right way, but if you come to them already trying to tell people that they don't know what they're talking about, then people are automatically going to get defensive.
And it's a natural instinctive reaction because it's a stimulus. You don't know if it's positive or good, so your body's going to like try to protect itself. And also the society we deal in, where for someone to win, another must lose.
I need to write down. I'm gonna start writing down because Science is giving me some stuff, some homework. I need to write this stuff down. The selfish gene, and I need to write this. Like when somebody was talking about, like when I do this second part of on Hebrew Israelite, on this guy who's exposing Hebrew Israelites. He's like, they believe this.
Send me his info.
You see this? All of these were just Hebrew Israelite groups that I can think of in like 5 minutes.
But Marcus, he's got it all figured out though, because he says.
Do you know Hebrew Israelites argue over when the Sabbath is?
I was gonna say, I bet the internal debates alone are like you could probably do documentaries on them, dude. Feature-length films, man.
Yeah, some argue on the lunar Sabbath. Some are arguing over on Friday to Saturday night Sabbath. I mean, me and Fuzz
kind of the same way in like New World, like sorry, not New World, but like you got to make the distinction between the Alice Bailey New Age, like New World Order, like she's literally, it's a UN agenda type thing that she was behind, because that kind of speak has been like really twisted. So you have to be really clear when you talk about stuff. So I can't even imagine like trying to wake someone up right now. I always start with like just talking about how if things are good or bad or energy. Yeah.
We literally have a group within Hebrew Israelites, a group that we call the Negro Onlys. They literally believe all the Hebrew Israelites are all only so-called black people. That's it. That's what they believe. Now, the percentage of Hebrew Israelites that believe that is like maybe 20%, if I had to guess by what I'm seeing. So we're talking about, and they did a poll, was it sometime last year? Over 1 million people recognize themselves as Hebrew Israelites. Now, out of that 1 million, only a small percentage believe all the Hebrew Israelites are black people. But what do people call the Hebrew Israelites? Black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, so it's kind of like with word conjuring. It's intentional because they have to frame it in that way so that because like you're not supposed to have a person of me like with a Jewish upbringing on like, you know what I'm saying, like the way the media portrays like what was that horseshit that the one of those groups was doing about like defaming just like all kinds of shit that they were fucking doing. Like I think what was it, the ADL? Who was it?
Gosh, the ADL hates us all. Not only
don't they literally list it as like
I gotta
list it really hard.
I gotta take a picture of this comment which Ali says so I can remember it, because that would be a great lesson plan to do. Says, sorry, that bright light, that was my camera.
Oh, I was just gonna, yeah, that's a great idea. The one about breaking down comparisons,
because I already like break down like certain things, and I know Ali remembers not too long ago when I broke down how tithes is not how nobody should be doing tithes and why they shouldn't be doing tithes. And then I don't know if you just heard, just recently, Creflo Dollar came out and was like, I've been wrong over my teaching. I've been teaching for 30 years that tithes, that people shouldn't be doing tithes. You knew
It's gonna
that.
drive you nuts, dude.
You're just a thief. That's all. You want to lie to these people and steal from these people. Worlds
There's
beyond
like
the
there's grifters in all walks, man. Like that's just
Well,
that's just an
most
unavoidable
of
fact of life.
the biggest grifters you're going to find are in the church. It doesn't matter if it's a Baptist church, Catholic, Mormons.
Grifting is non-denominational, y'all.
Yes, those are the biggest grifters you're going to ever run across.
Now that said, there are a lot of good community-based churches that I highly recommend people go to because they actually like do shit for people, and like I mean that in, like just like it's important to remember that for all of like I always try to make this point of like the butterfly effect, right? The fact that what we see is a very limited scope of things, and this is our perception, right? So when we see like things that are very like wrong going on, we also need to understand that we're not seeing a lot of the good stuff going on. And again, how each person understands that is just an interpretation in itself.
That's a good question here. Ruby says, what kind of rules are you supposed to follow that are hard for people to follow in what you believe? Well,
that's a good question.
One of the hardest ones is Sabbath. I believe the lunar Sabbath is biblical, but because of my job is a Monday through Friday job, I would have to be able to have, okay, this Tuesday I'm off, this Wednesday I'm off.
Oh, so it wouldn't be practical at all.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we call it that we're partially in captivity, because we're not able to follow all of our laws to the fullest.
Man, that's fat. Because like that is just that's so like think of like that is like almost really like I think it would help people understand like that's what we're all really actually dealing with to an extent of when we look at it's kind of like it almost kind of like it's a back to like a question of if you know you're enslaved, right? Is it better to know or not know? And that gets into like the Jones plantation about how like they do slavery under the guise of freedom by telling that the slaves that they have a right to vote, they can then do more atrocious shit. It's used as a justification now because they're saying, well, but we can go back to the old, you know what I'm saying? They use that and hold it over people. But like the fact that it was kind of like an awakening from the standpoint of realizing that we're in that state right now. All of us, like this transcends every like background. It's really insane, man. Like just really thinking about it.
Oh, that's interesting, Denver. I'm gonna have to look into some of that Norse mythology. I used to study some of it because I used to be big into Viking stuff. Let me think of another one that I would say is hard for people. Kosher foods, because they mix so many things that are unkosher into our foods. It's hard. Like, there's plenty of stuff which I have to Google this and Google that to try to figure out, damn, can I eat this or not? Like I remember.
Yeah, because you can't really trust the labels.
Well, like I remember I used to love Starburst. I can't eat Starburst. You know why?
Oh, it's probably some horrendous shit that they did.
It has pork products in it.
How the fuck do they get pork into a latte? This I gotta hear.
They literally put pork in damn near everything. Like anything that's gummy, gelatin, most gelatin has.
Oh, so they're using the bovine, like the skeletal tissue, and essentially like how we get like pudding, gelatin, like Jello.
Most gelatin has pork in it. Now you can get some rarely in like some other countries.
Sorry, not bovines.
Oddly enough, Sweden. Sweden has some gelatin that is beef.
Interesting.
That's one that's a tough one. There's so many like for instance, what is it? Steak and Shake, I think. Their shakes literally have like beaver anus. That's what they use.
Holy shit!
Flavoring. Yes.
I used to take dates to go eat beaver anus.
Yes. So
I feel like a fucking. I don't know how to feel about that, you guys. In the comments, let me know how to feel about that.
Thomas says, "Do the Norse cultures believe in a creator God?" Yes, they do. They believe in a creator god, which would be Odin.
All right, so
they
Misha said
have-
they put it in Sonic cups, so we should be good to go.
Right. Dude, there's so many things. Like one thing that was hard for me at first was dude, you know how much I used to love shrimp? Can't have shrimp. Can't
Yeah, I
have
was gonna say, it's like literally it's encrusted in its own shit too, isn't it?
well, no, it's just the fact of according to the Torah, you can't have there is a dietary law. Anything that's in the water that doesn't have fins or scales, not allowed to eat it. Any animal that's cloven, what is it? That's not cloven footed, that doesn't chew the cud, you're not allowed to eat.
Yeah.
So that's where the whole pork comes in. Like camel, I think camel is kosher. Like sheep is kosher, but goat is not kosher. I mean, so another thing, like a lot of people love catfish. Can't have catfish. Catfish doesn't have scales.
Oh, so like wouldn't be able to have octopus, squid?
Nope. All of those.
So,
all of those.
What about
things,
seaweed? I would imagine seaweed would be okay though, right?
Nope. Seaweed is not kosher either.
Definitely not fish sauce then, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, all of these things are meant to preserve the oceans and seas. And so if you start eating all of these things out of the sea,
oh, it'll fuck up the oceans. Yeah.
It fucks up the ocean.
So it's almost like a pragmatic common sense thing that we just like, we're never taught this shit, but it makes perfect sense.
It's about all of these things are meant to preserve the earth. Part of our number one duty is, yes, we're supposed to have dominion over the earth, but we're supposed to protect it also. That's
You know what's interesting is I just remembered that I never enjoyed catfish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, because I always felt like that they're there to clean and like they have a goal and purpose. Like we shouldn't be eating them.
That's why certain birds we're not supposed to eat.
It makes perfect sense because like I've had caught fish and I've never had catfish that I like.
Buzzards and things like that, ravens and crows.
Yeah, you wouldn't eat a vulture. Yeah.
Exactly, Ali. Hence why we have so many allergies. Because your body, it's telling you you're not supposed to eat this. That's the reason why people who eat a lot of these different things get high blood pressure and all that. That's why I said at least you will die. It's not like you're going to eat the pork and then just fall over and die. But
apparently I grew up on beaver anus. I'm still trying to get over that.
Correct, Misha. Even in certain toothpastes is pork.
Yeah, gelatin.
Cigarette filters have pork in them.
How do you find stuff?
A lot of research.
I was gonna say, like, it sounds like you do exactly like what I do, and that's like I have to literally research this stuff before I even make a purchase. I gotta almost investigate before I can even think about buying something because, like, I just have simple rules. Like, if some kind of expletive action was done in the process of that thing being made, I don't want to fucking touch it. It's bad energy. I don't want a part of my soul.
Most Hebrew Israelites, which I talk to, and you're gonna have low level people in all of them. Have done an immense amount of research, and so the difference between like a Hebrew Israelites and in the church, most Hebrew Israelites I know not only study the Bible, but they study the historic timelines around that. They study migration patterns. They study languages. They study a bunch of different things. Now, is every single one going to know all of this stuff exactly? No. But another thing we look into, etymology of words. Where does this word come from? What is this?
Because all this stuff is so important. Like, just to even like really totally try to get at pulling back the fact of what's going on, like to even get at what we're seeing.
Let's see. Ruby asks, who is Talmud? Talmud is actually a book. You have the Babylonian Talmud, which the Babylonians, it's the original Talmud, which the Babylonians believe. Then you have a faction of Jewish people. Actually, they have what they call the Jerusalem Talmud. Now, some read both, some read one or the other. And what it is rabbinical teachings where they go back and forth on different understandings on different things. That are, some of the things are in the Torah, some of the things are not in the Torah. A lot of it's not in the Torah. And so it's
like the Reddit of like the back then.
Yeah, it's them going
You
back.
probably had shit posting.
The Talmud is literally like rabbis still writing up into like the mid 19th century. I mean, it's like stuff from like rabbis writing in the 50s still in there. I'm like,
Man, that's like it's like when you play a song, like it's a new song and then you play it out.
Mhm. The branches they hold 9 realms in Norse mythology, or they're called the Nephilim, Muspelheim,
Oh, interesting.
Asgard. I know about Asgard, Midgard, Jotunheim, Vanaheim. I didn't know about that one. Svartalheim, Helheim. That's interesting. What if these are alternate dimensions? I would not doubt it. I really wouldn't. Says
We got Choosy dropping Jesuit truth bombs
regarding the bottom feeding sea life, and it said that if we followed these kosher laws, we would be healthier in general, adding to longer lifespans. That's the reason why you had like, what was it? I think Abraham lived to like 130 or 140, something like that. I mean, and it talked about.
Yeah, I always wondered about that because like
Even in
I don't know if you noticed
the 90s, they were still healthy and strong.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, how many of these deaths are due to our medical system and the way that we've got a sick care system? It's
That's
not
where
even really medical care;
and
it's triage.
and
Death.
all of these things come from.
It's all, yeah, and it goes back to the Jacobins too, and like living in a death cult.
Yeah, all of these things have to do with what we're doing. That's why it says you will die, and we got to remember. For us, we see things through our lens. According to the Bible, one day for the Creator is 1,000 years. So our lives are a blink of time for Him. But that's the reason why the regeneration, the over and over and over and over and over, get yourself before the final, the final return.
And we got front row seats, everyone. I'm just saying, you got to find the positive in everything.
Yeah, I mean, although, oh, wait a minute, Choosy getting into some shit right here. Ali, that's why I say the Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini rings true. Man, if you guys don't know about Albert Pike, you need to do your research into Albert Pike.
Yeah, there's a lot. Corbett actually, was it Corbett or who did a good series on Pike?
I'm not sure. I know Albert Pike literally predicted World War III, predicted World War II. Actually, he predicted which nations were going to be in World War I and World War II, and
That's what it was.
World War I happened like, what is it, like 50 years after his death or something like that?
Well, and like, doesn't prophecy relate to some of these events too?
Well, I don't feel like he understood prophecy. I just think that he was part of people.
Oh yeah, not
happen.
Pike, but he would be the one to say that, like, he would be the one to try to predict prophecy and then take, you know what I'm saying, like one of those types, it seems almost.
In reality, it doesn't only teach that. It teaches some very, very dark stuff. Man, I wish I could remember what that one process is called. I won't say it. Actually, let me pull this up. I did a video on Hebrew apologetics about the Talmud. So let me see if I can find it. Chris is gonna be like, "Dan, did you just keep going and going and going?" Hey, it's Saturday night for me.
We're going until you guys drop.
Say, I'm going till I wear you mofos out.
We're gonna wait until we don't have one more damn comment in this chat. We're gonna do it, you guys.
See, let me find my page real quick.
All right, I'll be right back, you guys.
All right, Hebrew apologetics with. Really gonna make me spell it all the way out? I guess so. All right, there we. Wow, that's up to 61 views already. Good job. Let's see. So, prophecy. Let's go all uploads. And if you guys go on here, you can see the interview we did with Ali, who is in the chat. I broke it up into 3 parts, and if you want to see the whole one, I believe she still has it on her channel if she didn't delete it. I imagine she didn't. But let's see. What was I going to look up? Oh, Talmud. Talmud. And it's what only about no, don't do that. Okay, I guess I gotta click on it first.
Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery.
Dang, what I can't remember what that process is called. That's kind of cool. But here we go. There is my video for the Talmud. And let me go over to Rockfin also and put that in there just in case somebody wanted to view it. Let's see. Hundreds of thousands die every year in America just related to medication errors. I mean, yeah, and I don't feel that stuff's accidental, not at all. Yes, Albert Pike was an OG Freemason. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you look into the Freemasons and people like this, you can understand their motives and why they're doing what they're doing. I'm surprised we still got 5 people rocking with us over on Rockfin too. So I'm impressed. You guys are hanging in there, or guys and gals. My apologies. Says Ali, are you Christian or spiritual but not religious? Do you believe in Jesus or just trying to figure it out? Oh, look at Yona back in here. Hard in the paint, young Morpheus Rose. Talmud doctor is doctrine of deception. Actually, let me share some of the video. I can bring it up. I keep going back and forth on if I'm going to add any of my Hebrew apologetics onto the Political Matrix Rockfin channel. I don't know, maybe if there's some way to do a poll over there, I'll see. I've kind of tried to separate my Hebrew apologetics stuff because I know some of the people out there are atheists, and I don't want to inundate them with biblical stuff if they're not interested. I know that most of them look what that starts with. Let me back this up just a little bit. This is just a little bit of stuff into the Babylonian Talmud. Yeah.
Is actually more recent than the Torah or the New Testament, as it was completed in Syria 500 of the Common Era. Dismissed by most Reformed Jews, Orthodox rabbinic scholars claim the Talmud is the most authentic document, stating the Torah is the sanitized version of Jewish history. The Talmud is the real deal. Multiple authors write the histories collected in the Talmud, detailing the transgressions on the ark and Noah's awakening from drunkenness to curse his son. Shahedrin, 108b. God cursed Ham because he broke the prohibition on sex aboard the ark. He was smitten in his skin. Ham is told by his outraged father, Noah, that
because you have seen me uncovered.
According to the Talmud, uncovered is a euphemism for being seen in a sexual way.
Your children shall be born black and ugly. Because you have twisted your head to cause me embarrassment, they shall have kinky hair and red eyes. Because your lips mocked me, their lips shall swell. And because you neglected my nakedness, your progeny shall go naked, and their members shall be shamefully elongated. Their character shall be that of promiscuity, idleness, and all forms of immoral behavior.
According to the Talmud, Noah's drunken tirade even includes geography.
Your seed shall populate the hottest places, Egypt and Assyria and India.
This passage passage leaves no doubt that the source of Noah's anti-black, anti-melanin curse on Ham stems from the writers of the Babylonian Talmud.
In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ. Manipulating the Romans to actually wield the spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen. The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed. With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection, but not in the case of perverse connection. The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law. Normal rape, however, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums. The Pharisees were deeply influenced by such practices.
In 3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls. In fact, many of the greatest rabbis of the Talmud, including Simeon ben Yochai, upheld this privilege. Today in Israel, thousands of Jews go to Meron every year to venerate the memory of Simeon ben Yochai, one of the most respected rabbis in the history of Judaism.
In one of dozens of endorsements of child sex, Simeon ben Yochai said, "A proselyte under the age of 3 years and a day is permitted to marry a priest." Agreeing with ben Yochai, the great Rabbah said, "When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye." The footnote to this passage says, "As tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years." The same section confirms that sexual activity with small boys is in the same category. The intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act. In addition to adulterers, Christ, in the story of the Good Samaritan, portrayed the Pharisees as racial bigots, too self-righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew. It is true, because of the wickedness of the Canaanites, which included sodomy and infant sacrifice, Israel had been commanded by God to be harsh in her treatment of the inhabitants of the land. God made it clear that the Canaanites were not simply to be avoided, but destroyed. By the time of the New Testament, this method of preserving God's kingdom by separation and the sword had become obsolete. God no longer made a racial difference between men.
But the Pharisees were unfazed by God's new agenda. The Talmud was finally written down nearly 5 centuries after Christ. Yet its critical, even homicidal attitudes toward Gentiles might have been lifted out of the book of Joshua. However, the quickest way to grasp the Talmudic view of Gentiles is not directly from the Talmud, but from the Jewish encyclopedias. If we quote an isolated opinion from the Talmud, a rabbi may quickly object, saying, "But that is not the overall opinion of the Talmud. That is not the definitive view." What the Jewish encyclopedia provides us is...
All right, so I'll stop it there. I mean, it keeps going. This is from my video, which I did. When did I do this video?
There's that forget who it says, Sam.
Oh wow, I did it July 4th, 2021, so about a year ago.
Oh, I can't forget this dude. But there's essentially how there's like a book drop in like every religion that's their specific. It's kind of like the culture war concept, right? Get people divided over some clearly objective fucking wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? Like some truly, like this part, like I don't even know. Like this stuff isn't even cursory to my experience growing up in like the faith. This is insane.
People don't know like some of these like what some of these rabbis are really teaching. Like it gets dark in some of these places. It gets really dark.
Well, and like the analog to that was my experience in Christian churches I always got like the same exact shit that I would like. It's almost kind of like it's kind of like the Republican and Democrat Party. Like it's the two birds of the same wing type thing. Like it's just a different. It's like the Malcolm X quote, right? One group puts the knife in, the other just pulls it out a little. Like it's the inversion of nature and like just the way things are. It's just absolutely insane to me because like it's almost like all religions is like we see a very similar type concept, and that gets back to like cults and like social dynamics and reinforcement and like fucking other depravity. So it's insane. Like that kind of shit's fucking crazy, man.
In fact,
like that's not even covered. Even in my Talmud studies, that was not even like part of that. Like even the
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody doesn't see all of this stuff because it's so massive. And so what happens is these rabbis start focusing so much on debunking or proving this stuff in the Talmud that they stop focusing on the Bible at all. They just
that's for a point though, because that it makes it so that it's focusing on that one specific thing, right? And that makes sense to me now why I was given the guidance by like different peoples in the faith that essentially like you're supposed to essentially the second something comes from an oral tradition and stops, you have to question everything after that. Because and even the oral tradition you're supposed to question. Like you're supposed to like literally you're supposed to question like everything. Like that's kind of like what I was raised to think. So like it's kind of fascinating because like that was seen as like kind of like a black sheep type thing. Very much seen as like the like, and this is in most groups, like we were talking about earlier, right? With inside like different groups and elements of the Hebrew Israelites, there's disagreements. That's just how people work.
Yeah.
And people are like, we need to pass this, like everyone has to agree with me.
Old Testament only, who don't believe in the Messiah. They're ones who believe that they're the ones that believe that actually the real Israel is in like South Africa. I mean, there's some beliefs all over the place.
Well, that even gets to like even in like different like conservative reform and like different branches. There's like different. So observing the Sabbath, right? It now makes clear to me that like that was done because you still have the Hebrew calendar, which is supposedly it's lunar, right? Like I'm pretty sure it's lunar.
Well,
yeah. So like
we could see. Here's the thing: Hebrew Israelites don't believe that there's an actual calendar.
That's and that would be closer to exactly what I'm talking about. Is that so like looking at things like that, right? It's fascinating to me because like when you get into these religions, right, you find that there's a wall that you're not allowed to breach, right? There's like there's a area that you're not allowed to touch, but like it's just like the experience I talked about earlier. Like you're dealing with priests and pastors. Like I had this exact same thing where you just can't. You're not permitted to ask questions about some things, and like if you, it's like a cult at that point.
Same as a Christian church, they don't really want you asking certain questions, or they, especially during. Actually, I misspoke. They do believe that there is a Hebrew calendar. It's just slightly different than one that you would get in like a Jewish synagogue. Just like because, like for instance, they will say, like at the same time in like Israel that they'll be celebrating the Passover. We might be celebrating like a week or so after,
Which is probably actually more accurate if you're going by lunar time. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They're going by the lunar calendar all the time. And so not only.
See, I'm just realizing like conservative reform, those were levels of convenience.
On and on and on with all, because we celebrate all the feast days, Pentecost.
So what's fascinating to me is what you observe then is more or less, that's more close to my upbringing. like that's, the level of detail and the attention that because like getting to what you're talking about earlier, like it's a similar thing. Like there's different arguments within the Jewish community on what you're supposed to do on the like not let alone the day of the Sabbath, the day of rest, but let alone like how you're supposed to do things.
No doing anything of actual pleasure. Just supposed to. Only thing you're really allowed to do is you're supposed to just kind of rest or be reading the Bible. No fire sparked within your dwelling.
I was gonna bring up. That's so funny you mentioned that. I was gonna bring up the fact that I have relatives that could not look when they lit candles, meaning like on Sabbath you're not allowed to work. So I always thought that was a cheat. Like I always thought that was like just a clever like logical fallacy that they're just doing because you're still taking the action with the flame. But again, maybe there is some validity to that from the standpoint of perception. I don't know.
What we
That's a good
believe
question.
is that you prepare your food the day before, and so what I would do is because like
It's more so heavy work, right?
Yeah, a lot
like
of times.
my interpretation that I was taught was, yeah, it's heavy work.
Well, yeah, it is heavy work. And now, what they went after Christ for is someone working on the Sabbath. You're allowed to do good on the Sabbath. So, like, if somebody was sick and
or needs help,
help them, that would be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So,
those are the only conditions. Yeah. That or like an emergency, like a family emergency, something like that.
That goes into some of the helping with, I mean, so some of it, it's a degree of common sense that needs to go into it also.
I was just gonna say, like, that seems more to me like that's common sense, not really religion. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe borderline.
There's some stuff in the Talmud, and here's the thing: do all Jewish people buy into any of that stuff? No. Have all Jewish people even heard of most of that stuff? No.
Yeah, I was gonna say no, definitely not.
There are some that believe every bit of that stuff which I put in there. Choosing wanted me to write.
That's terrifying, by the way.
Choosing, yeah. And what I'm saying is some of the very high up leaders in Israel believe that stuff. That should be even more scary.
Well, and think about like that gets into like why there's that ultra militant right, like actual like very fascist type mindset, right? That's got to like dominate and create apartheid systems, which I don't even think apartheid is strong enough word. Like we need stronger words.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up this because whatchamacallit wanted me to
It's literally like, and that explains the attacks on the the dome. The fact that they're trying to violate the edict that was given during the diaspora to not build the third
There's
temple.
one, I can't remember what it's called, and I'd be careful about this, but there was one which literally said like that you can what is it? That
the third temple is supposed to bring the destruction of man, if I recall, which would deal with the resurrection, right?
It's like if you're not talking to an actual, what is it? The third temple that's going to get into more complicated area. Like
I was going to say that would take probably a whole session to unpack that.
Their understanding of the third temple and Christianity's understanding of the third temple is vastly different than most Hebrew Israelites. We believe when it's talking about the third temple, that's literally talking about for one, it says the temple of God is in you. So the Israelites are the temple.
The third temple's inside, yeah.
And so it also talks about the temple coming down. And when you get those measurements of the temple, it would literally be impossible to make that structure.
Yeah, you couldn't. And that's the argument I would get in with. Yeah, that's the religious arguments that I would get into.
The top of it would literally be in outer space. That's how ridiculous it is, and how wide it would be. It would literally be like a whole city's big. But that's what I'm saying. They don't understand what a lot of that stuff's even talking about.
Yeah, because that's more like you almost have to conceptualize that to someone to understand like what that means. Like you couldn't just say like the third temple is like in you or something. Like you could, but
I want to, Thomas. We need to sit down and talk. In fact, I wouldn't mind having you on Hebrew Apologetics so you can just explain to me some of that stuff about shamans and stuff like that. Because I only spent a little bit of time going like out to my grandmother's reservation and only heard a little bit of stuff. And because my grandmother was a Christian, she didn't hold to a lot of the beliefs of her tribe. So I didn't get to learn a whole lot. But I would love to hear some of the stuff. Like for instance, when I hear shaman, it kind of reminds me of the chief priests, like what you would have, with the sons of Moses and Aaron, how they were our intersexual. They were, and you not only had not only the chief priests, but you had oracles also. So I mean, and the church doesn't understand any of that stuff. Choosy. Yeah, because I figure we're almost at 5 hours, so I'll cut us off at 5 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could literally go all night, you guys. We could literally do that.
Go all night. But I'm gonna do this for Choosy. He was like, can you go break down the Trinity?
Just real quick, shout out to Chris when you're watching this and you're laughing your ass off.
Said this is one scripture which I believe completely makes a mockery of the Trinity. This does. I like for them to answer this and make sense of this. And for anybody who does it, who is secular, they're really going to be like, okay. I mean, because this really leads credence. They don't understand what it's talking about. In fact, I'll put it on the screen. This is Revelations 3 and chapter 3, verse 12. I'm like, please, I'll just show you and I'll read it. Revelations chapter 3, verse 12. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go out no more. And I will write upon him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, which is in New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name. Now, the reason why this is so funny is because, do you know who's speaking here, Jack?
Oh, which one of the apostles? Is it one of the apostles?
Nope.
Who wrote Revelation?
Well,
this is the King James version.
Well, John or Yachanan, he wrote Revelations. But you know who's speaking here?
No, who's speaking here?
Christ.
Oh, so he's literally saying that the divinity is inside of you, essentially.
Well, Christ is saying, him that overcometh, I will make a pillar in the temple of my God. So Christ has a God. Well, didn't you guys say Christ is God?
Yeah, that's confusing as fuck. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, like, how do you explain contradictions like that?
How do you believe Christ is the Father? Then how is he saying my God? Also, when he's on the cross,
that goes against the Trinity.
He's literally praying to himself. If he's his own God, why would he pray to himself?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because what they don't understand, because they see stuff like he's the express image of God. Well, being the express image means you look like God. It doesn't mean you are the same God. Now, do I consider him a God? Yes, because God means power. It says the Israelites are a power also. So it calls them God. It says Satan is the God of this world. So it calls Satan a God. But they don't.
That really gets into why language is so important, you know? Because it really does come down to language and framing. That's interesting. Like, I never would have caught that normally.
Well, it's another one. People say, what is it? Elohim all the time. Elohim is plural for gods. Without a doubt, Thomas, that is 100% correct. If Jesus was real, he was a shaman for his religion, culture. Christianity ruined Jesus' spirituality. They ruined the understanding of it, and I feel like they're the problem. Like Deacon says all the time, the Bible is true, Christianity is a lie. And even with
it's just like
stuff wrong.
Buddhism,
like Easter, they put Easter in the Bible when it's supposed to say Passover.
Yeah. Well, and I was just going to bring that up. It's like the irony is that the celebration of Passover, I remember, was like right around Easter. So it's almost like the inversion's there. You just don't really see it until you like notice it.
Yes, shaman. Denver over on Rockfin says shaman or oracle are terms associated with seniority and respect for elders, a concept largely lost in today's America. Well, on top of it,
very largely lost.
And according to the Bible, the Israelites, yes, can pray to God. Like, for instance, the Israelites, whenever they did a sin offering, they would literally have to bring their sin offering to the temple. And the Levites, the priests would perform the sacrifice. So also, whenever you had infirmities, whenever you had problems, you went to the priest. You went to the chief priest. And so Christianity, Catholicism has like completely perverted all these things and flipped them inside and out with paganism and misunderstanding. So yes, it literally.
I mean, that's really, that also speaks to everything at large though, Marcus, like, because blockchain's being sold as freedom right now, and it's fucking, it'd be hysterical if it wasn't so tragic and cynical. Like, to be honest, it's a cynical outlook, the fact that but we're forced in that cynicism now because we've been put there. So like, you're right, like I agree with you 100% that like the WEF, Davos crew, all of that is the circus sideshow distraction, because it's so much on a deeper spiritual level. It's even further than that.
Yeah,
that ties back to Cern, everyone. There you go.
Yep. Ali says another thing that made a lot of this click for me is the way they use language in a lot of tech startup companies.
Yeah.
I'll give you
because they use buzzwords, Ali. Like they do.
Do people
like, they perverted the word synergy.
Do you people
synergy was so Mr. Fuller covers synergy.
If you look at Starbucks, the symbol on the Starbucks cup, it's a mermaid. Do you know what mermaids go back to? It goes back to Dogon. Dogon was a half fish god. If you look at the Pope's mitre, which they have on their head, it literally looks like a fish and an eye, going back, giving reverence to Dogon, a fish god.
Well, and there was also I'm gonna forget the Japanese sea god, but
God, we didn't focus on that when we talked about Cern. The symbol for Cern.
Oh, pull up the symbol for Cern.
Dude, when I saw that symbol, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
I bet this is some fucked up shit. I'm not. I think I know it. Isn't it the capital C and then the horn?
Ruby asks, who is the fish god Dogon? I'll show her real quick. Oh, wait a minute. Shamanism also involves vision quests. There's more to it, but tribal cultures keep it to themselves, away from religious people and atheists. Yeah. Well, do you know one of the scriptures in the Bible, Thomas, says, "Don't cast your pearls to swine"? Referencing, don't give out your secret knowledge to nobodies.
Yeah, that's also so in like in Zen that would be like you can't teach someone who doesn't want to learn, right? Or you can't.
Well, the thing that when you give away that sacred knowledge, these people will use this knowledge against you.
Yeah.
Let me show her what Dogon looked like first.
Yeah, and then we got to do the symbol of Cern, and that'll be a good circle back, loop back.
Circle back to end it on. But in fact, let me pull up Dogon and the Pope's mitre. Show you them side by side.
I think Ali's right. They're probably doing programmable matter. Like that's probably they're probably doing nanoscale. I'm not gonna go into the technicals because I don't want to terrify people with fear pornish type stuff, but you can I can only imagine what they would be doing at the nano level, because things don't operate at the same, it's not even relative. Like at the nanoscale, things operate totally differently. Things that would normally do one thing do another. It's like a clown world upside down, certain like inversion, dude.
You see this? See the fish god there? You see the Pope's mitre? Now this is actually a better one. You see how he's a fish with the head? He even has a little eye there, the fish eye. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the ancient one there? Let's see. Click on it. Let's visit.
Is that Babylonian, Sumerian, Assyrian?
I
recognize that etching. That's
I believe it's Sumerian. I believe it's Sumerian.
It's Sumerian.
I guess I don't know how to make it.
We're gonna do art criticism next. Oh, Cern logo.
Not good with. Oh yeah, and now it's Cern logo. Yes, mitre the company. That's another. I mean, it gets so deep.
Oh, and the Pope's holding them. Oh my! I just not put that together. Yeah, and mitre makes the cyber attack matrix. It's called the Yeah, that's interesting.
They put this stuff right out in front of people's face. So I feel like even if you don't believe in the Bible or what we believe in necessarily, you got to at least study this stuff, because this is the elites do believe in this stuff.
Oh yeah.
This is how their agendas are working. And so if you understand what their belief system is, you'll start being able to understand what their movements are.
Well, and it's also important for people to understand, like, we don't need to feel like we're not empowered, because yeah, this is fucking terrifying. These are the people messing with their space-time and killing weasels, everyone.
Now, what does that look like?
Oh.
666.
Yeah. Oh wow. now I can't unsee the fact that there's a 666, which so looking into like the power, like numerology, like it's an inversion of 999, which would be like more like the supreme. So the fact that it's an inversion, that means this is like hell on earth. This is great.
Yeah. And
look at the apocalypse, everyone.
You should not trust any new age movements. I get it completely. I mean, if you think about,
I'm glad Alice Bailey is being talked about, because that really woke me up to a lot.
You think about the tragedy, what happened to the Native Americans, what they did, over 100 million massacred. And that's just in North America. We ain't even start talking about throughout the whole entire Americas. We're easily talking about over 200, 300 million possibly killed. And then you throw in the slave trades, the so-called African Americans, throw in easily another 200 million. We're looking at probably easily 500 million slaughtered from a new age religion. I can get, says I see 4 6s. Well, technically what it is it's just like a little arm. So if you separate that arm off of it, you got a 666. And that's how they do things. They hide these
They
things.
inverted the inversion, yeah. So they had to do the arm to hide the fact that it is 6, because it'd be too obvious if they didn't have that arm above it.
Well, think about the symbol, which you see a lot of these celebrities do all the time. You know what I'm talking about, right?
That's also to symbolize so is above, so below, like the.
Well, I'm talking about when they do the over the eye.
Yeah, yeah. But also the symbology, the fact that the Cern logo is below, that means it's the line is actually not just there as an aesthetic distraction, but it's actually practical from their standpoint, because they're literally conjuring from the underworld. Like the line's above because they're below the line. This is clown world shit, dude.
Like Drake
I didn't think a logo could be so terrifying.
Drake literally called himself the sixth god.
Oh, that's not good.
Let me see if I can find it.
We should do a parody of like interviewing the family of the weasel that lost its life. Like, not to make light or jest of that weasel, but
I guess I'll probably do this last one. Oh wow, we're over 10 minutes over that. So do this last one. I'm talking about the Drake.
We're going on more than a quarter of a day, you guys.
You see this? The symbol he's doing there?
Oh man. Now I can't unsee it.
He does it all the time. And a lot of the
This
elites,
is how some performers close their shows.
A lot of the elites, they do it and they do it over their eye. You see what it is? 6 3 times.
Oh wow.
Oh, Drake is not an Drake is a nerd, not an elite. No, Drake is used to influence. He's an influencer. That's the whole purpose of a lot of these celebrities and their use in coming into this. They use them.
Oh, that's key. So what you just said, Ali, about the fact that travel 100%, because think of it now, like we're all technically traveling right now. I'm going through what we're told. My signal is going through a copper conductive wire through fiber optics, and then that's what puts me on and my voice on screen. And then Margaret's coming to me the same way. Like we're all, it's fascinating because it makes me wonder. It's almost like the New Age movement was created to create the controlled opposition to get everyone thinking that they're improving themselves while not.
It's made to cause confusion.
So when people talk about it, they can't use clear terms.
So you can start debunking beliefs.
Gotcha.
They don't want you to believe anything, really. They don't want you to believe anything. They want you to believe in their systems.
Oh man, and you know what's interesting is that's like the reason why, like, just if anyone wants, like, I tell anyone this, but the reason why I got away from atheism is because it felt like a competition of who. I think someone famous said this, but who could prove that they have less of a soul the fastest. That's what atheism turned into for me, because when you have no beliefs, it gets very nihilistic very quick. Because you don't have you don't have a something to ground yourself into, like a guiding principle of like what you organize your life, not necessarily around, but with. And that's like the easiest way I can explain it. So like for me, is like the atheism. I ask everything I've been part of questions. Then Marcus, like with you in your own group, you probably the same situation where you won't ever be able to convince someone or change someone's mind on something, but you can grow and like there's just it's
I got some of these people like. One of the biggest like deceivers that I know of goes by the name of Dane Calloway. He literally believes that black people in America did not come over through the slave trades. He believes that actually black people, all black now, are there some who are Native Americans, like there were darker phenotypes? Yes, there's some small percentage. Are there some who came onto the reservations because some of the reservations took them in fleeing slavery? Yes. Were some of them on the reservations because they were possibly descendants of slaves to that actual tribe? Yes. But to believe, no, all African Americans, so-called African Americans, all are the original Native Americans. And the Native Americans are actually basically Europeans. There are people who believe that.
That's
really
I don't even know how to process that. That's just like a next level of what the fuck.
Like, you can look back to ancient drawings and see the Native Americans look just, the only difference is if there was—
Why was the history laundered so much against the Native Americans? You know what I'm saying? Like,
there was no—
the treaty's broken.
If you take the Native Americans of today and just put them out in the sun a little bit more, they're going to look just like the ancient drawings. Or some of the Latinos who are natives, some of them already still look as dark and have those same phenotypes and everything. So it's silliness.
That's the thing is, like,
people like him aren't agents who are used to come against natives and try to say, no, they're stealing our identities, because they're perfectly fine if you're saying that you're a native. They don't want you saying what I say.
Well, and see, that's the thing is, like, it's interesting you mentioned that, because like I would see stuff like where when you notice things are clickbait, and someone asked that I subscribed to that specific person like a while ago, and I remember I did because like I didn't watch anything by them, but I was like laughing my ass off.
You said Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman didn't exist.
Holy fucking shit!
Yeah,
that's on like a whole other level. And so like shit like that, I would see that pop up on the screen, and I'd just be like, what the fuck?
Thousands of black people believe in this nonsense.
So you have to deal with like, you got to deal with divisions internally amongst people who at least have, like what you're saying earlier, like have a knowledge of something more. You got to deal with divisions in that, but also with just all kinds of communities who are bickering over like, it's just a lot.
We also have to deal with the Kemetic community who believe, no, the so-called African Americans over here, no, we're all actually Egyptians, and we all come from Kemet. Could some of us possibly, maybe, but I mean, do you even have anything that explains that Kemet connection at all?
And see, that's the thing is, and that's where I agree with you 100%, because the burden of proof is on the person that presents. Like, the person who makes the claim must provide the proof. That's always, and then that gets into common law, natural law, and like, because you realize like a lot of this occult pagan, the aspects of paganism that are inverted, it's all done because they're trying to violate natural common law, which is that we have God-given rights, or whatever gives you your rights is not government, and it's an inversion of that, because this is all purposeful. Because if you believe that you don't have rights, you will submit to the system and do whatever the system says. And that just like the racism, that also gets in the aspect that to keep a system like that functioning, you need the evil and the lack of morality that comes from essentially being a bigoted piece of shit. Like it's almost like a requirement for the system is fuel to then divide people even further. And then you can bring into abortion and everything else. These are more things to divide people, because if we all just realize that we've actually got power over what happens, not just in our lives, but to help other people, then we'd be a lot more understanding of, not really understanding of not standing under something, but we'd be more knowledgeable of what's really going on. And that's more of a threat. Like why Malcolm X was killed, you know?
Well, I believe Malcolm X was killed because the Nation of Islam did not want him to change his views, because he was starting to, like, we wouldn't know this Malcolm X that we believe now if he was still alive.
Oh, totally different. His arc is like the thing that really pisses me off sometimes, or not really pisses me off, but
more about being a Muslim more than anything else. Just like if Martin Luther King, I'll hold that one. I'll hold that one because I'll do a class on deep. It gets deep. The Malcolm X.
Well,
stuff.
and like even like I would love to get your take sometime on like the what happened with Muhammad Ali, who's just like Muhammad Ali is just like one of my like it's been a big thing in my life for me to like. I think every young man kind of, and maybe it's a generational thing, I don't know, but if you grew up like seeing like Muhammad Ali fight, like I don't even know how to explain it. Like I'm not even a boxing, but that's something I would watch to this day, because you're watching something that's beyond like our understanding.
It's a chess game.
Yeah, you're watching that, but also the fact that most people, especially like he was one of the first people that like brought the rhythmic like speaking like to the actual public of like like how he could like how witty he was. Like it's just like things that he says. It's like his streams analogy that I said earlier, but it's interesting because like I think it's more fascinating as well as the arc of like if you look at Malcolm X, right? You look at his arc and who he was, is such a massive divergence from where he started and where his life was taken by the state, right? Like where he like what he went through to get there. That's like the crucial part, man.
Yeah. MLK, I do believe his son sold out, definitely. I think, well, Malcolm got killed by the Nation of Islam because he would have destroyed a lot of Black liberation, I feel. MLK was going the opposite direction because they were literally switching. Malcolm felt like maybe I did run my people into a burning building. Maybe all this integration wasn't a good idea. Malcolm was like, no, I just see us all as equals and there's no problem. And all we got to do is just believe in Allah.
That was after he got back from,
from his pilgrimage.
Yep. He made the Hajj and then he came back and he was, his mind had, like from the way someone explained it to me, his mind had changed on like everything. Could make sense because, and the way it is explained too, it's beautiful because he said that he saw a sea of different faces and of all backgrounds and all beliefs, all doing this one thing together in harmony. And he's like, why can't everything be like that?
I don't.
It was to Mecca.
I don't agree with that, where it says natives came from Asia over the Gobi Desert and frozen land bridge. I don't agree with that, but we'll say that for another time.
Yeah, I was gonna say to unpack the land bridge, you got to at least get a good half an hour to an hour.
With the land bridge at all.
Yeah.
A lot of tribes have even went against it and saying that needs to be retaught. I mean, at a minimum, if they did come from that way, they came over on ships. They definitely did not walk. I mean, that's just not feasible.
Yeah, but seeing because even then that goes back to go back to the Teple where they found shipyards and docks. You know what I'm saying? Like back 10,000 years ago.
I think this is accurate right here. Marianne Williams' presence made so
much. Oh my God, Allie, you're right. Holy shit, that's great.
The New Age movement.
She's just the new Alice Bailey, dude.
We all but here's something a geneticist came up with. He said that he wanted to try to prove that Chinese people originated in Asia, independent of all the other cultures. You know what he found? That Chinese DNA actually traces back to Africa. Every Chinese person's DNA traces back to Africa.
I was going to say, don't we all trace back to Africa?
Exactly. Everyone traces back to Africa. So
That's what I'm saying. So what the fuck's with white Jesus?
Well, here's another thing. Have you ever seen a white person have a dark baby?
I mean, that's a hard one. Like, what if they're albino, man? Actually, no, it'd be different though.
Meaning more than likely you were African already. But have you ever seen just a regular white person have a dark baby? I've never seen it, and it's never found anywhere in medical journals. But you can see a dark person have various different colors of children.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, and that gets the way you explain it is amazing.
Like the whole thing of, well, Europeans, they got white because once they got there, the DNA in the sun. No, okay, if that's the case,
I was gonna say I think they stayed indoors too long.
White people have been in Africa as long as that period of when they got to Europe. So why didn't they change?
It almost feels like they took over South Africa because they just had to like shaft it to the whole continent and say, nope, we're going to keep colonialism.
They took over South Africa because of the minerals.
And that gets into Elon Musk and
that because emerald mines and all that stuff down there. It's just like the area where they call the Gold Coast and Ivory Coast and then Slave Coast. Because they were taking the slaves from particularly one place in Africa for the most part. Then
what was it? Was it a tribe or a nation that was holding that? Like essentially kind of acting as like a proxy, kind of like a settler colonial type government, right? Where they install puppet leaders.
It was it would have been the nation. It was Ghana, Benin, and Togo. Those were the places.
Togo, yeah, that was the one that I remember was.
And
yeah,
so one thing.
It was regional.
If you look at that map, though, you will see the nation Wadia. Wadia, and you translate that from the the French, and it translates to like Judah. you Benin.
Wow.
Benjamin. I mean,
it's almost like they divided Africa because they had to keep something that's so pure and so close to our roots. They had to divide it up and fractionate it because you can't have something that's that close to like helping people understand who we are. Like the fact that they're always doing shit and fucking with Africa, man. Like anytime I see Africa in the news, I get nervous. Like I'm like, what the fuck are they doing over there?
Thomas says Dane Calloway.
Stop bringing blockchain over there. They don't need blockchain. They need food.
Thomas, you don't have to be kind. Dane Calloway is fucking crazy. I think he's a damn idiot.
Now I'm starting to think that there's something more to that because you really hit it home to me. Because you know what? It was funny is like someone told me to subscribe to him, and I'm realizing now that it was probably like a not a legitimate thing. Well, because that's the thing is like I've never seen one of the headlines and wanted to click that video because it's like I'm seeing shit like, is the African slave trade legit? Or and I'm like, is this like Prager doing a prank on everyone?
He tried to say, well, they can't find the slave ship still. Okay, you really think from 500 years ago that there are going to be slave ships just still sitting there on the dock or something?
Are they just going to find and luck into petrified wood? I mean,
but the slave ports are still there in Ghana.
Yeah. And why have so many firsthand accounts? And like, this is the thing, like, regardless, like, it gets down to, did slavery exist? Like, this is the thing, regardless of whatever this person says, they at least have to at least acknowledge that slavery existed, right? So how do those people get there?
He doesn't acknowledge that at all. And I'm like,
Jesus.
No, granted.
Not even chattel slavery?
And what he bases that on? He bases that on one shred of evidence. Was there a tribe from Africa or wealthy, like, you heard of Mansa Musa, right?
Yeah.
Mansa Musa, his elder brother, abdicated the throne and he sailed westward. Now, do I know exactly where he ended up or what? But I don't know exactly all the details. But there is evidence that the natives in that area did trade with people from Africa. Just because you can see some of the arrowheads and different things that they got had the metal matched from West Africa. Now, so you know that there was a small contingent of Africans that were within the natives. He takes that to, all of these people were obviously Africans, which is ridiculous.
It's like the leaps in logic are just like, and like stuff like that. It makes you wonder: is like, do people like, are they get stuck on that stuff because it's to distract someone on something that's benevolent to the ruling class? You know,
I mean, here's
that's
the
even being
thing.
generous to call them that.
The stuff that we bring up and talk about, I can show you rabbis that agree with what I'm saying about the Israelites. I can show you rabbis that are like, well, I mean, it's true, but we don't know the level. I mean, there's one rabbi, he's doing a video talking about we need to get the Hebrew Israelites who are in America back to Israel. Now, is his position you get what I'm saying? Is it?
I mean, they already fucked up handling one group of people. Is adding another group to that mix going to be such a good situation? Jesus,
because
it's almost like advocating for like, oh, that's gross.
The difference in his understanding is he believes that the blacks who are through the transatlantic slave trade, that we're the northern kingdom of Israel. That was
okay.
He believes that
so it's different.
Yeah, but here it is. He believes that unless all the tribes are back in Israel, then prophecy can't be met as far as building the third kingdom and all that.
Oh, it's more nuanced than I thought. Yeah.
Oh, it's a lot more nuanced. But if people don't get into the whole understanding of how all this stuff works, then they won't get any of it.
I was gonna say. Well, even I just rushed to judgment because you really got to take time to understand it.
Americans, if European colonization didn't happen. Well, I don't know about the Mali and Swahili culture in Africa would have made it to the Americas if European colonization didn't happen, because there's proof even through the slave trades that plenty of the Africans, I saw like a registry that they had Hebrew names, plenty of them. Some of them, even in the churches, were writing Hebrew cursive on their church benches. So to assume that they were speaking Swahili, and that's a misnomer also.
Well, also you don't just learn Hebrew; you learn Aramaic as well. I mean, there's prayers that are only in Aramaic.
Exactly, and so I mean, and there's little. What's another book where there's plenty of evidence that says that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa. What part of Africa did they go to? That's in the book Babylon and Timbuktu. But I mean, there's just evidence on top of evidence. There were so many cultures that they were keeping, as far as, Sabbaths, and as far as circumcision, as far as like, even if a woman was on her menstrual, that she would be away from the camp for a certain amount of time. That all goes back into Hebraic customs and cultures. There were so many of them. Not shaving the beards, all kind of stuff. So was everybody who was in West Africa Israelites? No, of course not. But that's also why we believe that they had no problem selling them.
Well, that's the thing, is it goes down to like, it's almost like it's kind of gets into dualism too, because if you can force someone into dualistic thinking of good or wrong, or bad or good, into those terms of morality without taking a nuanced approach to life, then it gets people pigeonholed into making decisions like that. Because it's really like, it's what you're saying, there's like a mixture of people. You got to understand, like, these things occur over a period, so you got to take a level of discernment, right?
Exactly. Well, another thing that we lean on is we lean on prophecy. There's certain things that was said that were going to happen literally like 3,000 years ago, and we literally see them. So that's more what I lean on, prophecy.
I'm actually looking at stuff that not really scientific evidence, because I don't really think like with spirituality it's like best to approach everything scientifically, but like I think one day we should do a show on like Schumann resonances, because like that kind of like there's some footage I want to show you sometime of like there's an earthquake, and it like whenever there's a large event on our planet, the Schumann resonances, like they go up and down and they go crazy. So like if someone goes right now and looks at the Schumann resonance data for January 5th, like I know that that's a thing or whatever, so I'm not going to go into details about that, but go look at the bands and it's like insane. Like they're just spiking like crazy. and just zoom out. Like, so like it gets into like the connectedness of all this stuff. But yeah, it's interesting.
I guess I got one more. I guess I'll finish on this one more thing, and then I have to finish it at this. We're at 5:30. I'll finish it. I'm enjoying the conversation.
We were gonna finish 2 hours ago.
We were supposed to. Because Denver brought up something good, really good. He said Amalek. Amalek was a nation described in Hebrew Bible as a staunch enemy of the Israelites. The name Amalek can refer to the nation's founder and grandson of Esau, his descendants, the Amalekites, or the territories of Amalek. Well, Denver, what if I told you that I could show you biblically who is Amalek defined as or within the scope of today? How about I do this? I will show you to the last person which the Bible said Amalek was. Okay, so head Esau. Amalek was was great grandson of Esau. Amalek, one of his descendants, is Haman. Haman tracks down to Alexander the Great. So the Greeks were literally descendants of Amalek to Esau. Also, because see, a lot of people never notice this in the Bible when it's talking about Christ and Christ is being, the king is trying to kill, Christ, right? That king's name is Herod. If you look up Herod, it literally refers to Herod as Herod the Edomite. So let's pull up. There's actual bust of what the Edomites look like. You want me to pull that up? I can pull it up. And I will let people decide who they think. Actually, you know what? Let me pull up the god of Edomite. Because they literally have the god of Edom. What the god looked like. Yeah. Goodness. Let's see. So.
I agree with Choosy.
What Choosy said?
Rome is not going to destroy our spirituality, intuition, or intentions. We are not confused, therefore we are not powerless, because we know of a proven successful peaceful plan to expel fascism. Yeah.
Yeah, Rome literally knows all this stuff. Rome literally took most of this stuff from Israel and has it buried deeply. And that's not all they buried.
It was making me wonder is like the Dead Sea Scrolls like a controlled release, It's interesting.
So this is Kuos, or the god of Edom. That's what the god of Edom looked like. Let's click this one. Here's another one of Kuos. Let's see. That's what Kuos looked like, and the eagle above Kuos's head. So, oh, wait a minute. I gotta make sure, is that showing or not? That's not. Oh, I guess it didn't click on that part. Let's see. Stop, share. Oh, dang it. I could have let that up. I'm learning new things every day. But let's see. Here it is. Here is another view of Kuos. This is Kuos with the eagle above Kuos's head. Now, let's go into share another screen. Oh, it just stopped. Okay, so, let me pull it up first. Herod.
We're getting pulled up, everyone. Hold tight.
All right, so I actually. Just where's the one? I have one where it has all the Herods, the bust of what they supposedly look like.
Is there a significance to the eagle facing right?
I think it's significance to the eagle just in general.
Yeah, it's interesting because so predatory birds, it's got to mean something.
Oh, think about it. Which nations have the eagle?
Commonwealth, America.
Literally,
Not Commonwealth, America. Or
almost every European nation uses the eagle.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's on the imperial flags of a lot of nations.
Rome. Dang, why that's still buffering? Oh, well, I can pull this one up. Guys, see that? Herod the Great, Herod Achilles, Herod Philip, Herod Agrippa. This is what the Herods supposedly look like. See, don't those kind of look like Romans to you?
Sure, for sure.
So that's what the Herods look like according to the archaeological bust of them.
Well, then you got to wonder, like, how much statues and structures were just destroyed.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, well, a lot of them were destroyed. A lot of them were destroyed. And the reason why, I mean, what was it? King Henry VIII. He was literally known for destroying statues, religious artwork. That's literally what he's known for. But I mean, you can also go through the Great Library in Alexandria that was destroyed. You can go into the libraries out of Timbuktu in West Africa that were destroyed. You can go into the libraries in Hannibal, Carthage in North Africa that were destroyed. I mean,
It's almost like this is a cycle of like we get to a period of knowledge, and then you look at like all these periods, like the quote unquote Enlightenment, and then like all these other things.
Gets in power and decides it needs to be destroyed.
Yeah, because it's almost like when people become too close to getting to be ascendant and realizing that they actually have control over what they can do, that's a threat.
I think they're hiding. I think it's about hiding information too. Like for instance,
that's right.
Do you know in the UK, a lot of their churches and cathedrals are literally built on top of other religious cathedrals and buildings?
Wow, that's fucking. That's some next level shit, dude.
Like literally, you can go up under.
But no one worry, the Cern logo is 666.
You can see cities up under these places in Great Britain. Yeah, hoarding of knowledge because knowledge is power. I mean, look at it like this. If we go back to ancient times and I know how to do the Heimlich maneuver, and you don't know how to do the Heimlich maneuver, and I do the Heimlich maneuver on somebody and save them, now it looks like I have some special ability, correct?
Yeah.
And that's what it is. The hoarding of knowledge, like Reality Revolution says. These people.
And on that note, CERN is going to be in any history textbook that'll be written about is going to be complete bullshit. So let's all remember that.
Do people realize that the temple of yeah, exactly, reality, you become a god at that point. Do you know that there was actual plumbing in ancient Egypt? They had plumbing at the time when they were still playing in the dirt in Europe.
Wasn't it lead? Or tin or something? Didn't they poison themselves? Was it lead though too? Like
no, they didn't poison themselves.
Who was the civilization that used lead?
Oh
shit, that's us. That's America. Jesus.
That's us who did that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what's going on in Flint. That's what's happened in New Jersey.
That's the problem with most of these nations who did this, and most of the time it was European nations. Hate to say it, they were great at war, took over, but once it became the run in the society always kind of cannibalized itself.
Yeah.
And they got over here to the Americas. The natives start teaching them how to farm the land, how to fish the land, how to take care of themselves, deal in all kind of temperatures. And then once they got that knowledge, they killed them off. It's the same thing they did. I mean, basically, especially speaking about the Greeks and the Romans, what they've done the moment they got power.
Well, and it's almost kind of like
just long enough to get the information out of you to survive on their own.
Well, it also speaks back to like it's a threat to any system or hierarchy if you're self-aware of like what your right, not just your rights, but who you are as a person, and not just spiritually, but on so many levels. And it just speaks to like the history's got to be warped, because if people were empowered enough to know like more about their roots and be able to like figure things out, or maybe even understand how things happen, that level of power would shift the power dynamic out of the hands of a few to the many, out of the 1% to the 99.
Well, here's another thing. Iconoclasm. I mean, if you go into the whole iconoclasm stuff, and you start understanding that the Dark Ages, you know where they called it the Dark Ages, right?
I always thought it was because they burned everything and they destroyed as much knowledge as they could.
That's not the reason why. During that time period, they always talk about, oh, well, the Moors ruled Spain. Is that all they ruled? Well, if you go back through and you start looking at all this iconoclasm, like in Russians, they still have a lot of theirs.
Are the Crusades related to this?
You start seeing black images.
Wow.
And you know why they do that? Because they don't want to acknowledge that the Moors ruled more area than they say that they ruled. Now, the Moors would have been a mixture of Hamitic, Shemitic tribes. Some would have been Christians, some would have been Muslims, some would have been Israelites, all a mixture, but they were all melanated. Now, were there some lighter melanin, some light melanation to the darkest of dark? And those were the people who were ruling in Europe for a time period. Because you can literally go through almost every one of these nations, and you will find a black what do they call it? Shield of what do they call the what is it? The coat of arms.
Oh, coat of arms. Yeah.
Yeah. You only had a coat of arms if you were a ruler.
There's a lot of symbology on those too, like the crest, the eagles, like all the stuff we were just talking about. Like all this stuff is 100% connecting. Well, you want to end it on that note, man? I think that's as good of a tie back to Cern as we'll get. Chris, I hope you're laughing your freaking ass off, man. This is we're on a marathon session of almost 6 hours now.
Go.
Thanks to everyone in the chat. We love you all.
Exactly. Spain was prospering during the Dark Ages under Moorish rule. They don't want you to know that. That's the reason why the first thing they did is get in there, kick everybody out of power. They still had a lot of wealth. And then what did they do with that wealth? Spain collapsed itself.
Yeah.
And the Brits did the same thing eventually.
And so these resets, they've been going on for a while. And Cern, like, it almost makes you wonder if it's like that's like one of like the missing links that they're like they think, or whatever it is. It's almost kind of like that's a piece that it's related to something to do with like a timing of, like you were saying earlier, like the timing is known, but it's something's got to happen at a very precise moment. You're almost wondering if like they're trying to complete that loop, you know? It's really fascinating to me, especially with what you're showing me with Cernos. Like that blew my mind, because they literally named it after that. Like you can't tell me that they didn't.
Oh yeah. Whatchamacallit, Denver just sent me this about Poseidon. Oh, I know about Poseidon. I mean, and it's funny that you sent this to me. I'll show this last thing, because for those who don't know,
last thing, you guys.
I was a torpedoman, and so this is right up my alley. Or ordnance mechanic.
I was gonna make a joke about Minute C.
You see that?
Wow.
Well, that said, I mean, thank you all. Wonderful stream. It was fun conversation. Thomas, I would really like for you to actually, do you have my email? I'm gonna put it in the chat. Please email me, Thomas. I would like for you to kind of break down about shamans and some of the stuff. of course, not everything. I know some parts of the culture you keep close to the chest, and I understand that. But whatever you can teach and enlighten, I mean,
That'd be a fascinating
I would
conversation,
think
everyone.
that would be fun for everybody to get to learn about. So there
I would
is
love to check that out.
there's my email, Thomas. Make sure to hit me up. I appreciate everybody that was in here. And over to the Rockfin side real quick, I appreciate much love to all of you guys. Russia originally claimed a megaton value. That's bullshit. And reality, it's 1 to 2 megatons. Physical reality being what it is. Yeah, they all have their games, and it's all mental jockeying around, and you gotta both scare each other. So, that's that. Hopefully, you guys all tune in. Cool. All right, brother. I appreciate you. And hopefully, you guys tune in, catch my interview tomorrow. Yes, everyone. No, everyone. Don't spam me. I already get thousands of emails. It's hard to keep up.
Messages of hope and inspiration.
Yes. Only give me good stuff if you are going to message me. In fact, I can tell you right now, I have roughly, geez Louise, I've probably gotten 100 emails today.
Damn.
A lot of it's nonsense, but yeah, some of them is some good stuff. Samurai Forest Nation. But yeah, hopefully you guys check out my interview tomorrow. I'm gonna put it up on the screen real quick so you guys can look out for it.
Just so everyone knows, we're almost going on 6 hours. Like, everyone give this man like some, like, I don't know what, but this is just testament. Like, and this is the truth. Like, when Marcus says like we could go all night, we literally could we could go through the entire night.
What people don't realize is when I say I study this stuff, I mean I really study this stuff. So like when whatchamacallit was talking about, oh, it's an all scripted show, and anybody can get on here and start asking me anything about anything. And if I know about it, I will keep going on and on and on about it. If I don't, I don't. So that's what I'm saying. Anybody can ask me anything off the fly. That's how you can know. This is not scripted. You guys have asked me a bunch of questions. I would have had to like send out.
Jim's bugging out somewhere about the earpiece, man. I'm just saying. You know he is.
I mean, what? I guess
that shit cracks me up. Just knowing you and knowing like how everything is literally as organic as it is. When people make those accusations immediately, I'm like, that's so much fucking bullshit. I could debunk that in like just my own personal experience, but in like a heartbeat. If you just watch the stream.
Why don't I just do that? Yeah, my channel. Yeah, I wanted to. That's what I'm saying. All you got to do is just watch my stream. It's not hard to tell that it's not scripted.
I can see the earpiece, Marcus. He's freaking out in some room somewhere.
Save that. That way I'll put the link. Oh, whoa, what are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, so copy. All right, got that copied. Now I got that up, and I can actually share it on the screen. Oh, that's right. Let me put it in the chat first. This is because it's going to be on my other channel. Yes, all scripted with Marcus Cage. Coming fall. You guys, I love you guys. Hilarious.
The only thing that was scripted that we've ever done, to my knowledge, was the Matrix script reading. That's it.
That's literally the only thing, and it still went very unscripted.
Oh yeah, dude, the sound effects alone.
All the sound effects, yes, it was hilarious. And so, yes, this is right here, Tone.
Ali, I'm laughing my ass off. He said you were COINTELPRO. Jesus, he's so lost.
So wherever you are, just know it's 10 hours. 10 hours from right now, which on the, where am I at? I'm on the West Coast. It's 12:39 a.m. So 10 hours from now. Yeah. Oh shit, it's almost 1. So yeah, it'll be 1 p.m. my time. Wait a minute.
We got to let Marcus make it to his interview, dude.
I guess I got to fix the time with him. I think I said 1. It's supposed to be 4. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah, that said.
Stay tuned. Will Marcus figure this out?
Yeah, that said, this has been The Political Matrix. I'm your host, Young Morpheus, or Marcus Cage. I'm here with my good brother, Jack Sith. And Chris Cy Lawson was here early. Thank you, guys. I had
love, everyone.
All right, much love. All right, have a good one. And in broadcast.